And it gives me absolutely great pleasure to say these words. Welcome to Formula Student UK 2024, live from Silverstone. We're in the middle of acceleration here on the National Pit Straight. I'm Giles Cosgrove. With me is James Montgomery. And here, lining up on track, are Cardiff University with their car CR20, otherwise known as SIA, named so because they've got titanium body panels on the car this year. Under green flag, the green flag is up. The driver can then go as and when they're ready. They break the timing, they're up to the revs, wheel spin off the line, and away Cardiff go. Rapid like a bat out of hell. The time 4.547, set by one of their team leads, Nick Kitchen, behind the wheel there. So we are, I think, are we on the tannoy as well by the sounds of things?
I can hear our voices coming from somewhere, Giles, so that's very nice. So a very good morning to everyone in Silverstone this morning. Anyone in the pits, if you can hear us, can you just give us a quick wave, please? That's nice to know who's out there.
Apparently.
We've got a thumbs up, that's close enough.
We'll get a thumbs up. So far we've seen 3 cars make runs at acceleration. We've had Edith Cohen from Australia, we've had Coventry, and we have just had the first run from Cardiff's first driver. At the moment, it's a 4.4 set by Edith Cohen. That has got your first place here at acceleration. Aberdeen, we believe, are also in the queue, ready to go. Cardiff, interestingly, has gone straight back in to the pit lane rather than coming round the National Pit Straight for a second go for their first driver. Could that mean there are issues? We'll find out.
We will find out soon. Just for context, guys, so what we're saying is Edith Cohen and Coventry decided to pair up their runs for their drivers, went back into the pits, did the driver swap, and then came out for their second pair there. So Cardiff doing something a little bit different there because they're going for an individual run and gone straight back into the pits. Let's hope it's not for technical difficulties, and perhaps this is their strategy.
Quite possibly. Get the eye in, alter the clutch. Cardiff, bear in mind, running last year with a clutch that had plenty of gremlins. I'm reliably informed said gremlins have been removed on this new car. Interestingly as well, this year, acceleration being run in the dry as opposed to the pouring rain last year. So conditions somewhat better. According to the weather forecast I saw this morning, rain due here at Silverstone at 3 o'clock. If you want to keep tuned here on the stream and on the tannoy, we'll be able to let you know what the clerk of the course says with regards to tyres. There's an engine fired up here at the top of the National Pit Straight. That looks to me to be Aberdeen. Good news for Aberdeen. They gave me a sticker yesterday, and I thought I'd lost it. I've just found it in my pocket. So Aberdeen, I have got your sticker. Thank you very much for that. Plenty of Scottish teams here, in fact. And they've stalled. They have just stalled. Oh, dear.
Yeah, so a huge number of Scottish teams in the pits today. It's great as well to see Aberdeen particularly, well, on the track so early, really. You know, they've bossed Scrutineering, and they're able to get the big points in now in the dynamic events. It's great to see Aberdeen doing so well and being this organised.
They're doing very well indeed. Number of teams through Scrutineering, looking at about 7 or 8 as I have it. You can get all the latest on fsstats.co.uk, so you can check the progress of all your favourite teams on that website there. Aberdeen lining up for their first run. 75 metres, fastest time wins. Floor it, keep it in a straight line. Don't lose it. It's pretty much all you need to do. The revs are up then for Aberdeen. Away they go. A lot of wheel spin off the line. There's a gear change there. Is it going to be enough? It's a 4.651 for Aberdeen. 2/10 off the fastest time set by the Aussies. Round of applause there from their fellow Scots. Glasgow on the pit wall there.
That was a fantastic first run from Aberdeen there, and I'll tell you what, with that amount of wheel spin and forgetting to change into second rapidly and still getting a 4.6, I'm looking forward to the second run, Giles.
This shows a lot of promise from Aberdeen. Monty, you do a fair bit of driving yourself. If you were behind the wheel here, how would you approach it? Would you max the revs, or would you be shifting consistently to get up to top gear?
Oh, you've got to know where your power band is. It's not always a case of max revs equals the fastest case. Take a diesel car, for example. They can, in theory, rev up to 5,000 revs, but actually, the useful power is done after 3,000 revs. So if you're not accelerating as quickly at the high revs, just get into the next gear, keep it going, keep the momentum moving.
Lining up on the line, Chief Marshal with his big stick, making sure Aberdeen are in the right position. The green flag goes up. Up go the reds. Will spin off the line. Where's that gear change?
That was good.
It comes there.
That's good.
What is the time? 4.559.
Nice. That's right in there. So that's another tenth of a second improvement from there. That is a fantastic first pair of runs from Aberdeen there. I reckon they're going to go and do their driver swap now, come back, and we see something even quicker from them now. That was a very competitive set of banker laps from them.
Yes, indeed. The question then, who's next?
They're blue, they're black, they're 87.
They're Coventry.
Ah.
Team tradition at Coventry. Named the car after the team lead's mother this year. Coventry's entry is called Jackie. They're not running an aero package as they were last year. We have a lot of love for Coventry in the commentary box. Last year they came in to do their sprint run in Saturday afternoon at the very last minute with 1 minute to go. By this point, the rain was falling hard. Everything got flooded. The electric systems got shorted, and we couldn't actually bring the coverage of that last lap, but it was monumental from Coventry. So we're expecting great things. They've already had their first driver make a run. No, they haven't.
Yes, they have. Yeah, so they've already done a pair of runs, I believe, Coventry have done. Yeah, Cardiff went into the pits. Yeah, so Coventry have already done a pair of runs. So this is going to be their third attempt that we're about to see. What's your money on? How can they do this?
How can they get below that 4.4 set by Edith Cohen? We've seen teams here at Silverstone at FS UK get sub 4 seconds on acceleration, so we know it is possible. So far we've only had internal combustion cars. Up go the revs, wheel spin off the line. Can they get that torque in? There is the question. The time goes up, across the line they go. 4.774 for Coventry.
Okay, so that was an interesting run to look at there. So that was probably a perfect launch. There wasn't too much wheel spin. No. There wasn't any bogging of the engine there, but we heard a bit of a misshift as they were heading towards the end of the straight there. So that probably lost them a bit of momentum there. But that was probably the perfect launch there. It's a balance, isn't it?
It was a bang-on start. All the driver needs to do is shake off the rest of that run, and they'll be on for an absolutely cracking go at acceleration. This is their fourth and final one.
Coming straight
Coventry.
back. Coming straight back, yep.
It does all rest on this. Coventry car number 87. Phoenix Racing in their characteristic neon blue. Coming up to the line. The drivers have the advantage here that they can mentally prepare themselves. They don't have to go straight as soon as the green flag goes up. It's a question of the timing beam, which is where myself and Monty are stood in front of. Once they cross that, the timing is set off. Unfortunately, Edith Cohen did stall off the line, having crossed the beam, and there was an 18-second run before they could get the car restarted. Here comes Coventry's last run then. Up go the revs. Plenty more wheel spin off the line. Not quite the gear
stuck in first.
Is that stuck in gear, Monty?
Stuck in first, 5.9. Oh, what a shame. That was another beautiful launch from Coventry there. But do you know what? Their first run, there was still some competitive times there. There was a 4.5, I think they did in the first pair.
I think it was. So Coventry should be safe for the top 6 shootout later today here on the National Pitch Straight. If you're watching Formula Student UK for the first time, acceleration is run over a 75-metre course. The opening few hours is qualifying for what then becomes the top 6 shootout, where extra points are up for grabs for those in the top 6. It does get very exciting, so do stay with us. Do come over to the Pitch Straight if you can. Give us a wave if you're here. I can see a few teams waiting for their cars to show up. Massively international grid this year.
Massively international grid with 20 different countries, I've been told, of universities taking part this year, Giles. So it's very interesting to see how far people have travelled. We know that obviously Edith Cohen have come all the way from Australia. There's quite a few European teams here as well. It's great to see them all come together for a great day of, well, it's not really racing, is it? What do we call it? Of engineering, yes, in Silverstone.
Engineering and time trials.
There we go. Engineering and time trials in Silverstone. I'm just trying to dig up on my phone here, just for comparison for those who didn't look at the stream last year. So when we're talking about good times, what are we gauging this against? So I'm just looking at last year's results. So it was Modena who won the event last year.
Oxford Brooks would correct you on that. So Modena posted the fastest time, but in the top 6 shootout, which decides the winner, Modena didn't quite get their time in, and Oxford Brooks actually clinched it.
You're quite right. I forgot about the top 6 shootout there. So yes, apologies there. Apologies, Brooks. I did not mean to what's the word I'm looking for?
Get it wrong.
Discredit them like that.
There you go.
But yeah, there we are. But so just for comparison, so Modena did the fastest time before the top 6. That was a 4.281. So we're only really 0.2 of a second off those laps that we saw from last year.
Having said that, it was pouring down last year. My feet didn't dry out for 2 days after standing here on the national pit straight.
This is a very good point.
We have seen Cardiff go great guns. I believe Robin Gwilliam was behind the wheel of a Cardiff car that got a 3.9 in.
Now that is rapid.
So that was 2021, I believe. So we know that a sub 4 second time is possible in these cars. So far we have only seen internal combustion compete here at Acceleration, but the field is made up of electric cars as well. I was talking to Oxford Brooks, who were close to winning last year until an inverter problem spat the end of their endurance run. They believe that they will be ready to go for Acceleration here today at some point this morning. So keep an eye out for them.
Yep, I look forward to seeing them on the track then. It would be great to see if they can do amends and get all the banks of points in for this season, because they definitely have a very, very competitive car. I'm just actually looking at FSAE stats here. The official record for the Acceleration event currently is at Formula Student East. This was done last year by T Delft, who did 2.999 seconds. There's some rapid cars around the world. There
is a world record for the fastest accelerating car in the world, and it is a Formula Student car. And there was a great YouTube video of that, and the acceleration looks absolutely brutal. The G pushing you straight back into what is essentially a bathtub on wheels.
Was this the Zurich car?
I believe it was, yes.
They got Tom Scott into it not too long ago. Yes, I saw that. Very good YouTube clip, guys. I recommend you to go and have a nose at it. Not just now. Yeah, later. Not just now. We're live with this, so you can come watch this. But if you need to geek out on Formula Student later this evening, Tom Scott, look at what happens when he tries to drive a Formula Student car.
There's plenty to geek out on with Formula Student. A lot of the teams this year creating their own Drive to Survive style documentary, so plenty of that to immerse yourself in. One team who has got their series is Cardiff Racing with their series Days to Silverstone. The final part uploaded yesterday onto YouTube. A bit of a fly-on-the-wall documentary behind the scenes at the Welsh team, who are, by the looks of things, returning to the track for their second go out of 4 for Acceleration. They only managed to do 1 last year before they ran out of time and the event was closed. That was Cota behind the wheel. Massively impressive given the conditions and the fact that he'd never driven the car before and was only 0.2 seconds outside of the top 6. Looks to me like this is still Nick Kitchen behind the wheel. Driver number 1 from Cardiff, their second run. The time to beat, as set by the Australians, Edith Cohen, 4.4 seconds. 75-metre course, Triumph Street Triple in the back of CR20, dubbed Sia. What can Nick do here? Lined up on the line now, under the green flag from the Chief Marshal. Once the green flag goes up, the driver can start. Up go the revs, bit of wheel spin off the line, pushing it as hard as they can. What is the time? 4.652, 0.2 off of that top spot.
That was a very, very clean launch from there. It's always seems to be lacking a bit of power in the mid phase there. But I don't know if that's just the engine tuning there. But honestly, that was a really clean launch from a Nick Kitchen there.
We know the Cardiff car can go faster, so that will be over to Cota for their second set of runs shortly. I hope shortly. We don't entirely know what goes on behind the scenes. What we do know is that we can see along here this wonderful glass floor-to-ceiling window. We can get an anticipation of who's on the way, which helps us no end here, because otherwise the pit wall's too high to be able to tell.
It is for you.
Maybe
I'm 6'2". I'm fine.
There you go. Oh, those 2 inches make all the difference, Monty.
I'm not finishing that one off, Giles.
Still to come today as well here at Silverstone. On the other side of the course, we've got Skidpad underway, which is a fascinating watch, testing the car's handling. How quickly can you go around a figure of 8? We'll also be able to bring you Sprint live from Copse Corner. Myself and Monty will be guiding you through that later this afternoon. And then tomorrow, it is the big one. It is Endurance, the car killer. It will make or break a team's attempts at Formula Student. Teams that finish Endurance tend to finish very well in the running at the end of the competition. Monty, my money, I think, is on the Aussies. Where would you go for the win overall at Formula Student UK?
I haven't actually had a chance to see all of the static events yet. I know we're doing all the finals for that today. I'm going to hold fire on my guesses until I've seen those come out, because that is still 40% of the points to be earned from the static events. They may not hold the largest amount, but it's still very, very influential. I agree, though. Edith Cohen do seem to have a very competitive advantage. I don't want to rule out Oxford Brookes just yet.
No.
But I also want to see them on the track first before I can commit to them.
Yes, I know they'll be gunning for the win, having come so close last year. They are usually very consistent and very highly placed with their static events. So, like you say, don't discount Oxford Brookes just yet. I'm looking forward to seeing some other teams here on track as well. I've been hanging out with Trinity College Dublin across the week. They've been wonderful. Also spent some time with Exeter, crossing my fingers for them that they get through scrutineering. Scrutineering is an achievement in itself to pass through here at Formula Student. The teams must ensure that their cars qualify within the rule set, hence the formula of Formula Student, and it is a rigorous safety check across various different aspects to make sure that the cars are both compliant with the rules and safe to drive. If you pass through scrutineering, you've already done impeccably. So all the cars that we've seen here on the acceleration run have done very, very well indeed.
Yes, it is almost a miracle to pass scrutineering in some ways. There's 6 different parts for them to be able to pass. It's the safety checks. They've got to make sure things aren't falling off the car. They've got to do the tilt test. That's 60 degrees.
That's terrifying.
It is very terrifying. So for context, guys, that's a 60-degree tip. So they put the car on a flatbed, tip it to 60 degrees to see if it's going to flip over with the driver still in the car.
I can't think of few things I'd like to do less than be in the car at that point. That takes nerves of steel, so congratulations to all the drivers who volunteered to be the tilt test dummy for their teams. Really looking forward to this weekend. There are some really, really great cars, and the amount of effort that this involves. 12 months of blood, sweat and tears, spreadsheets, CAD, nuts, bolts, bolt checks, testing or not testing in some cases, and it all comes down to this weekend.
There's been some very ingenious designs just wandering up and down the pits when I was going for a recce yesterday and this morning. It's great to see a good combination of electric vehicles as well as combustion vehicles here as well. I really hope we get to see some electric vehicles come on.
We will do, definitely. I know for a fact we will do. I'm interested to see where Leeds are, because I know for a fact that Leeds were the first team to pass through scrutineering this week, and we have yet to see them. So the question is, I would assume they've decided to do Skidpad first, and then they're going to come back here. Aberdeen are doing a very interesting run at things. They've decided to do their first run at acceleration, then they're going to go and complete Skidpad, and then they're going to come back here for their final acceleration, I think.
That makes sense to me. I think part of the reason why the times aren't too competitive at the moment is because of how cool it is. There's not a lot of grip on the track. So given that they've gone and done their banker laps, they've got points, whatever happens at this point. So, okay, great, we're done. 4.5 seconds, good enough. Let's go and do the skid pad, so let's go and get that one over and done with. Hopefully, the sun will come out a little bit later, heat up the track, make it a little bit stickier.
You say that.
I do say that.
I've looked at the forecast.
But look at what I'm wearing.
Well, you bring the sunshine wherever you go, Monty, and it's all very thoroughly appreciated. But having said that, the weather itself looks set to be grey until about 3 o'clock, at which point it's going to rain. That was the forecast I saw this morning. Stay tuned here. We'll be able to bring you live updates from the marshals as they decide what tyres the teams must wear. That actually caused a fair bit of drama in the pit lane last year. It changed from damp to wet, and all of a sudden you had teams changing all 4 tyres in very quick succession. Jacks everywhere, teams on their knees getting their tyres off and on. So make sure you've got your locking nuts to hand, and make sure if you've got a sprint run this afternoon that you've assigned whoever is good at taking the tyres off to be your dynamics volunteers in those pink high-vis. That would be my advice.
Yes, no, I would agree with that one as well, guys. It could be a little bit changeable today. I was going to say it's dry for now, but I do still feel a bit of spit on my forehead every now and then. It's not far away, really, is it? It's
that ever-changing Silverstone weather. It's a microcosm of British weather, and it's ever-changing. So stand by for action.
Welcome to Silverstone.
Exactly.
We wouldn't have it any other way. It was boiling hot yesterday. We were all roasting away. Gas mark 6, golden brown, the lot. And now today it's like this. It's going to be hail and snow tomorrow.
I don't think it's going to get that bad tomorrow.
Of course it will. Of course it will.
Possibly.
I'm forecasting it now, Giles.
Meanwhile, we can see pink high-vis at the top of the pit straight here for acceleration, which suggests to me there is another car incoming. If you want to keep updated on how many cars have passed through the various scrutineering checks, fsstats.co.uk is the website to head to. Just wondering who that is. Don't want to get in the way. We've also been tethered this time. I'll hold your microphone. You go for a wander. We've been tethered, probably by design, to prevent us from getting in the way. We may have done that previously. I can hear a car starting, so we're not far away from another run at acceleration. Question is, who? Have you got an answer, Monty?
No, I was given the death stare, which I think means don't walk on the track.
Probably a good idea at this point. It is a live track. Do keep your comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you as well. We'll be able to see those more so when we're in the commentary box.
Oh, yes.
So we'd love to hear from you. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from?
Oh, it's Aberdeen.
Wonderful stuff. The Scots are back. Excellent. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? Who do you want to shout out for? We'll do shout outs for anyone and everyone, we will, won't we, Monty?
Based on last year's stream, yes. Yes, we will.
Those that know, and those that don't need to worry. Here come Aberdeen. Engine started. The time to beat still that 4.4 set by Edith Cohen. The wind getting up here on the national pit straight. Temperatures dropping to around 18 degrees Celsius. It's been up as high as 30 this week, so this is a real change from the weather we've had so far. Rain in the air, not quite coming down just yet, but teams will need to keep an eye on the conditions and make sure they've got their wet tyres to hand. Here come Aberdeen then, car number 71. That engine ticking over nicely.
Has a nice purr to it, doesn't it, Giles?
Sounds good, sounds consistent, which is what you need from these cars. Little bit further forward. There we go. Tapping on the big stick. All we need now is a good run out of the car from Aberdeen. The green flag is down, the green flag goes up. The driver revving that engine as high as it'll go, crossing the line quite slowly. It's not the best start in the world. Away it goes. That's rapid down the rest of the pit lane though, and that is a 4.819. If they could get that start just a bit faster, I reckon the rest of that run was superb. Also loving the diffuser on the back of the car there.
Loving the diffuser, but I'm not sure if their clutch would have enjoyed that run there. They were riding that clutch like it was Grand National. Seems to be working though, they're coming back.
It does. I really do think that these guys can get it if they just nail that start down.
Wasn't a bit of wheel spin though there.
No,
so
exactly.
That was really clean.
It was a clean start. It was just a slow start. Keeping the engine revving.
Alrighty, coming back for their fourth attempt.
Final go for the University of Aberdeen here at Acceleration, Formula Student UK 2024. Giles and Monty with you today. Jess will be joining us tomorrow. If you're familiar with the commentary box for the Sim Racing Series here at Formula Student, we'll be presenting the award for that tonight. All comes down to this then for Aberdeen. One more shot at the top spot. 4.4 to beat. Driver giving a nod to the Chief Marshal. They're comfortable. The green flag goes down. The driver under their own start, crossing the timing beam. Revs go up. What can they do? Plenty more wheel spin off the line. A far more aggressive start. Can they nail the rest of the run as they did earlier? So 4.675. 2/10 off, but not enough to top acceleration so far. And the rain is beginning to come down here at the National Pit Straight. It's fit here far earlier than I was predicting. It is 10 o'clock. And here comes the haze. The question is, will it get bad enough to warrant a change of conditions from the clerk of the course? Will the teams need to be running wet tyres? Teams, if I were you, I'd make sure you know where your wet tyres are. Make sure you know where your tyre changing kit is. All of a sudden, the National Pit Straight, the teams are getting off. I imagine they're headed off to work out what they're doing for that tyre choice.
Well, my advice would be, if you're not sure what to do, get your car on track right now because the track is still dry. If it's going to get any wetter, now's the right time to just get a lap in whilst you can still be competitive, then worry about the tyres afterwards.
Get to acceleration.
Leeds, where are you?
That's a really good question. Where is Leeds? Because if I've got it right, Aberdeen have done their first acceleration run, gone and done both skid pads, and then come back here to finish acceleration. So I don't imagine that skid pad takes. There can't be a huge queue at skid pad, surely.
I mean, there's only been 6 cars past Scrutineering so far, so. But to be fair, because Edith Cohen and the other teams came in so quickly here, maybe they're up at that queue as well. So there could be half a dozen cars waiting up there to go.
There could well be. There could well be, and not to mention, of course, there are electric cars still to get through Scrutineering. There is an electric car from Spain, from the Basque Country. They're an electric car, and they did get through Scrutineering.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they were the first electric team through Scrutineering.
Fantastic.
So the question remains, where are they as well?
It is a very good question.
Oxford Brookes, I see. I see a couple of Oxford Brookes. I also see some teams from one of the Scottish areas. I can't read that from here, guys. I do apologise. You have to shout. Harriet Watt are here.
Harriet Watt,
is your car here, Harriet Watt? It's not running. That's sad. Sorry, Harriet Watt. Oxford Brookes are here as well, though. The question is, where's your car, Oxford Brookes? Is it still in Scrutineering, or are we actually through? It's still in. I've just had a nod of the head. Still in Scrutineering for Oxford Brookes. They will be determined to improve on the finish last year. So close. That fantastic rivalry between Modena and Oxford Brookes. The lead story of FS UK 2023. It's now 26 years of FS UK this year.
Glorious, isn't it? It's the longest running series of them all.
Started out in a car park, and now we're at Silverstone.
Yep, nope, doing really well.
The venue goes up. The commentary, however, is us too. We can only apologise, but we're free. So, you know.
Well, not quite free. We get coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
I get coffee.
I do drink a certain F1 team branded energy drink, though. So if anyone's got a can of that going spare, I'm not going to say no.
The guys who sponsored Haas?
I don't recall.
The other more known brand of energy drink?
No.
Ah, okay. They were black, they were gold, 2019. They turned up, then disappeared as quickly as they turned up.
I wasn't here in 2019. I was on holiday.
Not here, F1.
Oh, I see.
Ah,
the rain's getting heavier here, and it's not helped by the rain. So if you do want to make your acceleration run and you want to get a good go of it with some decent grip, I'd recommend coming now, because it's not quite raining men just yet, but it's headed that way.
Yes, no, we're heading that way for sure. I was geeking out on points before. Just for our new viewers, do you want me to quickly go through how the points are broken?
Let's do that.
Because I have been on Formula Student's website just to get the full breakdown of this. So for anyone who's new to Formula Student, basically there's lots of different contests which students will be doing throughout this week. They can earn up to 1,000 points in total. So it's not just about coming onto the track and being the quickest here. There are many other challenges in there. I was talking earlier about the static events. So if you don't know what that means, the students have to go and do engineering design contests. They have to do a business plan presentation, which is basically like Dragon's Den, and they have to justify why their car could be turned into a business entity. And they also have to do cost and manufacturing justification. Between that and the lap time simulation events, they can earn up to 400 of the 1,000 points there. So whilst they're not the strongest scoring events, if you don't,
they're integral.
Exactly. If you don't do them, you're going to lose out massively.
Teams that do well in Formula Student are the teams that do well in both static and dynamic events. It's all well and good having the fastest car, but if you're showing up with a piece of paper saying, it costs about this much rather than a fully stocked spreadsheet, then you're not going to win. It's why teams like Modena and Oxford Brookes did so well last year, because they are consistent across the board.
The other aspect about engineering, I think a lot of people think there's a misconception that you've got to come here and prove why you're right. No, you've got to be able to prove that you understand your concept. We've seen teams be able to explain to a judge, yeah, we know this isn't the greatest design because we want to do this, that, and that as an update for next season, and they can still score points that way because they've been able to explain to the judges, who are professional engineers in their own right from various different industries, why their design is as it is. If you can understand your concept, then you are demonstrating that you understand your design, and henceforth you can still get points that way.
You might have noticed, we're sandbagging a bit. There are no cars. There might be one in the queue. I can see pink Hivers. The question is, why are they not on track? They're actually, hang on, they're coming towards, they're being wheeled towards the track. There's a car coming, Monty. Good news.
Car coming. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Once these runs are done, guys, so that's 400 of the 1,000 points explained. I'll tell you how they earn the other 600 points after these runs are done, because 75 of those points will come from what we're commentating on just now.
Talking of what we're commentating on, as I was mentioning earlier, the University of the Basque Country, the first electric team to get through Scrutineering, and they join us now on the national pitch straight for their acceleration run.
Fantastic. Buenos dias, señores and señoritas.
I can do sin queso in Spanish, which is no cheese or without cheese.
Okay.
My sister has a dairy allergy, so family holidays tended to consist of going to restaurants and just saying sin queso. That's pretty much as far as my Spanish goes.
Listen to that glorious noise. That means an EV has fired up into life and is ready to go.
Contrary to what you might expect, given that it tends to be green is good and red is bad, on an electric car, you actually want the red light on the roll bar flashing red. That means the car is underpowered, do not touch.
Yes.
If it's green, that means it's lost power, and that usually spells the end of a run for an electric car. So the good news here for the University of the Basque Country is that red light is flashing away, and contrary to the Billy Ocean song, it does not spell danger.
I'm just having a look at their drivetrain. I think it's just rear-wheel drive, is it,
Yes,
Giles?
it is rear-wheel drive there. Now, this should be impressive. These electric cars have got instant torque, so they can get away off the line like a stabbed rat. Edith Cohen's time may be about to be beaten by the team from Spain. And off they go, nice and silent. That's a real uncanny thing to hear, the lack of noise. 4.697, not as fast as I was expecting, but they're very pleased with it. They are very pleased with it, the University of the Basque Country. 0.2 seconds off where they need to be. Going back into the pit lane they are, rather than coming back for their second run immediately.
So for a first banker lap, in the drizzle.
Definitely. In the drizzle.
That is a very good place to be. That is a very high standard that they've got to push up from now.
One of the additional tests that the electric teams have to do is a rain test. It's a jolly good job they have to do that, because look at where we are now.
Yes, indeed. The car gets not submerged in water, but basically drowned, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Make sure that we don't have any kind of recreations of chucking a radio into a bathtub kind of situations here. It's all about safety here and making sure that these electric cars are safe to run in all weather conditions.
I know a lot of the teams do begin to wonder sometimes, given how hard scrutineering is. I mean, I've done Formula Student for 5 years. Came for my first time in 2021. I had hair like Brian May back then, and then I watched Scrutineering, and now look at me. I really don't envy the teams going through Scrutineering. It's such a high-pressure situation, and I can imagine there are some teams wondering, right, why it's so vigorous. But a few years ago, we did have two cars come together, and they were torn apart. One was completely written off. One, they did manage to repair it. But you'll note the only thing that was bruised was egos. The team drivers were both fine, and that's because of the rigorous safety standards run here at Formula Student UK. So it does pay off. It's difficult and a challenge, but it is worthwhile.
Oh, absolutely. Safety is paramount. You cannot compromise it in any way. As fantastic as it is to see these cars here, respectfully, we also have to remember that these cars have been built by students. This isn't coming from factories. This isn't coming from high-class facilities. And so sometimes we're going to get things wrong because we are still learning as students ourselves. So to have these safety standards in place keeps us safe. It keeps the spectators safe as well. You know, if you don't want a car failure and the car pitching off into a crowd or anyone like that. But, you know, it keeps the drivers and the team personnel safe as well. Driver egress as well, I think, is another massive one. You know, these drivers have to get out of the car within 5 seconds.
That's hard. Trust me, I've tried.
Oh, really? When was that?
Back in March at Cardiff Bay. Oh, thank you very much. You've just been passed over the timing sheets that we've got here for you. So far, the Basque Country have set one run with a 4.697. Meanwhile, we go over to Aberdeen, who are currently in fourth with their best time of a 4.559. The best time then from Coventry is a 4.553. So that's 6 thousandths of a second separating them. Very little going on there. Meanwhile, in second place, it is Cardiff with a 4.547.
Another 6 thousandths of a second. That's outrageously close from second to fourth.
There is nothing there also between, really. Cardiff, and our first place team, Edith Cohen, who have got a 4.495. So very little separating.
Less than a tenth in the top
teams.
4. That is amazing.
Thank you very much.
And if this drizzle carries on, it'll be interesting to see if we can improve on those times.
Every time you say drizzle, all I can think about is lemon drizzle cake.
I'm more of a sultana cake man myself, I'm afraid, Giles.
Are you?
Not many people out there appreciate sultanas, but I do because I have taste.
How have we got to this point already? Giles and Monty with you on the Formula Student stream and on the tannoys across Silverstone. We can only apologise. We're the best they could get, and we'll be with you across the weekend. So buckle in for this, whatever this is. We'll be able to bring you more cars as soon as they show up. We've had our first electric car, only made 1 out of its 4 runs. They do tend to do 2 each time. Obviously, each driver is entitled to 2 runs. Immediately going into the pit lane and then not returning would suggest that something's going on at the Basque Country pit lane with their car. What it is, I don't know.
I can see some of the team members in the background there walking away to the back of the paddock. So I'm wondering if that's them just got the car launched. Because of what the weather's doing, they've just done 1 run for now. They're going to do 1 attempt at the skid pad and just get it over and done with, just so they've got something on the time boards. And if it stays dry, then come back later and do a proper crack of it. Because honestly, that's what I would do right now in these weather conditions. The track is dry, just try and get a banker lap in on all the contests which you can do just now, because by default this should be the most competitive conditions.
You've dropped something there, lads. The Dynamics Marshal setting up the cones on the end of the national pit straight, ready for the top 6 shootout later on. At the moment, everyone's got through because we've only had 5 cars.
Shall I explain to the audience how we earned the other 600 points?
Other 600 points would be good.
Fantastic. So, as I told you before, 400 of the 1,000 points are available from the static events. What we're going to be seeing today and tomorrow are the dynamic events. This makes up the other 600 points which the teams can potentially earn. Currently, we're doing the acceleration event. That's 75 points there. We've also got the Skidpad event happening on the other side of Silverstone. That's another 75 points there. Later this afternoon, they're going to be doing the sprint or autocross challenge. That's, but basically whoever gets the quickest time there, that's going to be another 100 points there. There's also an efficiency run where they will get 100 points as part of the endurance event tomorrow. But the endurance event itself, now that's the big one. That's 250 points. So 25% of your whole total can come just from the endurance, which means so long as these guys turn up tomorrow and can finish, streets ahead of everyone else.
That's what I always say. If you finish endurance, you finish well. If you don't finish endurance, commiserations, I've been there more times than not. I would also say there will be some wondering as to why electric vehicles and internal combustion vehicles are competing in the same field, especially in cases such as acceleration or efficiency, because in both cases it tends to be that the electric vehicle will trounce the internal combustion vehicle. Having said that, if you look on the roads, it's a mixture of both. You don't end up with 1 lane for electric cars and 1 lane for internal combustion cars, and this is an engineering competition, so it does make sense. Talking of engineering competitions, it wouldn't be possible without our supporters and our FS partners, ANSYS, JLR, Babcock, MathWorks, Tata, Alexis as well. Thank you ever so much to all of them. They help make sure this event takes place every year. They are integral to us, and we're very grateful for their support. Got plenty more action to come. Absolutely. There is a car waiting to come out on track. I can see pink hivers, which is usually an indication that something with wheels is going to come and join us here on the pit straight. There's a lot of cheering suddenly erupting here on the pit straight.
I'm trying to work out what team that is.
Zakia. I've completely minced the pronunciation of that, but they're over the moon with something.
I want to say past scrutineering, I'm hoping that means.
What if the team have been waiting here and they've suddenly made an appearance, so that would indicate, yes, they're over the moon. Someone's happy about something.
These are really tall walls, aren't they?
Just a little bit, Mr. 6'2".
Yes, I know, but the suspense will be over very shortly. There is a nose about to peek out.
It's the Basque Country are back again.
Fantastic. Here for round 2.
The Cardiff Mafia giving us their best Mexican wave. Congratulations, guys. I don't know about you, but you're making me feel 22. Well done. Don't know whether we can get a camera on the lads in purple. Mike, Dinky and Robin. Oh, Formula Student alumni. And look, they come back. The event is just that good. Or it's Stockholm Syndrome, you can decide. Car 48 coming to join us here on track. Eventually.
There is definitely another car down there, Giles.
There must be. That cheering can't have been for the Basque Country because they've already made a run and there wasn't that much fuss.
Absolutely.
Not that Basque Country don't deserve the fuss. I'm sure they do. I mean, they're the first electric car to get through scrutineering, and hats off to them. But
can you see over that wall?
I can jump.
I mean, I can because I'm 6'2". Unfortunately for you, sir, you're the smallest man that ever lived.
Thank you very much for that. I would have you know my Tinder profile says I'm 6 foot, and I stand by that. Here comes the University of the Basque Country for their second run here at Acceleration Formula Student UK 2024. We're with you all weekend. So sit tight, relax, and enjoy what tends to be the Glastonbury of engineering. And this ought to be something because the car's gone away for a moment and come back. And I anticipate they've dialed in the car to get that instant torque. They would 0.2 of a second off that 4.49. Set by Edith Cohen. The red light flashing and away they go. Putting that power down, the foot down to the floor. The time then, 4.624. Very consistent, but still not enough to topple the teams ahead of them.
It moves so beautifully off the line.
It does, it moves.
No tire squeal or anything, it's just yeet, off it goes.
There is no drama with electric cars. Until they stop, then there's a lot of drama.
Oh, yes.
But that didn't stop, so that did very well.
Very impressive run from the University of the Basque Country there.
The noise came from Bizkaia. The team from Bizkaia were cheering very loudly for one reason or another.
I am hearing static conversation over there, so I'm just going to go and have a look on FS's website to see if there's been any results.
There might well have been, and we ought to be talking about them, so if we can, we will do. Be here for a while. This event doesn't finish until midday. If you've been over at Skidpad and you've had some good results, do let us know as well. You can get in touch with us, of course, on social media, on the YouTube live stream. Monty looking at some results here.
So they have provisionally... Right, so they have announced the finalists for the business presentation.
They do tend to do that during Acceleration. The top 3 will be competing at lunchtime in between Acceleration.
Top 4. They've announced top 4 here. So our top 4 for the business presentation is Technical University of Denmark, University of Birmingham, University of Bath. Oh, get in. University of Hertfordshire. Well done, UH rating.
Almost like you went to Hertfordshire, Monty.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Sorry. Look, I've had a whole year of you showing bias towards Cardiff.
What do you mean bias to Cardiff?
This is my turn now,
I've never heard such an outrageous statement in all my days of Formula Student commentary.
Oh, well, congratulations to the top 4 there. So those are the finalists who will be doing their business presentations later on. Oh, I hope we're not commentating there so I can go and watch.
We won't be. It will be in between Acceleration and Sprint, so it tends to be when we go off and have our lunch, oddly enough. That will be broadcast on the YouTube live stream for teams that want to support those finalists. You can see it all there on YouTube broadcast from the pavilion. It has been in the past. I imagine it's the same again this year.
Now imagine if that's the business being published, costs and design can't be that far away either.
I shouldn't imagine so. And we'll begin to see what shape FS UK 2024 is taking.
Absolutely. We are live on social media as well, guys, by the way. So that's at Formula Student, where you can see all the latest results going on there. Giles and myself are looking at our own commentators page for notes there. So if you want to have a nose at Racing Mont, or Giles, what's yours?
At Giles_Cosgrove.
So we will be keeping an eye on our DMs there throughout the day as well. So if there's any plugins, you want to say hello to anyone, you can do that as well.
Let us know, get in touch.
Helicopter. Now someone was telling me something about this. There's a big event going on just outside Silverstone, so I'm going to geek out on this because I'm an aeroplane anorak. Hang on, I did do my notes on this. It's called we have Ways Festival, and it's happening literally outside of Silverstone today. So we're going to be seeing throughout the day lots of aircraft like that doing low flyovers. We're going to see lots of old World War II aircrafts flying over as well today. So I'm like a pig in mud just now. I've got race cars here and I've got aeroplanes above me. What more could I be doing, Giles, than this just now?
Honestly, it's a great place to be at Silverstone. It's always a nice place to be. People are asking for underdogs this year. A team that we couldn't quite tell whether they were going to show up with a car or not was Exeter, and they're on the cusp of getting through scrutineering. So I would argue that Exeter are the underdogs this year to get through and get out on track.
Yes, University of Exeter have certainly been making a lot of social media noise throughout the year. They have been very exciting to watch and really hyped us up. So I really hope we get to see them on the track later, because they would be the underdog story for sure.
Another team I really do want to see is Formula Trinity. They've been wonderful all week. They had some problems with their springs on their suspension and found that they didn't have enough clearance when you had the driver in, and as a result they sent two of their suspension team on a 4-hour drive to get new dampers.
Oh no.
Which is massive commitment from them. Also, have you heard one of their team went to the Monaco Grand Prix?
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Apparently it's common knowledge in the Trinity College team, but I had no idea until recently. But Ava's boyfriend's cousin is the Prince of Monaco, and she was lucky enough to watch the Monaco Grand Prix from the Grand Hotel and have dinner with Charles Leclerc and Jackie Stewart.
I am mildly jealous.
Mildly?
Just
Jackie
mildly.
Stewart?
Sir Jackie Stewart.
Sir Jackie Stewart. Bless his heart, he was surprised that there were still fans. I'm like, of course there are still fans of Jackie Stewart. The man's a legend.
Yeah, the man is an absolute legend. What he has done for safety in motorsports is we are in their debt. And it is so influential in just standard design principles in engineering today. You know, safety was a kind of afterthought, but when he used to race, it was well known how, like, Colin Chapman would make the car lighter. Didn't matter if the car would crash, it made the car quicker. That's all that mattered.
Yes, that was the risk that you had driving for Lotus. You could probably win the championship, but you also did run the risk of dying, and many did, including Jim Clark and Jochen Rindt. Jochen Rindt, the only posthumous world champion in Formula One.
Indeed, yes, exactly. So Sir Jackie Stewart, the way he changed our philosophies and the way to accept that safety is paramount, and that has to be considered when designing a race car. No, for me, he will always be a legend, because that means we get to all enjoy Formula One as it is today.
Can you just imagine having just sat there having dinner with him whilst he's talking to Charles Leclerc and you're just translating across the table? So there you go. It's the worst kept secret in Trinity College Dublin's Formula Student team, and now it's the worst kept secret at Formula Student across the board. If you want to go to Monaco, just ask Ava, apparently.
Yes. Another underdog I would like to see on the track later today, Giles, hopefully, because they're literally one stick away, I've heard. UCME, University of Bolton.
Ooh.
They have done such a wonderful job. They've got a nicely prepared car. They've been such an integral part of the sim racing series this year. They've been one of the top competitors there as well. And I would love to see them on the track as well, because they get involved in so many different elements of motorsport. Their facility is fantastic. And, well, they've got a car at the moment which is 50 kilos lighter than last year's, they were telling me. And, yeah, if they one stick away from getting on the track, I want to see what they can do. I
really would be excited to see what Bolton can do. They've got a great team there. And I always love the livery of Bolton. It reminds me of the WRX Subaru Impreza. Absolutely gorgeous. You got those gold alloys and you got the bright electric blue on the body. Fantastic stuff.
Very beautiful looking cars for sure. I am having a quick nose at the entry brochure at the moment.
Those on the stream are having a quick nose at us. We are now on camera.
Oh, are we?
I think, possibly.
Hello, guys.
Because, they've run out of things to look at on the track.
So they want to look at my beautiful outfits instead, Giles. See, I have brought the summer, guys.
You've gone Hawaiian, I've gone leather. So between us, we're somewhere between, what, Top Gear and True Romance.
We are our new dynamic, Giles. This is just a new dynamic. Monty and Giles, Monty and Giles. Giles and Monty.
Somewhere between the two. We'll be able to bring you as many acceleration runs as time permits and as cars allow. Currently, everyone who's running acceleration, congratulations, you're in the top 6 shootout, because we haven't had even 6 cars here yet. So, well done to you.
There was a Norwegian team with a nicely prepared car that we saw yesterday. Who was that?
The name eludes me, but even if I could remember the name, I'd probably mince the pronunciation, so it's probably a good job that I can't.
Nope, this is a nice easy one to remember. University of Norway.
Well, that's that problem solved then, isn't it?
Honestly, have a look at the book. If anyone's got one of these handouts, you can pick these up around the track, by the way. So have a look at page 47 in there. Does that not look like a nice FS car that we want to see on the track later?
I want to see all of these teams from Denmark, from Norway. I mean, Line Racing have had previous here at Formula Student. They've done very well. Another team I really do want to see, and I hope they get through scrutineering, is Team Bath Racing Electric. They looked really promising in the paddock this week.
Yes. You've just reminded me, another reason why I want to see Bolton on the track. They are, according to this book, the only team with a combustion engine running a belt-driven transmission.
Oh, that is interesting. If you're an anorak, which you and I are, so that is interesting to us. It might be worth explaining the difference between a belt drive and a chain drive.
I would if I knew. Give me a minute to re-jog my memory, and I will tell you exactly what the difference is between those two. So I'm going to stop geeking out this book now and actually
you can get
start
them, by the way.
contributing.
The books that we're looking at, they're not special to us in the commentary box. You can get your hands on them. Many of you already have. They're available from the info point. Grab as many as you like. We've got enough to sink a battleship here at FS UK 2024. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Keep your comments, please, coming in. We'll look at them as soon as we can. Not to mention, of course, we'll do shout-outs, birthday shout-outs, shout-outs for teams, shout-outs for graduation, shout-outs for proud parents, shout-outs for disappointed parents if you are. We hope you're not. It's a massive effort to get here alone, let alone get through scrutineering and get a car out on track.
Absolutely.
Hence why we've had only 5 so far.
Absolutely, yes. No, it's a really tall order. I really hope we get to see some of the teams later on because it's a miracle just to get here with a car. This really is cherry on top of the cake if you can get them onto the track. Partial scrutineering. But I mean, it's such an educational event, this, over the course of the 4 days. Yes, it's great to see the cars on the track. But there's so much that they can take away from this, especially for the teams. This is their first attempt at doing Formula Student. They've understood more from the design. As I say, in these static events, they're speaking to actual professionals.
Yes. The professionalism does tend to stay on the track. Over at the campsite, the latest information from Formula Student UK memes is that Sheffield Hallam's flag went for a wander and has since been returned over at the campsite. The World Cup, the Flunkyball World Cup, is also underway. Plenty of teams taking part in that over at the campsite. If people could keep me updated on the results of that, I have been asked to commentate on the final.
Oh, have you?
I'm not entirely sure when the final is taking place, but I have been asked to do so.
Should be fun.
Flunkyball is a game prevalent across Formula Student events around the world, in fact. Started in Germany, was played with a cabbage, is now played with a tyre here in the UK, as far as I recall.
Tyre seems more appropriate for this event.
That's what I thought. I'm quite fond of the tyre. It seems a bit of a controversial choice of item to throw at a 2-litre bottle of water, but I am in favour of the tyre myself. There is also a flag competition going between FS UK Memes and ourselves in the commentary box. We've agreed that the best campsite flag will be flown from the commentary box on Sunday. So far, the team with the flag yesterday, that their faculty advisor bought them, that said, we do this not because it is easy, we did this because we thought it would be easy. I thought that was very fun. Meanwhile, there's a round of applause echoing down the national pitch straight. Someone's happy about something.
Going to have another nose. I may have to go for a wander if there's no cars on the track.
I said it might well be worth doing so. Going finding out what's going on, Monty. I can hold the fort here if you need me to.
Okie doke, I can do that. Oh, hello. Something else has been published on Formula Students' website. It is the Real World AI.
Real World AI results available now on the Formula Student social media channels. Head over to Instagram or Twitter. I refuse to call it X.
Any teams that want to protest any of the results that you see on there, you have until 11 a.m. So chop chop.
Half an hour.
Right, shall I go for a wander and see if I can find anything happening on the pits?
Monty's off for a wander. He'll keep you posted. Someone's pleased about something. I think that's Oxford Brookes with their fists in the air. Have they got through scrutineering? Oxford Brookes, are you through scrutineering yet? Ish. Better than no. We'll take that. You're just doing tilt. My sympathies with whoever's driving, because that's terrifying, being in that car on tilt. Not only do they get it up to 60 degrees, they then hold it there with a large steel rod, and you're kept there for 30 seconds or so to check the weight balance on the car, make sure it's safe, etc. And takes nerves of steel, does that. So if you've got family here, if you've got a son or daughter, or however they identify, and you've got them here, congratulations, they've done impeccably well to get this far. It is a challenge and a half to design and build a car in a year. You've got to have a brand new chassis and a significant change on your car. Some teams go for an evolution, some teams go for a revolution. Either way, the aim is always to get out here onto the hallowed tarmac that is Silverstone, the home of British motorsport. Of course, the first Grand Prix held here in 1950. 2 weeks ago, we saw Sir Lewis Hamilton take his 9th victory here at the British Grand Prix. We'll see who takes victory here this weekend for Formula Student. Last year it went to Italy. If the Euros are anything to go by, the Spanish teams are something to watch this week. That should have been offside, but what do I know about football? So, teams are getting their results through for those static events. Get online. You can also find the information on the info point. It will be published there, printed out and stuck to the wall outside the info point if you can't get on your social media. There is Wi-Fi available here. It's free and you don't have to log in or anything. So if teams need to print anything off or get internet access to adjust something, then it's available there. The time now, currently 27 minutes to 11. So that's an hour and 27 left of this event. Not to mention, we will have to do the top 6 shootout. So if you want to be running in this event, I suggest you get over here because they're going to close it up eventually to do the top shootout. I do wonder where Leeds has got to. Where has Leeds got to? I'm getting waved at on the start-finish straight. You don't forget you can come and spectate if you've got nothing better to do this weekend. And what is there better than coming to Silverstone with pit lane access for only 30 quid? 30 or 40 quid, something along those lines. But do bear in mind that if you go to the Grand Prix and you want pit lane access, it's going to cost you £600 for that sort of access, even more than that, and you're getting it for 5% of that. So if you are sat there at home thinking, I'd love to be there, come over. Tickets are still available now to come and spectate at Formula Student UK. Giles Cosgrove with you across the weekend. My colleague Monty has headed off to investigate what's going on across the rest of the event. My co-commentator Jess on the Sim Racing Series will be joining us tomorrow. So we're just waiting for more cars to join us here on the National Pit Straight. Could be waiting a while. And judging by the looks of things, we might see more teams get through scrutineering in time for sprint this afternoon and for endurance tomorrow. So sprint acts as qualifying for endurance. Endurance is the big one. It is make or break for the teams, and they will qualify on a very similar track this afternoon in sprint. The fastest teams will go last, the slowest teams will go first. Before that, you will have a mixed field of teams that didn't qualify and enter for what is essentially open season. Now, the qualifying is integral because those teams that qualify last will go first, and then a slightly faster team who's of approximately the same pace will then enter the track, and you'll be on track with similarly paced cars. By the end of it, you got your fastest teams will end up with a clear circuit and they can absolutely send it. And in the case of Modena last year, that was a good thing because their driving, whilst godlike, also had the attitude of Hades, and they got black flagged for overly aggressive driving. And everyone needed to get out of the way of them, so it was a good job that the track was clear. Those that have got a clear track can send it, and obviously if you finish endurance, it then comes down to your fastest time and your efficiency, so those times are also very important. What you don't want to do is have a bad sprint time, know that you can go faster, and then be inhibited by slower cars all around you. So sprint this afternoon is going to be one to watch. That will be held at Cops Corner, broadcast live on the Formula Student YouTube channel and across the tannoys here at Silverstone. Thank you to Hi-Vis for making it happen. It's very much appreciated what you guys do, running around like headless chickens. It's massively impressive, and we're ever so grateful to them. So thank you for making us look and sound slick and professional, even though those words don't tend to come up for myself and Monty. The pit straight is currently clearing. I can't tell whether that's because there are not a lot of cars or whether I'm talking. I'm hoping it's the former. If you've got any shout-outs that you want us to do, then do please get in touch on the YouTube channel. You can comment on the live stream. You can also get in touch with myself and Monty at Giles Cosgrove and at Racing Mont, respectively. This event held here until midday, so still time to get your car on track for a run at Acceleration. Not seen the Basque Country complete their runs. I believe they've only done 2 of the 4. Could be wrong. Currently in the lead are Edith Cohen from Australia. Came all the way here a couple of weeks ago. Been travelling around the UK, dialing in their car, designed specifically for the FS UK rules. They have dominated in the Australian event in the past. They come from just outside of Perth. And one of their faculty advisors is the commentator for Formula Student Australia. So acutely aware that we need to do a good job here in the commentary box for the UK event. Hopefully we can have a bit of Australian UK commentary later this afternoon or potentially tomorrow for you. Meanwhile, as it stands, Australia in the lead, closely followed by Wales. Scotland also in the mix, as is England and as is Spain. So we've got a real multinational lineup headed into the top 6 shootout. 5 of the 6 spaces have been taken up. If you come and post a time on the Acceleration run, irrespective of what you get, you will still be in the top 6 shootout as things stand. The sun is beginning to come out, the drizzle has departed, the track is dry. Now is as good a time as any to be making a run at Acceleration. So roll up, please. There's a plane going over. I could commentate on that if you wanted, but I can't anticipate you're going to be exactly thrilled about that. Meanwhile, there's some cheers going up with the orange high-vis on my left at the top of the pit lane. Some shouts going on there. Is everyone over at Skidpad? Ah, there's a pink high-vis, and I can hear tyres crunching tarmac. So there is a car to my left on the other side of the pit wall. Monty is going for a wander, attempting to work out who they are and whether they're going to be making a run fairly soon. The time to beat is a 4.49 as set by Edith Cohen. We weren't quite quick enough to be able to bring you that on the stream. It was broadcast live on my Instagram. We'll be able to bring you some behind the scenes in the commentary box live on Instagram as well over the course of the weekend. So do make sure you're following us. Big shout out to Cheryl, who is doing the in-vision presenting. A wonderful job there. Always a pleasure working with Cheryl. There is a car being brought down the pit straight towards us here. So we're moments away from another Acceleration run, I would hope. Monty scoping things out. 2 cars headed towards us here for their runs at Acceleration. So grab your popcorn, sit back and relax. We're about to go racing again, sort of, here at Formula Student UK 2024. The sun is coming out-ish. How's it looking to you, Monty?
Hello, Giles. Sorry, I'm just looking at a massive kestrel flying over us, and I'm worried that it's got to come down and hunt me, thinking that I'm prey. It's a what?
We've been reliably informed by the gentleman in charge of the timing that Monty's Hawaiian shirt seems to be doing the trick and bringing out the sun.
I told you, that's what we're here for. This is the time when the sun will come out before the rain turns up later. Mid-morning, it burns a hole in the clouds, and now we're seeing a little bit of blue. You're welcome. So, in the pits, what I could see over there, Giles, was we currently have University of Basque coming back down for rounds 3 and 4. University of Central Lancashire are also there. I don't know if they're intending on coming for a run or if they're just pushing down elsewhere, but they are definitely down there in the background just now outside the garages, so a little bit tempting. I've been having a catch-up with the students on the wall as well. So University of Southampton are 2 stickers away from passing Scrutineering. They're not sure if they can get out for this, but the target is definitely for sprints. University of Surrey as well, Surtees, they are targeting the sprints as well.
Are they?
They are.
It'll be impressive to see Surrey out on track.
It would be. This is coming from their fan zone over there, of course, who's the unofficial social media rep for Surrey.
I think
today.
I've just spotted our youngest fan here at Formula Student UK, and that is absolutely adorable. Starting them young, I like that.
You can never be too young to be an engineer.
Definitely not.
Legos for age 1 and above.
Were you a Duplo man?
I was a Duplo man. It was much safer than the Lego. I still choke on it now.
Got 2 cars lining up here for acceleration here at the National Pitch Straight. If you've just joined us, it's Giles and Monty. We're with you all day. Joining us tomorrow will be Jess. FS UK across the weekend. We've already been doing the static events. And hopefully here comes Cardiff as well. So there's 3 teams in the queue ready to do acceleration. So it's all beginning to hot up just a little bit. The event will finish at midday, 1 hour and 19 minutes, as I have it on my watch left to run. Not to mention we'll have to do the top 6 shootout. If UClan can post a run, any run, they'll get into the top 6 as things stand.
Yep. Well, as it stands, Giles, I've just walked that straight earlier today in 60 seconds, so I'm technically in the hot shoot as well at the moment.
Indeed. Now, the interesting thing about this is that it's not run from lights. As soon as the lights go out, you don't need to go. It's not even lights. It is a green flag held up by the Chief Marshal here on acceleration. Once they hold that flag up, the driver is able to go when they're ready,
yes,
which allows them to get the car to the point that they're happy with it and also get themselves mentally prepared. I like that. They then cross the timing beam. That starts the timer, and then they'll cross a second timing beam at the top of the course, and that switches it off. Unfortunately, earlier, for the first run of the second driver from Edith Cohen, they stalled it, but they actually had started moving. So they tripped the timing beam. It took them a good 14 seconds to get the car going again, by which point, by the time they actually crossed the line, it was an 18-second time.
Yes.
That is the risk that you have when running an IC car.
Also worth noting that this technology will be used for the sprint later today, so it's exactly the same process there. The green flag will drop, but it's up to the driver to decide when they want to go. So I guess we could say to drivers who stall, just hit the brake straight away so you don't trip that timing beam. Start the car up again, get your revs correct, and you can live for another day.
Exactly. Easier said than done.
Of course.
As we've found out, as I found out, certainly, how hard can it be to drive a Formula Student car? The answer coming to you across the weekend, we hope, at some point.
Yes, this is what I've been told, but for now, let's see how hard this one is to drive.
University of the Basque Country, back again for their 3rd run. The first electric team through Scrutineering.
4.6 so far, their best time, is it, Giles?
I believe it is. 4.6 is the best time from the Basque Country. 2/10 off where they need to be in order to get ahead of Edith Cohen. The green flag is down for the driver. The red light above them is up. No noise from this car. It's uncanny watching this. Away they go then.
That's rapid.
That is very quick. What is the time? 4.364.
Nice.
So close, 0.1 of a second between the University of the Basque Country and the top spot here at acceleration. We know that's what an electric car can do. That instant torque is just so helpful on an event like this.
I thought 4.4 was the fastest time.
4.4, it is the fastest time. I've completely ruined that. I do apologise. Basque Country are in the lead. There we go.
Now, can Basque Country beat that? Let's see if they can get a 4.2. That was the fastest from last year, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
4.3.
Yeah. Basque Country are in the lead with then immense torque, the instant torque of an acceleration.
It just launched so much quicker.
Yeah,
it just looked like it was going for it.
It's uncanny how silent it is. That's what I can't get my head around. I can never. You expect for a course like this noise, drama, gear changes, revs, none of that with an electric car, and yet they post the fastest time, and I completely miss it because it is so undramatic, because it is so nuanced and subtle.
So, in answer to our question just before, how easy is that to drive? They made it look
pretty easy.
They made it look very easy. I'm sure the drivers would tell us otherwise.
I should imagine so. They've also got to decide on their torque vectoring when it comes to their electric cars if they are four-wheel drive. So something like Oxford Brooks's car, which is for in-hub motors, they'll have to decide what percentage of the power to send where. They can't do variable torque vectoring under the rules, but they are allowed to choose exactly where it goes relative to those four motors. In the case of the Basque Country, though, that's a rear engine or rear motor powering them. So there's just a question of stomping your foot down on the metal and keeping it in a straight line. They've done very well, a 4.364. That's your fastest time here at Formula Student UK 2024.
Interestingly, they didn't come back to pair up.
They
gone
don't.
back into the pits again,
I've noticed this. It's a consistent thing with these guys. They just do one run and then they're straight back into the pits.
I mean, you need to go and put a couple of extra double A's into it before they do the next run, maybe.
Pit wall has got busy all of a sudden. I've noticed Warwick are here as well. Warwick, have you got through scrutineering? Yes, Warwick have got through scrutineering. In fact, they're sticking out onto the pit lane. Perfect.
Oh, congratulations.
Lovely to see from the University of Warwick joining us here for their first run at Acceleration. 4.3, the time to beat, as set by the team from Uni of Basque Country. It is an electric car. So they are in with a chance here. It's a question, I guess, of who's got a heavier right foot, Warwick or the Basque Country.
We'll find out shortly, Giles. Now, I'm just thinking with my engineering head at the moment. We're talking tenths of a second difference.
We are.
Between all the cars at the moment. If you had to commit to tyres, tyre pressure specifically.
Oh, now we're talking.
Do you go for high tyre pressures to minimise rolling resistance? Or do you go for something softer so you have lots of grip off the line?
I'd go for the low pressure. I'd be going for low pressure tyres myself. And here comes the University of Warwick to make their first run on Acceleration. The electric car slowly making its way toward the line. The red light is flashing above the driver on the roll hoop, which indicates that they are under power, which is good news for Warwick.
Very encouraging. Creeping up to the line, the man with the big stick there, ready to point them in the right direction. Don't creep up ahead. Number 12. Fantastic paint scheme.
I love a nice low slungs tubular space frame with the body panels. Green in various shades. University of Warwick on the line, ready for their first go at Acceleration. Marshall just having a quick discussion with the driver. The green flag goes up, no need to worry about revs, just a question of thumbs up and ready to go. Power down, slightly slow start, but that instant torque should make up for it. Big tyres on the side of the Warwick car, and the time is a 5.095 from the University of Warwick.
Congratulations, Warwick. That's a good banker lap in.
That's them into the top 6 as things stand.
Right, coming back for a second run.
0.7 seconds separating them and the leaders, Basque Country.
Coming straight back for a second run instantly, Giles. I'll tell you what their car reminds me of. Looking at that paint scheme, have you ever played Minecraft?
Yes. I know exactly what you mean.
It's a creeper.
It is. Getting a round of applause from the team is the driver. Just slowing down and trying to line the car up, ready to take another run at Acceleration. Time now, 10 minutes to 11. The event closes at midday.
A good steering lock on that car, actually.
It's a good turning circle. Large tyres as well.
Yes.
Also looks to me that their hubs have been made themselves on the line, ready to go. Here's the first driver for their second run from the University of Warwick. The green flag is down. The green flag goes up and away they go immediately. Quicker start off the line. What time can they do? It is a 5.069 from the University of Warwick.
Two very consistent runs from the team there. That'll be interesting. So I suspect they're going straight back into the pits now. Yep, there we go. And they'll go and swap drivers.
They'll be right back out here.
Absolutely. I wonder if we'll see any difference in the power settings for their second runs now that they've completed the banker run.
Quite possibly. They are currently in the top 6. They are in 6th. Can we get a sub-4 time today? Are we going to see a sub-4 time? There's a lot of thinking going on behind Monty's sunglasses. What do you reckon? Sub 4, is it going to happen? Are we going to see it? We've seen 4.3, it's only 4 tenths to get under.
I'm not sure if we're going to see it from a combustion engine car. I think it is doable definitely for an EV, unless we've got a really rapid combustion engine car, which we're not thinking of at the moment. I'd be intrigued to see what Brooks could do.
Okay, yes, with 4 in-hub motors, yes.
I reckon they've got a chance to do it, but I don't want to put a dampener on things, but the way things are at the moment, I think it's a tall order.
Meanwhile, here comes someone I have the deepest admiration for, the second driver from Cardiff Racing, Cota. First time Cota ever drove a Cardiff car was at Acceleration last year, got 1 run in the pouring rain with a dodgy clutch and managed to absolutely send it, was only a tenth or 2 outside the top 6. Cota's had plenty more practice behind the wheel of this car, so the question now is, what can they do? Cardiff currently in 3rd place in the top 6, needing to be wheeled up to the line, edging forward towards the big stick of the Marshal. Ready to go. Triumph Street Triple in the back, new aero, new front suspension for Cardiff. The car called Sia, the green flag goes up. The revs go up as well. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Wheel spin, close, 4.786 for Cardiff. 4 tenths away from what they need.
Lovely sounding launch control, though.
It does sound good. They've been looking at that clutch, trying to get it fixed. Making sure it doesn't stall at the top of the course. Keeping it under power is Cota, bringing it round for his final run. For 0.4 seconds is the time to improve on, but I believe they're bringing them into the pits. The Marshals at the top of the course there.
Okay, so whilst they decide what's going on with the car there, I can let you guys know that the provisional results for costs have also been published now. And so going into the finals later today, University of the Basque Country, University of Bath, Oxford Brookes University, University of Glasgow and University of Birmingham are our finalists for costs.
There you go. That's going to be good news for those teams. You've already seen the Basque Country, and they are currently leading Acceleration. Like the Euros, could FS UK be about to go to Spain? So, let's go through our acceleration times as things stand. Warwick closing out the top 6 with a 5.069. It's Aberdeen then with a 4.559. Coventry with a 4.533, Cardiff with a 4.547, Edith Cohen with a 4.495, and the Basque Country with a 4.364. Those are your top 6 as things stand. If we get fresh teams out, all of a sudden we will be seeing some teams dropping out of that top 6 shootout. We've got just over an hour to go here on Acceleration, and things are beginning to get a little more intense as it is now all to play for.
I think we're about to see a new team come on to the straight, Giles. I can see a load of bibs over there with number 146 on it, which I believe is University of Central Lancashire. UCLan
entering the fray then, the top 6 already locked out. Can they get in? Can they knock someone out is the question.
It's a very good question. It's very close at the moment, literally tenths of a second in it. But then again, with only 100 metres.
0.7 seconds between the top 6. As things stand.
That is incredible. I'm really looking forward to this. I cannot tell you what our top 6 looks like just now, because whilst we're waiting for these cars to come onto the track, we still have other cars just finishing off their scrutineering as well.
We do.
So there could be other competitors that we're not even thinking of yet, and they're going to surprise us in half an hour.
I'm predicting a bottleneck in about 25 minutes, half an hour.
A la Formula Student style.
So we've got various categories here at Formula Student. We've got, of course, internal combustion, we've got electric vehicles, we've got AI, we've also got our concept class, and we've got sponsors for all of those categories, and we're very grateful to all of them. Avonside, Safety Management, On Shape, Multimatic, who have developed suspension purely for the Formula Student application. So we're very grateful to them. They're also displaying an Aston Martin Valkyrie here on the pit lane, and it's a gorgeous car, absolutely stunning. I've yet to see a car prettier than the Aston Martin Valkyrie. It looks both elegant and dangerous, and that's what you want from a car. Elsewhere, we've also got sponsorship from Bentley, RS, the ever faithful RS, thank you to them, and of course the Faraday Institution, so thank you ever so much to all of them for sponsoring the various categories here at Formula Student. Also got exhibitors including IPG, who are involved with the lap sim, Mercedes-AMG, high performance powertrains, Matrix, nuclear security technologies, Dewey measurement innovation, and Embed as well, so thank you to them. Cardiff, all of a sudden, are here. I can see Cardiff, but I was expecting UCLan to be joining us first, so we'll keep you posted as soon as we can. Who's going to be making their run next? Is it going to be UCLan, or is it going to be Cardiff with their last run? 4.3, the time set by the University of the Basque Country. It's the time to beat, 0.7 seconds, separating the top 6. The next new team that joins will have to go for it in order to get into the top 6 and knock out one of the teams. That team on the edge at the moment is the University of Warwick, with a 5 near enough dead by a few hundreds. Is it going to be UCLan? Is it going to be Cardiff? Stand by and stay tuned. Get your shout-outs coming in over on the Formula Student YouTube channel. You can get in touch there. You can also get in touch directly on Instagram with myself and Monty at Giles_Cosgrove, at Racing Mont, respectively. The pit lane growing busier and busier as the event goes on. We are going to get that bottleneck, I should say. We are going to get that queue of teams all desperate to make runs with about half an hour to go, I reckon. I
mean, I wouldn't expect anything less. This happens every year.
It does.
Into here, into the sprints as well. It always happens. Everyone tries to leave it to the perfect time. Quickly, quickly, get in, get in, get in. And I wouldn't expect anything less this time either, but it's good to at least see some new teams queuing up there, because it means things will get a little bit more spicy. Absolutely. Talking of new teams, I can see on the national pitch straight here, I can see a couple of Glaswegians here. Ooh. Glasgow, how are you doing? Have you got through scrutineering yet? The sound of silence from UGR. That says a lot. Cardiff here for their final run. So they've got ahead of UCLan in the queue for one reason or another. Who is team number 2, Giles? I'm seeing some number 2 bibs. Last year's second place team was Staffordshire, I believe. Does that mean Staffordshire are coming? I'd love to see Staffordshire. It's the first year they're running with an aero package, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. Meanwhile, Cardiff are fired up. I can see, well, I could hear the ever faithful sound of the Triumph Street Triple, but it's now gone away again. Backfiring again. There we are. Makes a nice noise. I do love the sound of a triple. There is one team here running my favourite motorbike in its engine, a Kawasaki Ninja. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Here come Cardiff then. 4th and final run from the university, based in the capital of Wales. Lining up on the line, headed towards the big stick of the marshal at the top of the course. 75 metres to do. 4.3 to beat from the Basque Country. Kota behind the wheel of Sia. What can they do? Up go the Revs. Revs going well up, trying to get settled into a good place. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Up go the Revs. There goes the gear change. Here comes the time, and it's a 4.516. Nice. That was a really clean launch, Giles. Puts them into third. I think they were already in third, and it solidifies their third. But now it does certainly. But that was a beautiful launch. It was perfect amount of revs, yeah, perfect amount of wheel spin, and clean shifts all the way down. I think that run maximised to its full potential. Really, really great stuff from Cardiff, which puts them in proper contention with Edith Cohen. You'll notice that the University of the Basque Country are 0.2 ahead of that. They have got an electric car, which has got its instant torque. It just shows you the benefits of an EV on acceleration. You just instantly get that power. There is an engine trying to start up, and it's just fired. It's coming round. Is that going to be UCLan? Exciting, exciting times, Giles, and just in time. Look at how busy the pit wall's getting. People want to see some action. I want to see some action. Who's our next car going to be? It's being brought round now, I think. I can see some of the Dynamics volunteers coming through as well.
Is that the Basque Country back again?
Their fourth and final attempt.
They've
been doing one at a time.
They have been doing that one at a time. They are currently your leaders. Meanwhile, there's a legend here. He's trying to hide from me. I can see you. I can see you. Got a Welsh legend amongst us. Meanwhile, your leaders in acceleration here on the national pitch straight at Formula Student UK 2024 are Spanish. They are the University of the Basque Country with a 4.3. Can they go better? I still want to see a sub-4 time, Monty. I still think one of these cars is capable of it.
I really hope so. It's going to be interesting. Now's the best time to do it, though. The conditions are right. It's the driest it's been. There's a bit of heat on the circuit now from that bit of sun.
There's that characteristic beep signalling that the car is under power for the electric cars. Provided that red light is flashing on the roll hoop above the driver's head, we should be good to go.
Confirm, because they are now moving.
Here we go then. Car number 48, black and red.
For the fourth and final time today, Giles, University of the Basque Country. Do we think they can beat their time?
I sincerely hope so. I also hope that I spot it if they do this time.
Yes. Activate berserk mode, max power, let's go.
Green flag down, green flag up. No worries about revs. It's just a question of preparing the mind. The way they go.
Oh, that's quick.
Absolute. Oh, we slowed down for a second then.
What a shame.
4.624.
Oh.
That slowed down in the middle of the course, and that cost them 0.3 of a second. What was the reason for that then? Would they slip off the accelerator pedal?
Could have been that. There could have been a misconnect in the motors there, which just cut out the power for a second. But I'll tell you what, given that they lost acceleration, still get 4.6. That's still not the slowest time.
No, it isn't.
That is a quick car. I'm really looking forward to seeing that in the sprint.
They've topped cost, and they've also topped acceleration.
University of the Basque Country.
Ones to watch.
Yes, ones to watch. This could be the underdog story so far. They mean business.
Formula Student UK and University of the Basque Country. Could it be a love story?
I'm going to say yes.
Anticipating more cars joining us, there is a queue developing here at the National Pit Straight. Unfortunately, I'm not tall enough to see over the wall.
However, I am, so I'm going for a nose, and I'll report back in 60 seconds, Giles.
Fantastic stuff. Stay with us here on YouTube. Get your comments coming in. We'll also be bringing you the business final live from the pavilion around lunchtime, and then from that, we'll also be bringing you the sprint runs at Cops Corner. The track has already been laid out by our wonderful Dynamics volunteers in purple. Thank you ever so much to them. They take time out of their lives to come and join us here at Formula Student every year. And also a big shout out to the Motorsport UK Marshals. We've got 3 cars lined up ready to go here at Acceleration. And here comes the University of Warwick, currently in the drop zone of the top 6. They will be desperate to improve on that 5.07.
So as Warwick comes out onto the track, can confirm, so that's the first of 3. We've still got Central Lancashire still there as well, and can confirm that is Staffordshire in the queue as well.
Staffordshire, excellent. The question remains, though, where are some of our favourites? Where are Trinity? Where are Exeter? Where are OBR?
Very good question. Perhaps they're still scrutineering.
I know Exeter and OBR will still be scrutineering. I was under the impression Trinity had got through it all.
Yes, that's what the grapevine's been telling me as well. Perhaps there's been some technical matters which have prevented them from getting onto the track yet.
There's the characteristic beep of an electric motor under its own power as Warwick wheel themselves onto the line. Nice and slow, gently does it. So we know this car can do 5 seconds. Can it get under the 5-second mark?
That would be good to see.
This is driver number 2 as well.
It is driver number 2. If they have any power settings on this car, I imagine that they probably would have adjusted that as well whilst they did the driver swap. You see a new map isn't the right word, torque vectoring of such happen on the car now. Sub 5 seconds. Is it possible, Giles?
It should be, surely, with an electric motor. Green flag is down, the green flag goes up, and away they go immediately. It's a fairly concise start, shall we say. and that is a 4.5.061. That is almost exactly the same as the times they've been posting previously. Have they found the peak of their performance curve already?
To be honest, 3 runs at 5 seconds, I think Warwick are going to be quite happy with that because that's still big points for them.
I just know that they'll be wanting to get into that top 6 shootout, and they are currently in the drop zone.
Absolutely.
If they can just get below, they're not too far off getting a better position.
Target 4.7 seconds.
I believe so. They're getting a round of applause from their team down the national pit straight. It just needs a heavy application of right foot.
I think we've got a heavy application of right foot. It feels like it's motor limited at the moment,
Yes.
It's still a tidy package. The whole thing is really tidily put together. And compared to 80 other competitors so far in the garage,
yes,
they're on the track.
Exactly.
And you've got to be in it to win it, right?
Would just be nice to be in it for a lot of the teams, I imagine.
Exactly.
Here you go then. Warwick for their 4th and final run. Deep breath from the driver, and away they go. Foot down, motors to the max.
Possible.
What can they do?
Oh.
5.069.
Remarkably consistent. Remarkably consistent runs from Warwick there. Well done, guys.
Getting a round of applause from their team, rightfully so. Impeccable stuff from Warwick. I don't think I've ever seen that much consistency in a run from a Formula Student car, and they've got through scrutineering and they've got out on track for the dynamic event. So Warwick, well done. I look forward to seeing you later on in sprint and potentially the top 6 as well, depending on what these guys can do. Staffordshire, they were there, it stalled, they're back on the power now, beginning to reel the car on with its characteristic nose cone. The first time we've seen an aero package from this team, sponsored by Alton Towers, amongst others, which is brilliant, love that. Can you imagine graduating in engineering and going to design roller coasters?
That is my dream. I used to play Roller Coaster Tycoon a lot as a kid, so
I forgot that game.
I would quite happily go and design roller coasters after this.
Also got sponsorship from the famous engine maker that is Cosgrove. Here they come to the line then. The first run for Staffordshire, the first time they've run with an aero package, front wing and rear wing there. A very elegant looking car, very well put together, seamless. The green flag is down, the green flag is up. Now it's a question of the revs. The driver composing themselves on the line. Here come the revs. What can Staffordshire do? It's a slow start. There's the wheel spin, but it torque steer there. Well held from the driver across the line. 4.856.
Bit more power than I think the driver was expecting there. A bit of a wiggle.
It came on later though. It didn't come on immediately. The wheel spin didn't really start until about half a metre into their run, and then the torque steer was about, I'd say, 10, 20 metres in. So that power, when it did apply, was a little late to the game almost.
Absolutely. I'm also looking at their wings.
Well, that's a
very, very minimal downforce going on there. So nicely done. Nice setup. It sounds good. It looks good. They've got a banker lap in now.
The slats are straight open, so
yeah,
not a loss of drag. They wouldn't have had to contend with the drag previously, and that stalled there, I think. Is it me, or is that not quite straight? Second run for driver number 1 from Staffordshire. The power not exactly consistent. Hopefully that's not going to play a detriment to their run here. The green flag is gone, so it's just a question of when the driver wants to go and cross the timing beam. The revs go up. So again, it's a slow start. There's the power there. There's that torque steer we've been talking about, and across the line in 4.889.
So that's a good pair of banker laps in for Staffordshire. Driver swap. Quick tweak of setups, and we'll see what they can do their next 2 runs afterwards. I see what you mean about the late power surge as well.
Yeah.
It was a bit suggestive because they just sat there and it couldn't idle by itself there. So they've definitely gone for a mapping which suggests they're prioritising the high revs.
On their way back down, there was also a bit of bunny hopping on the rev limiter as well. I couldn't help but notice.
Yeah, so it's definitely set up for the high revs there, engine mapping.
I can understand the logic behind that. U-Clan are here, by the way. That's a nice noise, U-Clan.
Making their presence known. We're here. Ah!
Well, they're right there. I mean, they're filming us at the moment. Don't want to film us. Why are you filming us?
Don't film us. Film your car, you silly sausages.
The car's far more aesthetic than we are.
Speak for yourself. I've done a lot to make myself look more aesthetic this year.
What, the Hawaiian shirt?
Exactly.
It does look good on you. And the pink shorts.
Thank you. Thank you. I went to a lot of effort for this. I'm glad you recognised it. I'm not even wearing makeup today either, and I still look pretty swish.
He's bringing a bit of Miami Vice to the national pitch straight here at Silverstone. UCLan not quite on track yet. We can see the nose cone, and the revs just don't seem consistent. We've heard them. It peaks and then it drops immediately, and then it stalls. So clearly, yet another car set up for high revs. They might benefit from a bit of heel towing on that accelerator, keep the throttle open, I would have thought.
Certainly a little bit of blip will help for sure. I'm just looking at there we go.
And here it comes.
And a jamming starter motor.
That's not good.
That, I hope, that's going to be one of two things. That's either going to be a angry starter motor, or there's not enough charge in their battery to get it going again.
Battery problems have plagued Formula Student teams in the past.
There's a wire going in, which
there is
would
a wire
definitely
going
suggest
in.
it needs some extra juice. There we go.
That battery needs to be swapped out, UCLan, either now or in the very, very near future. That's why we've been hearing the high revs, is in order to keep the engine from stalling, and that's... We're going to hear a lot of noise from UCLan, is what we're going to hear. And can they make an acceleration run with that battery struggling? They've got to keep the revs up and prevent it from stalling. This is going to be a difficult one for the University of Central Lancashire. Fingers crossed for them. The team are on the pit lane, and that is gone, but they've managed a hot restart. That's good. Come on, and there it goes again, that buzz of a starter motor.
Battery charge, 146, guys.
Battery for 146. Oh, dearie me. I think they might be returning it to the pits. That's a real shame for a team that has an absolutely gorgeous sounding engine. UCLan, that is my favourite noise of the day so far.
Definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
When it works.
Yes.
But it will. I'm fairly certain that a battery recharge or a battery swap will be all that they need to do there.
Absolutely. Provided they have one.
Or just stick it on charge otherwise. They've still got 45 minutes. So...
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
It's a shame. It's a shame. If we don't see them in acceleration, we'll see them today in sprint. I'm certain of that.
I really hope so. It's always good to see them out there. It sounds beautiful. It's a nice, clean example. I'm impressed with how small those wheels are as well, Giles. However, I'm just looking. There doesn't seem to be much activity in the pits at the moment. So my question to you then, Giles, is...
Yes.
Is it over now?
No, I don't think so. I think we've still got 45 minutes. There's plenty of other opportunities for people to join us. I mean, it may be empty, but, you know, no body, no crime.
2-1. Inside joke, guys. Sorry. Right. Do you want me to have a nose and see who else is on the other side of the pit wall?
Let's send you for a wander. Let's send Monty for a wander. If I'm actually tethered, they know that we can go a bit AWOL, us commentators, so I'm quite literally tethered here by a wired microphone. And I'd love to be able to give you a rundown of the times that we've seen in acceleration so far, but I can't see the screen close enough. So all I can tell you is that in the lead is Basque Country, followed by Edith Cohen with Cardiff in third. Those are the top three. And I believe Staffordshire are in sixth, and that puts Warwick into seventh. Monty's smiling at me. Have Hertfordshire shown up? That's a smile of someone's team showing up.
Unfortunately, Hertfordshire have not shown up, but that's me being a little bit biased. However, there are two new teams in the queue.
Yes.
We have the first to pass scrutineering. Leeds are here.
Leeds are here. Excellent. Hello, Leeds.
And the other university, that Norwegian team with a really difficult name to pronounce, the Norwegian University.
Challenging us with our geography skills.
Absolutely.
Don't forget, you can pick up an event guide from the info point detailing the ambitions of all the teams here this year, with also event timings throughout the day and also how you can watch on YouTube.
Do you know what team we haven't even mentioned so far today?
Who have we completely neglected by mistake?
Sheffield.
Sheffield have been looking really good.
Yes, I really hope we get to see them on the track soon because they do a cracking job year in, year out. They were, of course, last year's Pride winners as well. They won that award there. They demonstrate so much inclusivity in that team, and I really hope between, just as a team, they're great, and with the cars that they build are great, we get to see them on the track soon.
Glasgow and Sheffield are two teams I do want to see out and about.
Because they're both black and yellow.
I do like that black and yellow look. Black and gold for Sheffield. John Player special of the 1970s is that livery immediately. Another team I'm crossing my fingers to see is Uwe, and their livery reminds me of Hesketh. So it is it Leeds next in the queue?
Yep, they're at the front of the queue, so hopefully we'll see that nose peek around the corner momentarily. Then we have got, I will actually get the Norwegian team name correct, was
Align Racing, from Agder's Align Racing, yes, from over in Norway. I've got to do a couple of shout-outs for teams because they've given me merch, so I've got to give them shout-outs. I've got to give a shout-out to Aberdeen, who we've seen make their runs in acceleration. They give me a lovely sticker, look at that.
Yes, they gave me one as well. They look really tidy.
They are really tidy. And I also got a 3D printed koala fridge magnet from Edith Cohen. Look at this little thing. How cute is that? That's lovely.
That is adorable.
And unlike real koalas, there's no chlamydia involved, which is good news. I spent 2 months out touring Australia last summer, and it turns out that a lot of the koala population in Australia really struggles with chlamydia. It's a real issue for koalas. So a lot of them are in sanctuaries being tended to and being brought back to health.
It's also why humans are advised not to pick up koalas as well.
A lot of zoos in Australia have recently stopped doing the koala hug photo opportunities for that reason.
Yes.
So we're waiting for Leeds to join us on track, followed by Align Racing, who we saw last year. They did very well last year as well. I must say, I'm looking forward to seeing the full sprint runs because the weather's going to play havoc with that, and it might be a bit difficult for the teams, but for spectating, it's going to be great. Don't forget, you can watch from the Cops grandstands if you're here at Silverstone, or if you're in the comfort of your own home, you can watch from the sofa on YouTube. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from.
What other teams have we got on the wall there? I'm seeing some new colours turn up. There's a lot of green, different shades of greens, I think. But I can't actually recognise any of them. Also, it doesn't help I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't actually see.
Yeah, I must say, one team that I was expecting to see is Glasgow. I thought they were going to get through Scrutineering. I really did.
Glasgow, the winners of Formula Students in 2022, of course. They had a very low-key event last year because they couldn't get the car to run, which was
well, they entered as a concept class last year. They entered as a concept class, and they took a fallow year in order to develop their electric car. So this is the first year they've arrived at Formula Student UK with an electric car, and there are additional elements of scrutineering that electric cars have to pass through that the IC teams don't have to worry about. I can hear the Leeds car trying to start and not quite getting power, I think. Having said that, there's the power from Leeds. Here come the revs. Can it idle? Yes, it can.
I believe that's what they call an inverted commentator's curse. Now, that's not going to start. Thank you, Giles. Saviour of the moment.
Well, if you're going to compliment me like that, I'm going to take it.
I bring the sun, you bring the life to the engines. There we are. You're welcome, students.
Oh, sounding good. Sounding good, the Leeds.
Good.
I know the electric cars are faster, but I just can't help but love the performance of an internal combustion. It's almost like an opera in mechanical engineering.
It is. It's just always something about the sound. I mean, there are some electric motors out there which can make some real fun noises, but when you hear something as throaty as that,
yes,
it's old school.
Absolutely spot. Well, when you do hear it.
Ah, yes, they've stalled again. Never mind. They'll come back to life soon, I am sure.
Dynamics volunteers having a word with the team from Leeds.
Number 97, who's that?
I believe, is that not Align Racing?
No, they're 142 or something like that, I think.
I know 95 is Leicester, and I was really looking forward to seeing them until the last minute, and they unfortunately had to pull out as a full team, which was a real shame. So, Leicester, if you're watching, commiserations. Hope to see you back here next year. We've got the sound of an engine now here at Silverstone. Back on the power. It's good news. The question, of course, what team?
I'm a fool. 97 is Leeds. I thought they were 47 for some reason.
We've been talking about Leeds the entire time. Of course it's Leeds.
We were. Sorry, I thought they were 47. I'm thinking, oh, there's another team there. No, 97 is Leeds. That's who you can hear. They're making a big fuss and dance. They want to get on the track.
I'm interested to know why they need to keep those revs up and down like that.
Probably engine mapping again. It's a classic struggle for Formula Student cars.
That's Leeds up and down the rev limiter, but joining us on track is Align Racing. Adger's Align Racing.
There we go. Yeah, it's a classic problem for a lot of Formula Student teams is trying to get the cars to idle, especially once they've heated up. Engine mapping is it's a compromise really, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you go for the bottom end of your power? Do you want the top end of the power?
If there's one word that can describe engineering, it would be compromise.
Yes, everything about engineering.
There you go, safety announcement's done, just in time to come back to the on-track action as Align line up, oddly enough, on the start line for their first run at Acceleration. Rear wing, no other aero on the car, rear electric motor, I think it is electric motor for sure. The red light flashing on the roll hoop, away they go. A concise, controlled start. It's 5.676 from Align Racing.
Good job, Align. That's a nice banker lap in. We're going straight back for a second run, or they're going back to the pits? They have stopped at the end of the track. That's unexpected.
It is, and the marshals are headed out to collect them. What has happened to Align? That's not what they want to see. Usually, teams are able to take themselves off the track under their own power or come back round for another go. Align stranded at the top of the course. Meanwhile, car number 97, Leeds, ready to go. If you're watching on the stream, you should be able to see a nice close-up of what is occurring at the end of the National Pit Straight. You might be able to tell better than we can here at the top of the course. I know the marshals are potentially having a conversation with the driver. The driver, I think, fiddling with the controls, attempting to get the car restarted. I don't think the marshals have yet interfered with that car from Align. Some of the Align team members here on the National Pit Straight in their characteristic orange and grey uniforms.
Excuse me, can't park there, sir.
Unfortunately not, and Leeds is going to be wondering when they're going to be able to get their go because they're sat waiting. There's a 5.676 from Align. We know for a fact they can do better with electric cars because we've seen it from the Basque Country. It's a question of motor limitation and potentially right foot.
It'll be interesting to see how much of the performance is power limited, how much of it was coming from the driver, as you say, just not using 100% throttle and just wanted to get that banker lap in.
They're being wheeled away, Monty. Do go for that driver walk on the sprint track. If you're a driver, it really does pay dividends to know what you are going to be driving and don't turn up at the last minute. Go now if you can. Leeds can't because they're here. Their driver getting ready to head out on track. The car started up nicely. The Chief Marshal here on the National Pit Straight, ready to receive them. Keeping the revs high are the University of Leeds. First team through scrutineering here at Formula Student UK 2024. A couple of adjustments being made on the dash, wheeling up to the line. Got to keep those revs high. On the line are Leeds. The green flag is down. Chief Marshal having a quick word with the driver. The green flag goes up, under the driver's start. Up go the revs, it's a slow start from Leeds. There's the wheel spin. Not a lot of power immediately, there's the gear change, but that's going to be not a great time.
And that's an engine cutting out. That's an engine cutting out, Giles.
7.037 from Leeds. Gutting for a team that have been on fire all week, getting through scrutineering so quickly.
Key thing is, the time's in.
It is.
The time is in. They're going to get points whatever happens now. As we saw, though, the engine cut out in the second half there, so that is not a true representation of that car's pace.
The power was inconsistent the whole way. It was off, and then it was on, and then it was off again. So there is a far better time in that car. Just some gremlins to iron out. Massive congratulations to Leeds for getting through scrutineering that quickly. It's dramatically impressive. All they have to do now, get that power consistent, and they should be on to something.
Hopefully, having a quicker debrief there. I think they're trying to get the car started up again. Whether they can come back and do a second run straight away, no, they're being pushed. That's going back to the pits, it looks like, Giles. What a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. I'm not completely surprised, though. I think they're going to want to work on that. They've got 32 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. So it's good to see a few more of the teams getting out onto the acceleration event now. That was crucial that they actually got to the end, though, because they've at least got points because of this now.
Yeah, they've got something on the board. They've done a time, and that's more than some teams have done.
Absolutely. For those who aren't sure of how the points are scored, so in the acceleration event, there's a maximum of 75 points available for this part of the event. How they decide the points for the remaining teams is essentially a percentage. So whatever the fastest time is, I'm speaking in layman's terms at the moment before anyone starts giving me telling off on the chat, but basically it's a percentage score of whatever the fastest lap time was. I will dig out the rule book and actually get the proper equations out later, but yeah, essentially it's a percentage, and whatever your time was as a percentage of that fastest time, then you will get a so like 74.4 points or 72.1 points, etc., etc. So it's not a clearly defined, right, first gets 75, second gets 70, third gets 65. It's all done on a percentage, which does mean that decimals get involved, which means we have to get the calculators out. Yes, which is good news. My calculator's in my boot. Meanwhile, we've got comments coming in on YouTube. Someone said that you look like Magnum PI. An absolutely class reference, and I can't believe I missed that, because you so do. You're rocking the Tom Selleck. It's great. Then in that case, if there's any of the FS Media team listening at the moment, that is the music I want for the awards ceremony tonight, please, as my intro. Wonderful stuff. Elsewhere, Monty making it easy to spot him on the replay later, says Edward Millard. We've got an engine starting up. Staffordshire back for their second run. Do please keep your comments coming in. Jesse says, make koalas the new mascot. It is the mascot of Edith Cohen. They've got one that's been crocheted. It's come with them all the way from near Perth in Australia on the west coast. Meanwhile, they haven't had to come as far, but they're a team I'm just as excited to see. They are Staffordshire. The engine idling nicely. And they've stalled, gutted for the second place team from last year. I've spent the most part of the year thinking that Oxford Brookes came second last year. It was in fact Staffordshire. It was Staffordshire. So massive congratulations to them for that one. And here they go again. Can they go one better? They've got the number 2 on the side of their car. Can they go home with number 1, Monty? They are certainly in the right position to do so. Talking of positions, they're lining up on the track now. Some on the comments questioning why the big stick that they're using to line the cars up has a bend in it. We'll find out later for you. Right now, here we go then, the second run for Staffordshire. Idling now, green flag up, revs go up, wheel spin off the line, rapid start from Staffordshire. Can they put the power down? 4.541. 0.3 of a second faster than their first runs, Giles. That puts them into 4th position. They come back down for their next run immediately. Back to our conversation earlier. High revs will go through the gears. Two different tactics from their drivers. The first one maxed out the revs and only got to second at the finish line. This one is going where the power is, and that's the time difference there.
Yeah, you can see that clearly. Going through the motions, through the gears is the way to go for the IC cars on acceleration. Staffordshire put the revs up. An immense start from Staffordshire again. Can they get past the 4.4? And it's a 4.633. Oh, they still hold on to 4. They are in the top 6 shootout. Fantastic stuff for the team from Staffordshire. Having said that, there is a discussion from the marshals that the marshal didn't actually approve that start. There is a conversation going on between the timing team and the marshals, Monty. I don't entirely know what's quite gone on there.
We are going to listen, eavesdrop. Well, we're not going to eavesdrop, we're going to wait for the official decision on that one. But yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a deliberation as to whether Staffordshire did wait for the green flag before they moved.
Yeah. Green flag has to go up, and then the drivers can start when they want. Monty off to find out exactly what's going on. We'll bring you the latest as soon as we can. Line Racing still waiting for their team to head back out on track. They made one run and then stopped at the top of the course and didn't move any further. I can see them moving back now the pit straight, so hopefully they'll be joining us again shortly. Monty, what's the latest from Staffordshire's run, please?
So it sounds like that time will be allowed, but there are officials making their way to the Staffordshire team just to have a conversation about that. But that fourth and final time does stand.
There are worse conversations to be having with the marshals, as evidenced last year when the Italians got pulled in for a black flag and a finger wagging.
Yes, yes. It does happen. Obviously, safety is the top priority for everyone here. And if they're moving before green flag's gone out, we need to listen to the marshals because they are... well,
they're Motorsport UK marshals. They've given up their time to be here, and we are very grateful for it. And if they're going to be here, let's listen to them.
Yep, they are the experts on safety. So if they're telling us it's clear to go, we go when they tell us it's clear to go.
Or as Chapel Roan would say, hot to go.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Anyone else here? HOTTOGO? Do let us know. Keep your comments coming in over on YouTube. You can also DM us on Instagram at Giles_Cosgrove, at RacingMont. He's James Montgomery. I'm Giles Cosgrove. We're with you across the weekend. We'll be joined by Jess Ball tomorrow for the endurance coverage. Whatever you're doing this weekend, cancel it and come and join us. Formula student legend on the other side of the pit wall there. A man we utterly adore, myself and Monty.
Former Formula student legend.
He'll still be a Formula student legend.
You will always be a Formula student legend to us. We love you, Dane.
Meanwhile, we're waiting to go again here on the National Pit Straight. I know for a fact we've got cars in the waiting, in the wings. It's just a question of when. I think that's a line over there. I do think it's a line.
There definitely is a line emerging. I can see a number 8 bib over there. And another number on another pink bib there, but I can't see.
Do you want to hold the fort this time and I'll go and have a look?
Yeah, let's go for it, Giles. Have a nose, see what you can see on the other side of the wall here. This is always what happens, guys. It's the final half hour of the event now, and it's that classic Formula student bottleneck where everyone's gone, right, we've got a working car. Quickly, 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 let's get over. Let's go and get our laps in. It's not been the busiest of events so far, but it's certainly been a very, very competitive one with 13 thousandths of a second between second and fourth, was it?
Yep.
Who's over there, Giles?
So, we see the return of Leeds.
Nice.
Fixed whatever power issues they've got.
Cool.
We've also got the return of a line, who also seem to have fixed whatever power issues they had.
Now, they've only done one run, haven't they? So they've got 3 left.
They've got 3 left. And do you know who else has joined? I'm thrilled to say it. And it's a testament to the team for working around the clock in the way that they have. UE are here, having entered or tried to enter with a hybrid powertrain. They proposed a hybrid powertrain with a rear IC engine and front electric motors. It wasn't approved, and they were asked to remove the front electric motors and purely enter as an IC car. And they have worked round the clock to change their power system from what it was designed to be and then get through scrutineering at the same time. So hats off to the team from Bristol. Massive effort, very well done.
Fantastic, Yui. Can't wait to see their car on the grid then in that case.
Yui, often consistent. They have asked me, however, not to talk about them this year.
Even though we just have.
Yeah, what they don't want me doing is saying what I said last year when I tipped them for 6. They were the second place team in 2022. So going into 23, I was really very hyped for them. And they...
Commentators curse.
Precisely. So I have. They took me aside this week and said, Giles, we appreciate the support, we really do, but could you not talk about us this year?
Well, that's fair. Knowing how reverse psychology works, then we predict UE to do awfully this year then. You're welcome, guys.
Meanwhile, car number 97 headed back out on track. It is Leeds, of course. I noticed, though, the engine's not firing. We had inconsistent power from the Leeds team. It cut out midway through their acceleration run, posting a 7-second time, which is not representative of what that car can do. They were first through scrutineering. So the question remains, what are they capable of on the 75-metre straight here at the National Pit Straight of Silverstone?
Is a very, very good question. Surely they've got to beat the 7 seconds. So long as the engine just makes it that 75 metres, they've got themselves a definitely sub 6 seconds. I reckon it should be a 4.8, 4.9 if that engine is singing perfectly.
It started singing now. The question is it in tune, so to speak?
I'd call that a growl, not a sing.
I like a growly engine.
It's an angry engine.
They've got something to prove here. 7 seconds, not representative of what Leeds can do. Their second run out of 4, and it's cut out again. Monty, I'm nervous. I can't lie.
That is a very rich engine mapping in there, I suspect. Come on. We're seeing exactly what I was talking about earlier, guys. It's this rich engine mapping. A lot of people commit to the higher revs, and then they struggle to get the thing to idle, hence why they need to scream it off its red line just to get it to the starting line.
If they can, they might want to change the mapping for sprint and endurance. Here we go. You can smell the fuel coming out of that exhaust, can't you? Lining up. Green flag down. Green flag up. The revs are there. Can the power stay consistent? It's a slow start and it's stalled and it's gone. No! Oh, I'm gutted for Leeds. The driver clearly frustrated, and I share that frustration. Buttons being pushed across the board, trying to restart the car, and the timer is still going, but we know that that is just not representative of what this car can do. I'm just so gutted for Leeds.
Sounds like the battery's done now. Not enough charge to get it started up again.
Unfortunately not, and that's the trouble with these restarts, is they do drain the battery, and too many restarts and your battery is gone, as we can see here. And I think that might be the first driver's runs over. Run 2 for driver number 1, and that, I hate to say it, looks to be that.
Yep, team members are here to rescue the car. What a shame that was. Well done, though, Leeds.
Round of applause for Leeds, because it's never easy being faced with disappointment on track after such a monumental effort to get through scrutineering first.
Exactly.
And yeah, just hats off to the guys.
The good thing, though, at least for them, is they still got 2 more cracks of this.
Yes. In 20 minutes.
Plenty of time. Quick charge up.
You could watch a whole episode of Friends in that time. With Tom Selleck.
Why would I want to watch Friends?
I'm just saying you could fit an episode of Friends into 20 minutes. And you're dressed as Magnum P.I. and Tom Selleck also played Monica's girlfriend. He was Richard in Friends.
I like the reference. However, I can watch Friends even quicker than that. I can go through all their 10 series in under 20 minutes because I just skip through them all.
Not a Friends fan then, Monty?
I'm afraid not, no.
Meanwhile, Align Racing entering the fray once again. They've also suffered from inconsistent power. They managed to put a time in, and then at the top of the straight, as they were turning around to make another run, the power stopped and they had to be wheeled away by the marshal. So the question is, have they managed to fix the gremlins, or have they decided it was a fluke, it won't happen again? There's the consistent beep that we need, signaling that the car is under its own power. All we need now is a consistent and fast time from them as they head round, lining up on the National Pit Straight here at Silverstone for Acceleration, Formula Student UK 2024. Fastest time as set by the University of the Basque Country. You've got Spain with the University of the Basque Country in first. In second, it is Edith Cohen from Australia. Cardiff University from Wales in third, and from England it's Staffordshire in fourth. What can a line say about it with their electric car? Away they go. That looks really quite good. And
cut out power again. Power's cut again.
Well, it's not power cut out because the red light's still flashing, but for whatever reason the power's just not going down, Monty, and that's an 8.736. Something is playing around inside that car and the motors aren't being powered to the maximum.
Yes, thank you for the correction there. So even though the power's not gone, it's certainly a loss of throttle application.
Yes, certainly. And they've stopped yet again. But the thing is, it's not like we saw last year with Oxford Brookes where the green light came on, signalling it was gone, it was in safe mode, limp home mode, which you really don't want for an electric car. That red light is still flashing on the roll hoop, so there's power in there. It's not going, seemingly, into the right place.
Maybe it is a wiring thing with the throttle then.
There's they've just signalled off with that characteristic beep.
And it's
so it's able to get under its own way again.
And drive into the pits. So
if I were you, I'd be getting the toolbox out.
How peculiar. Well,
Very
with
odd
only 20
indeed.
minutes left.
We do.
Yep, with only 20 minutes left, have they got time to get the toolbox out? Because there's going to be other cars building
Jolly
up
good
now.
question. We've got some young fans here taking in engineering for the first time. Hopefully we'll see them at university in a few years. I guarantee by the time they get to university, my hair will be gone.
I can donate some of mine to you if you want.
I'd rather not. If life is destined that I go this way, then I will just age gracefully. I'm not going to Turkey, unless there's a Formula Student event there. Anyway,
okay.
Waiting for UE to join us out on track. A team that have overcome a great many obstacles to get through scrutineering and join us for dynamic events. Any time from them will be good, but they have been in the top 6 consistently over the past few years. The pit straight lining up with a number of people. Give us a wave if you can hear us and you fancy it.
It's great to see how busy the pit wall is, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of curious people here, a lot of interested people. They just want to see a car go meow. And we may get one soon, because I can hear something. Is it an electric car, potential?
There's a few lining up over here now.
Number 97, so that's Leeds coming back for another, their final attempt then. Looks like a quick...
It'll be driver number 2.
Be driver number 2.
Their first run for driver number 2.
That's right.
So that seems a really quick turnaround for Leeds, given what we've seen. Have they fixed that quickly? I mean, they are quick, we know. We've seen them get through scrutineering, the first of any team here at FS UK 2024. But
that's the thing, when you've only got 20 minutes left, how much tweaking can you do?
It needs a remap, really.
Can you do a remap in 20 minutes?
You could, if you've got a pre-made map, you can just re-put it onto the ECU.
Oh, this is true. This is true. Well, then maybe they've already done that. USBs are very accessible nowadays.
Yeah, I'm just...
Hello.
Meanwhile, Yui are here.
Number 8, Yui from Bristol. Or University of West England, for those who don't know what Yui means. Their cars always look beautiful, don't they, Giles? Nicely sculpted side pods, the white with the red stripes on it.
You can tell it's been built, not bought, which is something that I always love about the UE cars and the Formula Student cars in general. When you have that handmade quality to them that takes me back to... a lot of these teams are referred to as garagistas, in the same way that a lot of the British teams were referred to back in 60s Formula 1, when Ferrari was quite dismissive of the likes of Lotus and Brabham and McLaren. And yet they were beating his teams because Ferrari didn't believe in aero, whereas Colin Chapman, Jack Brabham and Bruce McLaren were all quite happy to try wings and experiment. And all of a sudden, these teams with half the money were suddenly doing double the times, which is excellent. And I really do admire a lot of these teams who work with an immensely tight budget. I know for a fact that one of the teams here, their team members are actually owed £2,000 out of the team budget because they've just spent their own money on the team. That's how dedicated they are.
That is some commitment going on there. Huge commitment going on there. Giles, I would almost counter what you're saying about garagistas, because there's another way you can look at this as well. The garagistas were kind of known because they just bought a Cosworth lump, off-the-shelf chassis, and they went racing, which was the other reason why they were called garagistas, because they purchased their success. So in some ways, you could almost look at Yui as being Ferrari.
one way or another, we like them and we admire them. There are two ways of looking at it, certainly. And here come UE now with half of the powertrain they intended.
Very quiet car.
This half the powertrain they intended, but nonetheless they're here, they're running. What can they do? Ready to line up on the start of acceleration. 75 meters to do. Hand-sculpted side pods on the UE car. From Bristol, they've come second in the past. What can they do here at FS UK 2024? The green flag is down. Marshall, quick word with the driver. Green flag goes up, rev goes up as well. Holding the revs, and away they go. Slightly slow start from UE, putting the power down there. Bit of a talk, almost out of the course, but they hold it, and that's 5.042. That nearly was a bit of a disaster for UE, and they very well held that. A bit of torque steer, and all of a sudden the car was going left and veering towards the yellow cones.
That was a brown trouser moment for sure there, Giles, but nicely handled. They've got a banker lap in, and they're coming straight back for a second run. I'll tell you what, you can see how much modifications they've had to do because they've had to remove that front powertrain. Look at the nose cowling. It's being held on by black gaffer tape, basically. It's got such a nice student element to it. Yeah, cable ties and gaffer tape. It's held the British Army together, and it holds Formula Student together as well. And most of the endurance teams you see in Le Mans, by the time they get to the finish line, they're all held together with gaffer tape as well. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for him. Let's watch this now then. Will the car step out of line again? Second run for driver number 1 from UE. The revs go up. As a bit of a faster start, but not quite. Torque steer again, it really doesn't want to stay in a straight line. That's a 4.943. It's an improvement, but that is a beast to handle, is the UE car. You can see that power kicking in the second half, can't you? Yeah, well held by the driver, because you could see it squirming across the 3-meter width of the course. I'm intrigued. Is UE's IC parts forced induction? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that. I'm going to go and see if I can find out, because it's certainly got characteristics of all its torque coming in the second half. Yes, I see what you mean, like turbo lag. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's turbo lag or if that's just a very aggressive engine mapping. I'm going to go and do some research. Do please do that. I'm really intrigued by that car. That may not be the fastest time we've seen, but I think that does get them into the top 6. Can I confirm that UE are in the top 6 there? No, they're not. They're in 7th. So if they can keep that line consistent, and the driver not having to wrestle with the car, they'll get into the top 6. It's just that aggression from the car itself, wanting to step out of line, that's holding UE back there. Monty giving a quick scan through the event guide. Don't forget you can grab one yourself, or if you can't get hold of one physically, you can download a PDF from the Formula Student UK website. Hello to everybody on the National Pit Wall. Hello. Give us a wave if you fancy it. Hello, guys. How are we doing? Having a good day? It's cheaper than Formula 1, and it's just as exciting. Brilliant stuff. Here come Leeds then. They've been tinkering away with that car. A team that's been struggling with power consistency and putting it down on the tarmac. I'm near enough certain that they can go faster. I'm sure they can. The question. Oh, they have to. So 7 seconds is easily beatable. They lost their power halfway down the straight there, so it wasn't a true representation of that time whatsoever, was it? What worries me is if that's how it does for a 75-meter straight line, how is it going to do an approximately 1 kilometer course on sprint and endurance? And then a 22-kilometer endurance afterwards. Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. I'm just a bit anxious for Leeds, and I imagine there'll be a lot of frantic work over lunch. If you're from Leeds, put the sandwiches back in the box. I've got a funny feeling there's a bit of work to do. You definitely need something a bit leaner for the lower revs, because otherwise they're not going to get through that hairpin. No, exactly not, no. So I'm just having a look at the booklet here. So for UE, it is still showing as a low-voltage hybrid entry. It doesn't mention anything about force induction here. It is just a 675cc Triumph Street triple motor, but it sounds distinctively quieter than Cardiff's
Yes,
version.
it's been mapped differently, clearly, and I'm not quite sure where that aggression's coming from. I did think they ran a street triple, but I didn't want to go on the record with it because I didn't want to be wrong. But yes, I thought they did, and I'm a little interested to know what they've done differently to Cardiff, because essentially now Cardiff and UWE are running the same powertrain, a rear-mounted Triumph Street Triple 675. But you'll notice a vast difference in the way that the Cardiff car and the UWE car handled.
Cardiff had a very lean, very kind of stable torque curve, really. It was very linear, whereas we're looking at something almost on an exponential curve here. It suddenly kicks in.
Yes.
But with how much quieter it is, I'm wondering if that muffling is coming from a better exhaust system or if there's some form of forced induction there. Don't know if there's any people from UWE on the pit wall. If there's anyone, wave and I will come and have a quick chat with you and a nose. I would like to find out more about this design because it is very interesting. And I think it's a miracle that they managed to turn around so quickly and get something ready for the track as well. And crucially, get something on the timesheets as well. That's big points for them.
Talking getting something on the timesheets, Leeds are running out of time to get something on the timesheets. They've been rolled away and a line have replaced them as next on track. There's 9 minutes of acceleration left to go. All to play for then.
I never like it when the wind starts coming up, Giles. That makes me wonder if the rain is about to turn up.
The rain's on its way, is it?
When I feel the wind pick up like that, that's normally a sign of rain about to turn up, isn't it?
You've gone from Magnum PI to Phil Collins. You can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Apart from it's today. But.
Top 6 as things stand: Basque Country, Edith Cohen, Cardiff, Staffordshire, Coventry and Aberdeen. The time to beat is a 4.5 for a line to get into the top 6. 9 minutes of the event to go before we close it down and do the top 6 shootout. Green flag down, green flag up. Don't need to worry about revs. It's a rear-mounted electric motor for a line. Driver composing themselves. Waiting, red light flashing, power, and there we go. It's a very slow start, and that's gone again. A line, there's gremlins in the system. The green light now is flashing in this moment, and that means the car is in limp home mode. It's safe to touch, but it's not what you want in the middle of a run. It's just crouching forward towards the flag under its own momentum, but it's just pulled to a halt there, and that is a time continuing on the board. 22, 23, 24, and they're trying to get it restarted. The marshal's headed down towards the aligned car. Something isn't right there. There might be a wiring issue, but one way or another, right there is a green light on the roll hoop of the aligned car, which is not good news.
So there is rain in the area, but it doesn't seem to be hitting us. It's still looking like a 10% chance of precipitation until about 3 o'clock. Then it's starting to ramp up. So actually, no, that forecast is still ringing home true so far, Giles. I'm just forgetting. I was looking everywhere going, gosh, it's getting really dark here. Stupid me. Oh, it's much brighter now that I've taken my sunglasses off.
He's sat here under deep cloud with his sunglasses on. Steady on, Magnum. Meanwhile, update from OBR. They've got brake tests left to do. I'm reliably informed. They're going to do it very quickly. They've got 5 minutes of the event left. Meanwhile, we've been asked, can we get a happy birthday for Connor Leo from Imperial Formula Racing? Happy birthday, Connor. Meanwhile, Sri Aramu says, best of luck, ECU team from Australia. Good day down under. If there's a chicken palmy going spout, I ain't going to say no. UWE back again then. Have they managed to tame the beast is the question. UWE ready for another run. Monty, your predictions please. Have they got it sorted? Have they got it tamed? Have they got the number of the beast?
I want to say yes, but it's a new driver, so my suspicion is third's run is going to be a bit of a wavy moment again, and fourth one is going to be the best time.
Keep your eyes on this one. Keep your eyes on this one. This is either going to be spectacularly fast or spectacular for other reasons, but let's not tempt fate. You're already annoyed at me enough for that as it is. Here comes driver number 2 for the University of West of England, car number 8, based in Bristol. We've seen them have success before. Can they tame the beast in the back? The Triumph Street Triple 675. Putting power down. Here come the revs. The revs go up. And they've stalled, and that's gone across the line. It's broken the timing beam, and that is just going to be a non-time. Does give the opportunity for the driver to get to grips with it, though, without really worrying. There's no pressure there. You know the time's gone at that point.
Pressure's off completely. They've just had a good experience of what the talk was like there.
9 seconds with a stall.
That's
still good.
That is still pretty
relatable. With a stall, obviously, it's not exactly competitive. They need to be getting a 4.5 to end up in the top 6 here. That is possible with this car, Monty. That is definitely possible.
It's definitely possible. Now, just one final thing I like to say, completely off subject here. So for any World of Tanks nerds watching the stream just now, you may notice there's a Rheinmetall logo on the side there. So there you are. They don't only make tanks, they make Formula student cars as well. Bet you weren't expecting to hear that, Giles.
Completely over my head, Monty, but I hope someone watching gets that. Meanwhile, here come Yui for their 4th and final run. The nose cone strapped on with duct tape. The car not quite lined up straight with the run. The marshal instructing them to try and move it. And the car being killed, readjusting the car to make sure that it's straight, lined up with a 3-meter wide course. Not a lot of room for error, as we've seen. Came very close to the yellow cones on the left-hand side of the course earlier.
Oh, definitely. Going for a second attempt of trying to park in a straight line there. That would have failed a driving test, that's for sure. Come on, let's do this again. Oh, nope. There
it is.
Roaring to life. That's better. Nice and straight.
Yui on the edge of glory here with an engine unit that all of a sudden has decided to go from being a beast to being a bit of a squirrel. Backfiring there, not really wanting to start all of a sudden. The green flag is down. Here comes the green flag. 4.5 is what they need. Can they get there? Power immediately down. It's still squirming through the track. What can they do? It's a 4.8.
Oh, that was close. Clear a run at least. Clear a run at least.
That car is still squirming, though.
It's still squirming a lot. And I noticed it's still got all of its hybrid stuff on the side. That's a lot of excess weight the car's going to be carrying.
I don't know whether they can get rid of it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they can bin off.
I don't think they can now because they've officially been weighed in, haven't they, from Scrutineering. So that's it. They've got to run with it for the rest of the event now.
In the words of Liam and Noel, you've got to roll with it. Meanwhile, Leeds coming up now. Again, we were expecting them to go. They were wheeled away again. Someone's been tinkering somewhere with something, and the way they've been wheeled away again as well. Are they being lined up again, or are they actually just being taken away? I think Leeds are being taken away, Monty. Or they've been moved out of the way for someone else to come through. Might be a team that hasn't had a chance to make a run. We did have that last year where teams were making second runs when there were teams that hadn't even posted one. So they may have taken that into account this year. Here come U-Clan. We saw them earlier and didn't quite make it. They got to the line and then weren't able to make a run at all. Sounding great, though. My favourite noise of the day so far has been from U-Clan, that maximum revs.
They certainly made their presence known before, didn't they?
They did. They really did make their presence known. And here they come then.
Can
they keep that power unit consistent? I'd say even less than that, Monty. You're looking at 60 seconds.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's make this happen. Just get it to the finish line. That's all you need. And you've got big points.
I'm lent over. I'm that excited for U-Clan. University of Central Lancashire, sorry. 146. The Spitfires
are here.
We got prop planes coming overhead, American aircraft from the US Air Force of the 1940s coming overhead as U-Clan line up to make their first and possibly last run, if my watch is correct. Thumbs up to the marshals. They've got to line it up on the start line. They have not got long left for this event.
Right.
Wheeling them up to the start line. Can the power stay on? Keeping that power up there. That's all they've got to do that. They've got to do that. Kill it, says the lead marshal.
That's it. We're out of time.
That's it. The event's over. The lead marshal has called time on the event. And that is heartbreak for U-Clan. Oh, inches away from a run on acceleration, and that is an absolute heartbreaking moment. But that is the rule of the law. He's waving goodbye, wheeled back away from the track. Our U-Clan and Monty, I'm gutted.
I am gutted with that. I genuinely am gutted with that. That was so close, but so far. But rules are rules.
Rules are rules, and I'm not about to argue with them, especially when he's way bigger than I am.
It's the joys of having a 2-hour window, unfortunately, and it was great to see them be able to get it onto the track, but unfortunately, if the car's not working fine, then that is the ultimate result, and so therefore, those who are able to get to the finish line will get some big points from the acceleration run.
U-Clan, if you can hear me, my admiration and commiserations to you guys. I really wanted to see that, and I'm gutted for you. Right, top 6 time then, here on the National Pit Straight. If you want to see something really exciting, get yourself over to the National Pit Straight here at Silverstone. If you're watching online, stay right there, grab your popcorn, grab your lunch. Round of applause echoing around the pit straight for U-Clan, rightly so. And now it's a question of who is going to win the top 6.
We've got our provisional times here at the moment, Giles, on the screen. Do you want to read them out?
In 6th with a 4.559 is Aberdeen. In 5th for Coventry with a 4.553. That's Coventry in 5th. In 4th it's Staffordshire with a 4.541. In 3rd it is Cardiff with a 4.516. Edith Cohen from Australia are there with a 4.495. And all the way from Spain, from the Basque Country, they're there with a 4.364.
Of course, guys, these are all provisional results that we have just announced there, so these will be officially published later on. But that provisionally for now is your top 6.
It would have been impeccable if U-Clan had managed to just get going a bit earlier and then those planes came over at the same time during their run. That would have been gorgeous.
That would have been a beautiful run. Be like looking at the start of Le Mans 24 Hours, you know, with all the planes flying by, with all the smoke and just something majestic. Oh, here they come again. They are around the north part of the circuit just now. This is part of an air display which is going on in a neighbouring field just on the outside of Silverstone, guys. It's called the We Have Ways Fest. Now, this is a festival that they do once a month, which is hosted by Al Murray. So Al Murray is over there just now watching these planes go around.
Isn't he the pub landlord?
That's him.
Al, we'll have a pint, mate.
Smashing. Right, let's get on with it.
That's talking of getting on with it. We've got your top 6. We're just waiting for them to join us here on the pit straight.
Oh, they're coming back, Giles.
Coming overhead, meanwhile, are planes from the 1940s from the US Air Force. You can tell from the markings on the underside of their wings. Coming straight over us here on the National Pit Straight, out towards Copse Corner. Over they go. That is spot on, Monty. Look at that.
So we've got a Formula Student car with Ryman Towel, a manufacturer of tanks on it. We've got World War II planes flying over.
All we need is John Candy. We've got planes, trains and automobiles.
Exactly, exactly.
Meanwhile, we're waiting for the top 6 to join us out here on track, here at the National Pit Straight for Silverstone. Formula Student UK 2024, Giles and Monty, your commentary team for today. Joining us tomorrow will be Jess. We've got the top 6 coming at you very shortly. Who is going to take those extra points?
I'll tell you what, Giles, just one final mention to U-Clan there. So did you see them as they were leaving the pits? They were running a really low ride height because I heard them scrape the floor there. I definitely saw sparks fly.
Oh, I think you need to calm down. I couldn't see any sparks there myself.
Oh, damn. Maybe we'll see them later on today.
Quite possibly.
But alas, it is what it is.
I'm surprised you haven't seen UCL. I was hoping to see a London boy.
Yeah.
If you're in the top 6 and you fancy joining us here at the National Pit Straight, we're waiting for you. So if you could come and join us now, would be good. Would be good. If you're in the top 6 of acceleration and you could come and join us, we'd appreciate it. Basque Country, Edith Cohen, Cardiff, Coventry, Staffordshire.
Aberdeen.
Thank you. Aberdeen.
So that's a final reminder, guys. So Basque Country, Edith Cowan, Cardiff, Staffordshire, Coventry and Aberdeen please make your way back to the acceleration area. It's time for the top 6 shootout.
And if you fancy spectating on some absolutely class time trials here at Formula Student, I suggest you get yourself over to the national pitch straight now.
This is the final 6 shootout. That was outrageously close to times before.
Oh,
Hundredths of a second, wasn't it?
There's a real performance curve that all
again.
of them have matched.
Take cover, boys.
I hope we're getting some footage of this. No, we're not. We're looking at the cars. Never mind. I mean, fair enough. It is a car event.
I was hoping that this might be completely wasted on you if you're watching on the stream, for which we apologise. We're not sure whether we can get the angle up there to look at the aircraft flying over. You'll probably be able to hear them on the microphones.
It's a glorious sight.
It is
like
just
looking at
stunning.
an airplane display.
What I love about it is it's living history.
It is.
Living history. Bear in mind, within 60 years, we went from the Wright brothers to the moon landing. That is ridiculous progress. And if you don't believe in the moon landing, you need your head examined, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, exactly. And we're going back there again soon, hopefully. That would be the main thing. Perhaps one day we'll even get to Mars, but for now...
Formula moon landing. Now there's
Formula moon landing, yes. That sounds like a good student challenge. I'd certainly go in a rocket which was built by students.
UCL have been working on that, actually. There is a university challenge where you build a rocket booster, and UCL have demonstrated theirs and the significant power output out the back of that thing.
Good grief. Now we're talking.
Meanwhile, I can see pink high-vis. I can also see ginger hair, which usually indicates Cardiff, because half of them are ginger. I am right. Half of them are. Meanwhile, here comes Aberdeen. We've got a real multinational setup here for the top 6. We're only missing an Irish team. We've got England, Wales, Scotland, Spain, and Australia represented here in the top 6.
Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke.
I don't have the punchline. In fact, maybe I am the punchline.
You're never a punchline, Giles. Often.
I'd love to be able to catch up with the drivers and be able to talk to them for you, but we are somewhat limited by our leads on these microphones, so you'll just have to imagine what's going through their heads. I imagine a great deal of anxiety. It would certainly be in my case. You can't afford to stall. Could I get a clarification from the marshals or from one of the Dynamics volunteers? Are the teams getting 1 run or 2 runs here for the acceleration top 6 shootout? Because I've seen it done both ways previously, so I don't know which way we're doing it this year, and if someone could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. We've got Aberdeen and Coventry here, waiting for Cardiff and Edith Cohen, alongside some others as well, including Aberdeen are there? Aberdeen, who else is it? We've got Staffordshire, we've got Basque Country, Edith Cohen and Cardiff to come.
And Coventry.
Coventry are here.
Oh, Coventry are here. Oh, yes, so they are there, down there. That's Coventry and Aberdeen, so, yep, 2 down, 4 to go. So, where are our friends? Basque Country, Edith Cowan, Cardiff and Staffordshire.
Here comes the Basque Country, and I know Cardiff are there because I can see their team.
Oh, yes.
I just wonder whether Cardiff have got their car. But Basque, we've got 3 out of 6. We're halfway there.
Half the race done.
There's still half the race to go.
Absolutely. Exhilarating. Welcome to Formula Student, pushing your car onto the track. A new subsection. No points on offer for this one. This is purely for our entertainment to keep our sanity. Oh, here come the planes
overhead,
again.
The aircraft is still flying. Banking harshly there. That's going to put some G-force on the drivers. To be fair, these cars accelerate fairly quickly. There's some significant G-forces put on the cars in the Formula Student acceleration runs here.
Yeah, no, it's from some of the past examples you've seen, easily in excess of 2, maybe even 3 Gs from those rapid acceleration ones. It's a lot of power very, very quickly. And
it's being on the front of a roller coaster.
Yes, exactly. It's a good thing they've got head protection, because otherwise they get concussed from just smashing into the back of the row hoop all the time. Here comes Cardiff.
Cardiff have arrived. We've got
4
the Basque
down.
Country. We've got Cardiff, we've got Coventry, and we have got Aberdeen as
see
well.
Another one.
Cardiff cleaning their tyres. making sure that there's enough rubber.
Now who's next? I see a silhouette of an FS car.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Who is it then? It's car 171. It is Edith Cohen.
Good day, mate.
So all we need to complete the set is Staffordshire, I believe.
That is correct, sir.
Staffordshire, though, were the ones who had a bit of a cheeky go without actually waiting for the green flag. I wonder whether there's some thing going on there. I hope not.
No. The official line I've been told there was that they will be given a speaking to and a warning, but that time would count. So I would anticipate they should still be here, especially if they're being published in the top 6 result.
Whilst you wait for the top 6, can I just try something with those of you that are here on the pit wall with us? Starting here in front of us, can we see if we can get a Mexican wave going down the pit straight? Would that be okay? Would we be up for that, or would we be far more interested in looking at the car?
Why are you asking them? Don't give them an option, Giles. Watch this.
Monty's off to... He's a force unto himself, is James Montgomery, is all I can say. We're going to try and do a wave down the pit lane, starting at the start line and going all the way to the finish line. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Hooray! That has died a death. That's quite sad, that is. The fact that he can shout louder than I can, and I've got a microphone. How has that happened? Here we go. Can we keep it consistent? Can we keep the Mexican wave going to the finish line? No, we can't. No, we can't. We had a go. We had a go. Don't ever let it be said that we're not entertaining.
We can define the wall in 2 halves. The legends
and the people that can't hear
quiet.
Us.
Yes, and the ones that can't hear us.
Here come the planes. Barrel roll from one of them, I think, or at least that's a very harsh bank. Meanwhile, the top 6 are here. Oh, look at that. That's wonderful. If we could get an acceleration run whilst one of those is going over, I would be over the moon. And I imagine so with the social media team as well, because that is a spectacular shot.
That's 3.5 seconds they've just done that in, Giles.
So there it is. If you're in the final of the business presentation, that's at 1 o'clock in the pavilion. Stand by for that. We've got people of all ages here along the pit lane, from young children all the way through to grandparents. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a great way to get access to Silverstone that you wouldn't otherwise get, especially for a very, very reasonable price, I think.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, your top 6, well, 5.5-ish. Where are Staffordshire?
It's a very good question. I think could be being pushed on now.
I can see pink vests on the other side of the pit wall, which would suggest to me that there is Staffordshire waiting there. Meanwhile, we've got on the pit straight here, the Basque Country. We've got Edith Cohen, we've got Cardiff, Staffordshire's Gap is there. We've also got Coventry, and then we've also got Aberdeen. And I believe here come Staffordshire now. There's pink vests walking towards the pit lane, and here is Staffordshire. We've got our top 6. Stand by for action. Anything can happen in the next half an hour here for the final of the acceleration, the top 6 shootout for Formula Student UK 2024. Get your predictions in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this? Myself and Monty will be guiding you through, so stay with us, whether you're on the tannoy or whether you're watching online.
Who's your money on, Giles?
I actually wouldn't like to say. I genuinely don't know who's going to take this. We saw it last year. The fastest car didn't win. We saw Modena post the fastest time in the qualifying stage of acceleration, but come the top 6 shootout, Oxford Brooks took it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the fastest car is going to win here.
Yep, I agree with that one. Statistically speaking, it should be Basque Country as far as I'm concerned. They're the only EV. They should be fastest. They should have the most power and should be lightest. So henceforth, should win.
Notably, though, should and will are 2 very different words.
Exactly. I'm really looking forward to this.
This is going to be good. This is going to be very good. One of the cars is fired up because we can hear it.
Yep.
I'm not sure which one. We'll go in reverse order. We'll start with the team that positioned in 6th, starting on the far right, which will be the University of Aberdeen. We'll progress left across the pit, across the start-finish line. So that will go to Coventry, and then it will go to Staffordshire, then Cardiff, then Edith Cohen, and finally the Basque Country, all the way up to number 1, of course, the team from Spain. getting used to the teams from Spain being in #1 these days. You're all right. You're from Jersey. I'm still not over it.
Yeah, it's a good thing that I'm not English. It means I can get on with life quicker.
It's all one and good, the offside rule being a thing, but when it doesn't help, why?
Yes, yes.
That's one of the reasons why I like motorsport. Offside isn't a thing.
Red Bull Ring says hello.
Red Bull Ring say
Red
hello.
Bull Ring say hello.
What, the actual circuit?
Yeah, for offside.
Oh, I see.
They may not have an offside per se, but they certainly have their own version of it called track limits, and my goodness, is it really annoying to watch and follow.
Yes. Here we go then. I think we're about to get underway for the first run of our top 6 shootout for acceleration here at Formula Student UK 2024, live from the National Pitch straight at Silverstone. I'm Giles Cosgrove, he's James Montgomery if you're just joining us. Aberdeen getting ready to line up here for their run. Extra points on offer. I believe it's 5 extra points for the top 6. Your winners will get 5, all the way down to 0 for the 6 finishers. The green flag is down, the revs are up and down. Aberdeen cheering on the pit wall. What can they do here? What time can they post? Waiting for clarification from the Dynamics volunteer in purple with the headphones, Mr. Ben, waiting to hear through. He's got a thumb up to the lead marshal. The green flag goes up, as do the revs. Here we go then. What can the University of Aberdeen do? Wheel spin off the line. Foot to the floor. There's the gear change. What is the time? It's 4.877.
Very tidy run.
We don't know what that means yet. That's the benchmark.
That is the benchmark. It was a very, very tidy run. Did we get confirmation if it's just 1 or 2 attempts?
We didn't get confirmation. I believe we're about to find out. Well, I believe it is 1 run, because they are going back into the pit lane are the University of Aberdeen. So it's 1 and done. The heat is on.
He is on. Yeah.
Coventry now, their turn for acceleration glory. 5 internal combustion cars, 1 electric car. The electric car, oddly enough, qualified for the top 6 in first. There's the precedent. Take from that what you will. Coventry about to line up. Car number 87, Jackie. Not running aero this year are Coventry. Instead, an incredibly streamlined, low-slung, tubular space frame chassis, rear-mounted internal combustion engine, body panels laid over the top. The green flag goes down, the green flag goes up, the visor of the driver goes down. Here come the revs. What can Coventry do? 4.8 to beat. Wheel spin off the line. The revs are maximum. There's the gear change. There's the level across the line with a 4.581.
Fantastic effort from Coventry there. Beautiful launch, clean gear shifts there. Maximise that run, I'd say, Giles.
Spot on. As they say from where I'm from, down south, proper job.
Or up north if you're from Jersey.
Staffordshire now. That nose cone they run has become iconic as far as I'm concerned. The shark nose cone from Coventry.
It reminds me of the
Not
Jordan
Coventry,
days.
Staffordshire.
The Jordan days from F1 where they used to have the Wasp and the Buzz and Hornets and the Shark and stuff like that. I love a team who runs something like that.
Staffordshire then qualified in 4th for the top 6. Waving is the driver. Something not quite right. He seems to have got back on the power now. Putting up to the line. Fairly large wheels on the Staffordshire car. First time they're running aero, contrary to what Coventry did, and they lost the aero this year. Here we go then. The green flag is down for Staffordshire, and it's not got any power. There's the power, back on the power, up go the revs. Car number 2, Watkins, plenty of wheel spin off the line, a rapid start from Staffordshire, sending it down to 75 metres to a time of 4.426.
That was rapid, well done Staffordshire, that's 0.4 of a second faster than anything they did in their 4 runs before.
I love the smell of burnt rubber for lunch. Oh yes. That's what I'm talking about, Monty. That was absolutely cracker, Staffordshire.
Staffordshire making it count when it matters.
Oh.
Of course. Well done, guys. That was a cracking effort.
Meanwhile,
next up, Cardiff.
Here is Cardiff. Nick Kitchen behind the wheel of CR20, dubbed Sia. The story behind that, I'll tell you later. What can they do? Car number 6, all the way from Wales. The green flag goes up, the revs go up on the Triumph Street triple. Wheel spin off the line, it's not as a rapid start as Staffordshire did. What can they post though? At the time, 4.645.
That's third position then for Cardiff just now, is it?
As things stand, I believe so. But we've got 2 cars that are faster ahead. That could drop them some positions. It's the second time in as many years that Cardiff have not won acceleration, having won in 2021 and 2022.
Interesting, very interesting. Now it comes down, IC or EV?
2 international teams, one from Spain, one from Australia. They come from the land down under. It's not a Vegemite sandwich. It is, in fact, Edith Cohen. Second place in the top 6, lining up on the start-finish line. Single cylinder, dirt bike engine in the back. You can smell it, and it smells great. Up goes the green flag, up goes the revs. Wheel spin off the line, that's a rapid start, backfiring. It's characteristic of the engine unit, and that's a 4.576.
Ooh, Staffordshire in the lead still.
Puts them in second place.
All comes down to the EV then, Giles. Can they do it? Can they nick this, or is this Staffordshires?
May I have your attention, please? The Basque Country are about to take their run. One and done. This is what it comes down to. Can they win acceleration here at FS UK 2024? The only EV to qualify into the top 6. They posted the fastest time. Can they go better than their 4.3? The next 60 seconds will tell us. Here they come. It's silent but deadly. All the way from Spain. Lining up on the start line. Wheeled into position by the marshals, the chief marshal lining it up with his stick. You're not going to get any revs, you're not going to get any sign of power. It's just going to get away like a stabbed rat with that instant torque, and away it goes. And all of a sudden, that's not gone well for the Basque Country. And that is all over. Shock of all shocks. The team that qualified in first for the acceleration shootout have stopped mid-run, their one and only run for the acceleration shootout.
Which means provisionally then, Giles, our winner, Staffordshire. Out of nowhere, what a performance that was from them.
Drama of all dramas in the final throws of acceleration. Provisionally, your winners, round of applause please for Staffordshire.
That's where experience prevails, Giles. Staffordshire have done this year in, year out. And they're always there at the end to capitalise on everyone else, aren't they?
What a finish. I'm still reeling from that. I still can't believe what I've just seen. How? Oh my days. This is why I love Formula Student. It can go any which way. So thank you for joining us on the National Pitch Straight. Meanwhile, over in the pavilion, if you want to watch it live, the business finals will be there in 35 minutes, so head over to there. We'll be back live with you on the tannoys and on the stream for, of course, sprint on the iconic Cops Corner. Who is going to qualify well for endurance? Who is going to join us that we haven't seen already? Who's got through scrutineering whilst we've been talking here on the National Pitch Straight? We'll tell you very, very soon after lunch. Monty, what have you got for us?
I have got our provisional results and times then from that final 6 shootout there. So Basque, as we saw, did get to the end, but that is a 52.053 for them. Aberdeen 5th with a 4.877. Cardiff 4.645. Coventry in 3rd, 4.581. Edith Cowan only 0.005 of a second ahead, 4.576. But your provisional winners in the acceleration event, guys, Staffordshire University with
by 1/10 of a second.
1/10 of a second.
That's all that was in it, and it was an absolutely marvellous run. You could smell the burnt rubber as they sent it all the way down the 75-metre course. That was stunning.
They made it mattered when it. Sorry, they made it count when it mattered most. There
Absolutely.
We go. Got the words out in the end.
And on that bombshell, we'll leave you guys to your lunch. We will catch you after lunch for sprint, so make sure you join us on the stream or on the tannoys. We'll bid you goodbye for now. From Monty, it's
ciao.
And from me, it's au revoir.
are here at Silverstone, the home of British motorsport, for another Formula Student, where the teams come from all over the world to compete in 3 categories: petrol, electric and AI. Over the course of the weekend, they will be competing in events such as sprint, acceleration and endurance. But that is, of course, if they get past scrutineering. So let's get into Formula Student 2024.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to Formula Student UK 2024, live from our usual spot here on Cop's Corner, coming to you live from the Coventry box. It's Giles, Cosgrove and James Montgomery guiding you through all the Formula Student action this afternoon until 6 o'clock, so do stay with us. We're looking forward to seeing what teams get out on track, who is going to set the fastest lap time, who's going to be the most spectacular driver of the day. Stay tuned to find out. The gossip from the pit lane during the lunch break, during the business finals, was that Formula Trinity from Trinity College Dublin are this close to getting through scrutineering. They were doing the brake test as I left. It looked to me like their right brake on the front was a lot harder than the left brake. They might want to adjust the balance on that. Elsewhere, Exeter, not too far from getting through scrutineering as well. They've got the noise test to do. So they're fairly close to being able to get on track and make a go of it. And of course, all the usual protagonists that we've seen already today in acceleration. If you missed acceleration, the big upset from the day has been that the University of the Basque Country, who set the fastest time, their power unit gave up during their final run, and the winners of acceleration at Formula Student UK 2024, provisionally as we had it a few hours ago, was Staffordshire, who were over the moon. I don't think they were actually anticipating winning it, but I'm thrilled for them. An excellent team, a fantastic, monolithic run. It just ticked every single box, didn't it, Monty?
Oh, they did everything that they needed to in that final run, and you know, when it mattered most, they delivered in that very final stint. I think their fastest time to that point was a 4.8 seconds, and then out of nowhere they went 0.4 of a second faster in the I almost said playoffs there, wrong sport, in the final 6. And they went and delivered the goods when it mattered most, and provisionally they've got the top points as a result.
As things stand currently here at Formula Student UK, 29 out of 56 teams have completed the chassis check, 26 out of 56 teams have completed safety, 26 out of 56 have done tech, 20 out of 56 have done tilt, 18 out of 56 have done noise, 14 out of 56 brake, and for those that are doing electric power units, that's 6 out of 29 have done the accumulator check, 4 out of 29 have done the EV LV, and 5 out of 29 have done the EV HV. So still plenty of time. We're here for 4 hours here on Cop's Corner. The track has been laid out and it looks absolutely gorgeous as ever. Thank you to the Dynamics volunteers in purple, who've done an excellent job as always, laying out what looks to be an excellent and slightly challenging course. It's what we want to see here at Formula Student.
It keeps the drivers on their toes. Hopefully we're going to see lots of cones get collected as well during the course of the afternoon as well. And if my recollection of how the scrutineering process works is still relevant, the brake test tends to be the final one, which they do.
Yep.
So if that's the case, 14 out of 56, that means I'm hoping we're going to see at least at the moment 14 cars making it out onto the circuit for the sprint.
So what you'll get is you'll get 2 drivers, each with 2 laps to qualify for their team. So 4 runs in total for each team. The fastest team will go last in endurance tomorrow. It tends to be the drivers that drive in endurance on the Sunday will also try and qualify for their teams in sprint on Saturday. So these drivers will be usually back on track for tomorrow for the endurance. It's going to be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to seeing this. We've got a real mixed field Oxford Brooks didn't manage to get to Acceleration, but they did get to Skidpad, so they are here. They've gone through Scrutineering, and we should be seeing them through Sprint at some point. I will be bringing you all the latest gossip, all the latest reactions here in the commentary box. We'd love to hear from you as well. If you want to see what's going on in the commentary box, you can follow it on Monty's Instagram. If you go to @RacingMont, you can see us live on Instagram, so you can see what's going on in the commentary box. You can also get in touch on YouTube. Comments coming in. A lot of love for UCL at the moment. Alan A says, come on, Harry, get pole with your UCL mobile. I'm saying UCL low diff pole. Okay. Meanwhile, Titanium Trust says vroom vroom, and Matthias says let's go Vermilion. We'll get you the results from Skidpad as soon as we have them. They're still being totted up at the moment. As soon as we've got those, we'll be able to bring them to you. Don't forget, you can also DM myself and Monty across social media @RacingMont for Monty, @Giles_Cosgrove for me. So do get in touch if you want a shout out, if you want a birthday message, anything you want, let me know. Midnight Flame says, hey, I'm going to be there on Sunday. I can't wait. Sunday's going to be a good day.
It's always a good day. Endurance is always a fine way to cap off Formula students, and it always throws everything on its head, because you kind of get an idea after today who are the quick teams, who are the ones which mean business. And then it can turn on its head because of the endurance event, because, okay, it's only a 22-kilometre event, which doesn't really sound like much of an endurance in comparison to Le Mans. But when we bear in mind that all of these cars have been built by students, this is not built in factories, these are not built by professionals, these are all students. So being able to do 22 kilometres in a student-built car is nothing short of a miracle, or as I saw appropriately on the rear wing of one of the cars in the intro there, built with powered by hopes and dreams.
I love that. if that isn't Formula Student, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. But I think the main talking point, especially this afternoon, Giles, at about 3 o'clock, not sure what's happening tomorrow, but definitely at 3 o'clock, they are threatening rain. And when I look to our south, there is definitely beads of rain in the distance. Whether that makes its way here, we do not know. But certainly for the time being, the track is dry, the sun is out, it's going to be grippy. Students, why aren't you getting your cars out here now when the conditions are at their best? We want to see some action, and I'm sure you guys want to get some competitive times in as well.
We've got a car on the line at the moment. Dynamics Marshall's talking to the driver, explaining the way to go, how to get around the track in the best way possible. Shout-outs coming through. Ray Britton says, let's go ECU, as does Tech 130. And Ray Britton also says, g'day from Australia. G'day to the Lounge Down Under. Elsewhere, Rosalind Winston says, here to support my brother. Come on, OBR. So proud of you, Mikey. And McScottish has got in touch to simply say, Monty!
Yes, McScottish! He was our kind of favourite driver in the sim racing series. I mean, a person from Aberdeen representing a Scottish university with the last name of Scotland. You can't get more Scottish than that.
You truly cannot. Elsewhere, Midnight Flame saying, come on, Phoenix Racing. Yaz says, shout out to Exeter, aka the best team. According to Yars. We're moments away from the first track here. Well, first run on track here at Sprint. In fact, there's a queue building. Coventry have also arrived. I think at the front of that is Warwick. Is Warwick ready to go? I can hear the beep of their car ready to go. Warwick is an electric car. It kicks off with a beep, and then you want to see that red light flashing on the roll hoop above the driver's head. If it goes green, that means it's in limp home mode. It's not going to get round in that mode. You need it flashing red. That means it's dangerous, don't touch it, it's under its own power. You want that for an electric car.
Exactly. More power, please. Thank you very much. Now, Warwick, there's two things which stand out for me with this team. Firstly, in the acceleration event, remarkable consistency, wasn't it, Giles? It was, what, 9,000ths of a second between their fastest and their slowest of the 4 attempts. So, remarkable consistency from their powertrain in each of those runs as they launch. And there we are, guys. That is our first Formula Student car of FS24
under the track. Here we go. It is Warwick on track as we have it here in the commentary box. Looking nice and planted. It's exactly what you need to see. Car number 12, University of Warwick, through the first slalom, heading towards the top of the course. There's that very tight hairpin that will slow cars right down regardless of how good they are, because it's a very, very tight corner indeed. Going through there are Warwick. Nicely done. The power staying consistent. What you need. A nice angle. That's a new angle for us here in the commentary box. I do apologise for getting excited about that, but not a lot tends to change here, so that's a really nice angle here at Copse Corner, live from the home of British Motorsports, Formula Student UK here at Silverstone, going through the S's. Warwick looking very nice indeed. Around they go through the second slalom. Monty, what time do you reckon we're going to see here from Warwick? They've got one. This is one of their 4 times in progress.
I'm going to hold fire on guessing on the times for now, Giles, because it's just such an unknown. I think everything which I can remember from last year was done in the wet. So I think everything which is in my memory just now is just not going to be relevant at all to today. What I am expecting from Warwick, though, is remarkable consistency. I don't think they have the raw pace to be fastest, but come the endurance challenge tomorrow, I reckon whatever we see them do as a time...
And across the line with a time of...
1:23.274. I reckon we're going to see that lap after lap after lap tomorrow.
Quite possibly.
I reckon we're going to see them at the finish, commentator's curse, and just be able to just trundle along, rake in those laps and get themselves some big points, because that really is the huge challenge about this. You've just got to get on the track and you've almost guaranteed yourself a top 10 finish if you can make it to the finish.
Oh, absolutely. Coventry should be up next unless Warwick are able to make their second run immediately, and away they go. And there's immediately a bit more of an aggressive start from Warwick there through the first of the S's, headed towards that first slalom. That slalom really testing the high-speed cornering of the cars, the suspension setup. You'll be able to see it roll through that left, that right, that left, that right. You'll be able to see how hard or how soft they've set that suspension. It will have an impact on the time that they post. You can see them going through that first hairpin at the top of the course. They're slowing right down no matter how quickly you are. Now through the S's again. Looking really planted, really consistent is what we come to expect from Warwick. Round they go. If they posted a 1:23.274 now, this could well be 1:21, 1:22, by the looks to me. They've got to grips with the course. Remember, the first lap is the first time each driver has ever experienced the circuit. Once they know where they can put the power down, irrespective of your power unit, your chances are they're going to see a couple of seconds gone.
I'm going to hazard a guess we could be into the teens with this second lap. There's just a lot more pace. There's a much quicker tempo this lap, actually.
I do agree.
I take back my previous comments. It definitely isn't a power thing. It was a driver thing on the first one. Good to do the reconnaissance lap, but here we come over the line for the second run. What is the time, Giles?
1:12.936. A whole 10 seconds gone there for Warwick. A fantastic lap by the University of Warwick's first driver. They'll be in for a driver swap and they can make another go of it with 2 more laps for their second driver. Meanwhile, in the queue, we've got Coventry, and we've also got from down under, we've got Edith Cohen. They've come all the way from near Perth-ish. So I say near Perth. The Australian understanding of nearby is a bit different to the rest of us because it's so big in Australia. So a run for milk round the corner is about an hour's drive.
And the next city down from me is a 5 hours drive. Who's that are we seeing? It's potentially...
It should be Coventry next.
Should be Coventry, yes.
They were next in the queue as I had it, so we should be expecting to see Coventry. A lot of love for Coventry from Midnight Flame on the chat saying, come on Coventry, you can do this, I believe in you. Amy saying, come on MMU. Hamish Mad says, congrats and well done to every single team who's taken part. And Limited F1 says UB Racing all the way, proud to see them in the business and cost final. That is a massive congratulations to everyone who did that. It's not easy getting into the business final here at FS. Meanwhile, Tyler Anderson says, let's go Oxford Brooks, here for Mikey and the gang. And Sionomina says, Giles, if you don't be more enthusiastic for Exeter, I will have a stern conversation with you after. Yay, Exeter. Anyway, meanwhile, back on track with teams that have passed through scrutineering. We've got Coventry and Edith Cohen lined up to make a go for sprint. This will qualify for endurance tomorrow. It will make or break a team. Wood endurance, if you finish endurance, chances are you'll finish in the top 10. Not everyone does. Chances are you might not. And it is gutting. I was there a few years ago, Cardiff on track to win the event in 2021 until some oil leaked onto the exhaust. It evaporated in a cloud of blue smoke. That got the team black flagged and we were all absolutely heartbroken. So trust me, I've been there, as has Monty. You competed with Hertfordshire a few years ago.
Yep, we were on course for finishing that event until we did the pit stop, and then the driver applied the clutch, and all the clutch fluids decided to come out, and that was our race done that way.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm pretty sure OBR can probably reminisce with this all too
Last year,
rawly
yes.
after last year. So close to potentially winning the whole thing within a couple of laps of it, really, weren't they?
Well, things went so badly for them. I've been under the impression for about 11 months that Oxford Brookes came second last year. No, it was Staffordshire that came second. That was how much of a difference finishing endurance can make. The OBR fell out from winning to not even coming second. That's the massive difference that endurance can make, and this is why sprint is crucial.
Yep, just as a kind reminder for everyone, so in the dynamic events, so whichever team wins today, that is 100 out of the possible 1,000 points available in this competition just by winning the sprint event today. And then when we do the endurance tomorrow, that's 250 points. That's a quarter of the available point in one single contest. So these two events, which we're doing just now, well, now and tomorrow, really will make all the difference. They are such an influence, aren't they?
This will decide who starts endurance when and what traffic you're competing with simultaneously. So you can't see them here because we haven't set it up, but there will be blue overtaking zones for the endurance course tomorrow. It's not wheel-to-wheel racing, it's a time trial with multiple cars on track at the same time. If a slower car has got a faster car behind it, they'll get blue flag. They've got to go in. You don't want to spend half your time doing endurance being overtaken because your lap times are going to go up massively. And if you are lucky enough to finish endurance, or you've done the mechanics of it perfectly and you just know you're going to finish endurance, it tends to be a combination of the two, you don't want to have your completion time limited by being overtaken.
Absolutely, and it's a very key point. Wherever you finish really today, that will decide where you start tomorrow. It is crucial that you try and get yourself a time which is representative of the car's performance, because that means you're going to be out on track at the same time as other cars at the same kind of pace to you. That means you're not going to have those blue flags. That means you're all going to essentially have a clear part of track to do your respective laps in.
Having said that, Modena, they did qualify towards the top end, and they were still a lot faster than everybody else last year.
I mean, Modena were just here to mock us all last year, frankly. But then again, they were going so quick that we had to peel them in and give them a polite telling off because they were being a little bit too impatient.
An old-fashioned British finger-wagging.
Also, words to that effect, apparently, I said on the stream last year.
Something along those lines.
I can't remember the exact words now. It definitely hasn't been clipped and put onto the Discord channel and played every time I do a driver's briefing now, has it, Giles?
I can't imagine it has.
No.
Meanwhile, over on Cops Corner, plenty of spectators. Give us a wave in, Cops. We're here in the box. I don't know whether you can actually see my hand waving out, but hello if you're on Cops Corner. Thank you very much for joining us. You don't forget, if you're here spectating, whether you're a team member, whether you bought spectator tickets, you too can be sat there on one of the greatest corners, on one of the greatest Grand Prix circuits ever, and you can be watching as sprint takes place. Meanwhile, I'm getting some smug looks from the Purple Army. How are we doing? Thank you very much to them for allowing us to make this happen, because without them it wouldn't. And trust me, they have been here laying out this circuit for hours.
Yep, there are hundreds of volunteers that give up their time to put this event together every single year. Without them, it just wouldn't happen, would it?
It would not happen at all. Interestingly enough, I'm tempted, Monty. I am tempted to do the same thing that we did last year. The Best Dressed Award. Because our previous commentary teams here at Formula Student have done unofficial competitions, such as the Celtic Cup, between certain regions in the UK or abroad, and we couldn't think of anything original, but nor did we want to rip them off, and we ended up doing the Fashion Award, or the Best Dressed Award last year. It went to Jenny from UCL, who was wearing double denim in the pouring rain.
Miss Double Denim,
I feel like we ought to do the same again this year.
Yep. I'm up for that. Obviously, I'm disqualified from this because I just judge for myself.
Otherwise, you would be winning. You've got Miami Vice and Magnum PI going on right here under the great British grey cloud.
Someone's got to cheer up this place, you know. Otherwise, it's just a dingy grey July day, which...
Ooh, interesting. We've got Edith Cohen being wheeled in front of Coventry. So clearly, they've decided that Edith Cohen have got more chance of getting going first, as opposed to the car number 87, Jackie. The Coventry tradition is to name the car after the team lead's mother. So this year it is Jackie. So Jackie, if you're watching, hello. Here come Edith Cohen. They've come all the way from the land down under. They brought us Vegemite and Crocodile Dundee. Now they bring us Edith Cohen University, a team that's absolutely dominated the field in Australasia. And it's now their turn to see whether they can get the best lap here at Sprint. Away they go. The first lap for driver number 1. Immediately a more aggressive start than we saw from Warwick. Straight into that first S and headed towards
the slalom through the second chicane. There they go on to the slalom now, pushing as hard as they dare a single-cylinder dirt bike engine in a car that weighs only 165 kilograms. It's an internal combustion unit. Noticeable backfire we spotted on the acceleration. They were doing rather well indeed. And the question is, with a single cylinder, can they keep up with the teams that are running far gruntier internal combustion power units from the likes of a Kawasaki Ninja or a Triumph Street Triple? Here they go through that second slalom, round through the chicane, headed towards the final hairpin at the bottom of the course. You can see it on the stream now. Nice, oh, bit of kick out the back of there, well handled from the driver, through the final chicane and across the line with a time of 58.991. Immediately, sub 60 seconds. Last year, we were building towards that. Right out of the gate, second driver, bang, sub 60. That's huge, and that does set a precedent. And it's why I was saying this morning, as far as I'm concerned, ECU hot favourites to win Formula Student UK 2024, Monty.
Yep, I agree with that one. This is their contest to lose at the moment. They've been consistently competitive in everything they've done as the revs build for the start of the... Oh, here they are, coming back to the start line again. Yeah, they've been consistently competitive in everything. They may have not won everything, but they seem to be the top 10 for everything. They're getting the big points, and off they go for their second start, Giles.
Pushing it straight out of the line, it was 58 seconds for lap 1. Driver number 1 from Edith Cohen will be familiar with the circuit now. What can they do? Headed through the chicane towards that first slalom. Through that slalom they go, right onto the top of hairpin of the course. Through their left-hander, put on the brakes a little bit and then back on the power. Headed towards the chicane complex. I'm still quite naming parts of the track, haven't quite got there yet, but we're going to. This is a very quick time indeed from the Aussies. Keeping things just on the edge of okay, really pushing the limits. I heard a groan there from some of the Dynamics volunteers watching from the side of the track. This team are really pushing what this car is capable of. Single cylinder in the back, sending them, propelling them towards another sub 60 time. Through the final hairpin they go, getting the apex, no step out of the rear this time. Through the final chicane and across the line, the time is a 56.1.
Right, there we are. Benchmark set. Come on, everyone. Come after this. Paraphrasing from last year, hold my boomerang and watch this.
There we go. And already we've got meme of the year for FS UK.
I have to say, this car really does impress me. You can hear it's a single cylinder. It's got a nice floaty grunt to it, but I have to say it's not the most powerful of cars out there. I'm just having a read through the tech book here, right? So it's a Yamaha YZ450F, so it's only 450cc, so there is spare capacity.
Well, clearly it's all they need.
Exactly, and so even though they haven't got the power, which was a bit evident in the acceleration run, they're making it work in other ways because they've now got a really light, nimble car which handles well, accelerates well, corners well, and evidently does these kind of events perfectly. I was really impressed to see on the Scrutineers scales. I think they're one of the lightest competitors just now, something like 163 kilograms.
They are substantially lighter than pretty much every other car on the field. There are some cars that are over 300 kilos. They tend
Double
to be
the weight.
They tend to be the bottom end of 200 kilos.
Yeah.
So they're already 40 kilos below most of the field, and clearly that's got a substantial benefit. Okay,
Well, you can see on the track they're just so nimble, aren't they?
They haven't got the power in excess, but they certainly are able to get round a lap in a really impressive time. 56.10. That's faster than any lap, I swear, we saw last year, including from the likes of Modena, who ended up winning FS UK 2023. They are not back, so whoever wins this year, it'll be a brand new winner.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can't have a repeat winner this year, but no, I really am impressed with Edith Cohen for that one. That is just straight out the bat, second car in. Come on, everyone. Let's see what you can do with that now.
Meanwhile, Monty, I've got a wonderful shout-out to do. You're going to love this one.
Okay.
Yazi says, shout-out to the University of Hertfordshire business team for making it to the final and wearing matching flamingo shirts during their presentation.
I was watching them. They presented well. They looked the part, and I have to say you have done your university proud. It was great to see UH Racing get a top 5 and get into the finals there. I would love to see them on the track. I think everyone's got their fingers crossed that they can get through scrutineering, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. But no, well done. As a UH Racing alumni, it's always nice to see something good happening with the team as well, so congrats guys. Obviously, as we get more of the results being published throughout the day on Formula Students Instagram page, we'll be sharing that news with you as well once we've got the final results. And of course, don't forget, we've got the awards ceremony tonight as well. That's from 8 PM, is it? I want to say
Something like that, yes.
Something like that, yeah. So all the awards for the competitions which have happened thus far are going to be handed out tonight, so make sure that you tune in for that. We are going to have a live stream for that as well. Many trophies to hand out, many memes to share again, I imagine.
Oh, I should think so. That looks to me to be Cardiff University at the back of the queue. Ahead of them in car number 87 is Jackie from the University of Coventry. Coventry University Phoenix Racing being put down onto its rear wheels now. I expect we're going to get a lap from Coventry very, very shortly, and then behind them is car number 71, the University of Aberdeen, that looks to me to be. So stand by, we're going to go racing again here at Silverstone, live for Formula Student UK. So do not miss it. If you've got friends and family who are at home and you're here, then all you need to do is tell them it's on YouTube, Formula Student YouTube channel. It will be there, so do not miss a thing. Here we go then. Lining up, I can hear an engine starting up. Coventry are being brought to the line for their first attempt. Bear in mind, they qualified in first last year. They won sprint. They waited until the last minute when the track was just beginning to dry out. Had torrential rain last year. Rain on the way in 25 minutes as the weather forecast has it. And shock of all shocks, Coventry beat the likes of Modena and Oxford Brookes into first. Did an amazing job, and off they go again. Can they get in sight of the time set by Edith Cohen? And apparently not, because they've stopped.
Yeah, that's not going to work. That sounds like the engine has cut out there. Hopefully we can get that one fired up again and finish off the lap. Do you know what, in some ways a bit of the pressure off for Coventry, because they can turn this into a reconnaissance lap and just work out exactly where all the cones, where all the apexes are. They've got back going again, thank goodness for that.
No pressure now for the first lap for driver number 1, but they tend to be a scouting lap regardless. Get familiar with the course. We saw Edith Cohen drop 2 seconds between lap 1 and lap 2. That's better. I don't quite know why the team Coventry stopped there, but they seem to be back on the power. Through the chicane goes Jackie. Team tradition to name the car after the team lead's mum.
I think that's fantastic how a university goes and dedicates things like that to their own mothers. It's fantastic to see the students getting on board with that kind of banter as well. I like to dedicate a lot to Denise as well, you know, Giles.
Oh, my mother?
Yeah.
Dread to think. Thank you very much, Monty. Meanwhile, back on track. It is, of course, Coventry headed through the final hairpin now. Nice apex there. Great line from Coventry. Through they go, the final chicane, headed towards the line. It won't be a great time because they stopped for reasons that we're not entirely sure of. It is a 1:22, but that can be massively improved on, and we know it will be.
I mean, that matched Warwick's first attempt.
Yeah.
So here we are, they're turning around, they're coming straight back for a second bite of the cherry.
Keeping on the power are Coventry. Hopefully no more issues for them on this run. Driver number 1, lap 2, the scouting is completed. He was beckoning the marshal over for a word, wants to have a word, having a conversation between the driver and the marshal. He wants to be wheeled back a bit. I'm wondering whether he wants to be wheeled back completely. Or he just wanted to be readjusted to line up for this attempt. Okay, fair enough.
I think they creeped a bit too far forward and were angled a bit too awkwardly. So coming back for a second attempt there. There we are. Pass our parking tests. Nicely done. Congrats, you can have your driver's license.
In Jersey, maybe, Monty. Meanwhile, here's Coventry lining up for their second go. Up go the Rebs, and away they go with a far more aggressive start, headed towards that first chicane. Out of the gate, headed towards that first slalom. Can they get within the sight of 56.1 from Edith Cohen? Can they avoid any power issues this time around? Hopefully so. Through that slalom, towards the first hairpin. It's a left-hander. Really puts the suspension through its paces. Hard cornering for the teams. And this is going to be crucial to endurance tomorrow, and endurance tends to decide who wins, so don't close your eyes at any time in the next minute. I don't know whether they're going to be, they don't seem to me to be lapping as fast as Edith Cohen, but it still looks to me to be a respectable time for driver number 1 from Coventry. Through the chicane, into that second slalom. Looking good is Jackie, car number 87.
Nice bit of slideways moments out of that chicane there, Giles.
Oh, not quite as good an exit on the second hairpin, in my opinion. Through the chicane they go, and across the line with a time
101.379.
That's more like it.
20 seconds faster. Nicely done, Coventry.
Excellent stuff for the team from Coventry, who are seeing a lot of love from Midnight Flame over on the chat. Elsewhere, Resolute on fire. Now that's a driver, says Tech13. Come on, Surrey, says SM78. The revs go up, meanwhile, for the University of Aberdeen, who enter the fray and join us all the way from Scotland, barreling down the start straight and into that chicane, headed towards the first slalom they go. What time can they post? 56.1, the fastest from Edith Cohen. Coventry there with a 1.01. Can Aberdeen get in sight of that? This is their sighting lap for driver number 1. Bear in mind, so it may not be the fastest, but it will certainly give us an idea of roundabout where they're going to be. Through the hairpin they go at the top of the course, back down towards the commentary box they come, and we're keeping an eye out from them out the windows as well as on the stream. You can see them, I imagine, over on Cop Stand. Here they come into sight. Through the chicane they go, headed towards that second slalom. They've got to really floor it here as best they can. There's 2 slaloms to go and another hairpin, not to mention a couple of chicanes as well. It really does maximise the turn of the car, really puts it through its various paces. There's fast sections, there's slow sections. You've got to be on it as a driver, and your car has got to be up to scratch. Here we go, approaching the final hairpin. Through the hairpin they go, really tight on the apex there, maybe slowing down just a little bit too much to be competitive. Through the final chicane, the line's approaching, they cross the line with a time of 110.017.
That's a good reconnaissance lap for the team there, straight in for their second stab as well, so they kept it nice and clean, didn't knock over any cones. I think they know exactly where the apexes are, so no qualms there. They're ready just to go again, aren't they, Giles?
They are lining up ready to go again, are the University of Aberdeen. They gave us a sticker. We should put the sticker up in the commentary box. We've got a sticker from FSUK Memes as well. And off they go to Aberdeen for their second run. It's a far more aggressive start right out of the gate. Into the chicane they go. The slalom is next. What can they do? It was a 1:10. Can they get in sight of the 60-second mark? It is the magic number for teams on sprint and endurance. Headed towards that hairpin. What can they do here?
Much more aggressive this time round, Giles. They're really flinging it into each corner.
Into the chicane complex at the top of the course. The car looks to me, Monty, to be really nice and planted. There's not a great deal of roll. Contact maintained on all 4 tyres is what you need for a fast lap. Through the slaloms they go. I am really liking the suspension setup on this car, Monty. I really am.
Oh no, same here as well. This is the kind of classic concept of an FSAE car. There's nothing fancy, there's no huge aerodynamics on it. It's just something which prioritises mechanical grip. It's planted well, it's pitching nicely as well. Not too much roll.
They seem to be caught out by that hairpin.
Must be lacking grip
down a
there.
little bit. I don't know. Across the line they go with a time then of 1:05, a significant improvement of 5 seconds for the University of Aberdeen. At the moment, that puts them in 3rd place as we have it here in the comms box.
No, I quite like the look of that Aberdeen car. It's just a nice, tidy bit of engineering, and for a lot of universities, just trying to get something to look like that is a miracle, and I think they've mastered this. They've given themselves and designed themselves a fantastic platform that for future years now they can build on that concept, they can evolve it. It looked really nice to drive.
I really like a simple Formula Student car. As far as I'm concerned, irrespective of the power unit you choose, if I was going down the FS route, I'd have a tubular space frame chassis, cigar-shaped car with a rear-mounted engine, rear-wheel drive. That's the way I go. Keep it simple, it creates less to worry about, and you can focus on the details.
To a degree, I would agree with that. I'm aware that as well, that students are trying to create cars which are relevant for the industry. And it's the one thing I think we're all aware of is that, if all the governments are stating that by 2030 we should all be in electric cars, I do feel like that we're on borrowed time for these kind of concepts before we start moving into just full EVs.
Even if it's an electric motor, though, just a rear-mounted electric motor.
That is a good point.
Exactly.
Still looks the same, doesn't it?
Still looks the same chassis, same suspension, it's just a different drivetrain. Meanwhile, talking of old drivetrains, we've got the classic Triumph Street Triple in the back of the car. At the front of the queue, you can see on your screens there, car number 6, SIA CR20 from Cardiff University. So named because this year they've got titanium over the sides of their impact structures, titanium panels glued onto their aluminium honeycomb that they make their chassis out of. And their team lead, Hugh, who is a mature student, bless his heart, he went, oh, like the Rihanna song.
I was about to say the same. You missed an opportunity there to call it Rihanna.
Well, they've actually written Rihanna, then crossed it out, and then written Sia all over the car. It's brilliant. So there is Sia lining up with Hugh himself, oddly enough, behind the wheel, ready for their first stab at sprint here at Formula Student UK 2024. Cardiff University CR20 Sia on the line with the fastest time set by the Australians Edith Cohen with a 56, and away goes Hugh off the line, sending it straight through the chicane, headed towards that slalom, looking fairly planted. They've got to contend, however, with the aero, and that's a fairly chunky aero package, and looking a little bit leisurely compared to what I know Hugh tends to like to do with the car, which is really send it into the hairpin. They go. I hope this is Hugh just getting to grips with the track layout as opposed to a mechanical problem for the team from Wales. Here they go through the chicanes now, looking nice and firm there, rolling through. You can see the they've got a new front suspension this year, an active front anti-roll bar, as well as brand new uprights and new wishbones as well. They've reduced the scrub radius, making the car far easier to handle. Past the commentary box they go, headed towards the third and final slalom. CR20, Hugh behind the wheel. The final hairpin to go, a couple of chicanes. It doesn't look to me like this is going to be anywhere close to Edith Cohen. I am just hoping that this is a sighting lap for Cardiff. Wouldn't blame them, as you might find out later in the week. I'm not a driver. Meanwhile, crossing the line then, it's Cardiff with a time of 1:07. Looks slow, was fairly good.
Yeah, no, that was a nice tidy reconnaissance lap there. I reckon we're going to see easily another 5, maybe even 10 seconds shaved off that, depending on how much they want to push that. But
this is the question, as always. If you recall last year, Aaron Farmer's lack of mechanical sympathy had me on the edge of my seat. And Hugh is no different as a driver to Aaron. Both very aggressive, very quick drivers. Hugh having a conversation with the marshal, being wheeled back into place, slightly overshot to get the turnaround. We're seeing this a little bit here at Cops. Nothing to worry about. The Triumph Street Triple ticking over, idling nicely, which is fairly new for Cardiff. Doesn't always do that. Ready to go is Hugh, lining up on the line. One more lap for driver number 1 from Cardiff. The time set by them, a reconnaissance of 1.07. We're fairly certain they can be a lot quicker, and that's a more aggressive start, it looks to me. Backfiring out of there through the chicane. That looks a little more like what I was expecting out of the gate from Cardiff. Barreling down towards that slalom. Through the chicane they go. At the top of the course, of course, you've got that hairpin. How is that aero going to cope? How is it going to do in terms of clearance, especially on the front wing? Not a problem for them by the looks of it. Are Cardiff now headed towards that time by Edith Cohen of a 56.1? We're about to find out. Get your stopwatches out. Let's see what they can do. Through the chicane they go, coming back towards the view of the commentary box. There's a couple of slaloms, a few more chicanes and that hairpin to go. Through that second slalom they've got, through another chicane, the third slalom on the approach now. Does it seem to you, Monty, that they've slowed down a little bit compared to that start?
yeah, the tempo's gone a little bit there, but do you know what? I'm not really going to blame them because they've got 4 attempts of this, so they can build up to the lap. I think they've nailed that first sector nicely. They can feed that back to the rest, nail it all together in stages 3 and 4.
Here they come then across the line, and Cardiff University post a time of 1:03.382, putting them in 3rd behind Coventry and Edith Cohen.
Now they've stopped just after the finish line, so I do wonder then.
Dead.
So I wonder if that is actually why they were slowing down, because actually they were starting to lose power.
No, that's not good news, as ex-Cardiff members Mike, Robin and Dinky head towards CR20 to pick up their old university's car. Hugh signalling that it would completely cut out. I wish I had other words other than oh dear.
That probably explains why I was looking a bit slow in the final part of the lap there, actually. So that's all right. Hopefully that's a quick fix. Get the car resolved. Thankfully, it happened after the finish line.
It did, thankfully, but the question is, if that's happened now during sprint, what does that spell for Cardiff and endurance tomorrow?
That is tomorrow's problem, Giles.
Yes, I can't deny that, and I can't disagree, Monty. I wish I could, but I can't.
What will be. Que sera, sera. I know that's cliche.
Does anyone know if UOM have failed scrutineering, says ZZ in the comments? Don't really know myself. Tritonium Trust says, we do cars and gladiators. Go Exeter. Cardiff Racing saying, come on Cardiff. Come on Cardiff. Back to the pits if I were you. Meanwhile, Tech30 says, fantastic effort from all teams at Silverstone. So much great talent in one place. Here we go then. Who's next on the agenda?
It's Leeds, Giles.
Leeds are back. I've been talking with them. They've been trying to work out what's been going on. I think it was a battery problem amongst other things, and a burnt out starter motor. Fingers crossed they can keep the power on this time. Through the chicane they go on their sighting lap.
Slipping gear there.
Was it?
Yeah, I could hear a slipping gear there. It'd be interesting to hear what
And
we
it
can
stops,
see. Oh
Monty.
dear.
That's crawling at a snail's pace. Is it under power, or is that just through momentum alone? That's through momentum. That's crawling to a halt. That's not gone well for the University of Leeds, I'm afraid. Disappointing for car 97. We know they've had inconsistent power over in acceleration. We saw the same thing. I think they did manage to get it to work on Skidpad. What can you hear there, Monty? Anything?
I thought I could hear an engine. No, it's coming from the pits. So, no, that is definitely a dead car we're seeing on the pits at the moment. Of course, they can still try and get the thing kicking up again. Once the marshals touch the car, that will be the end of that run. But for now, we're just having a look at University of Leeds. Hopefully, they can get it working again, but to be fair, I can see the marshals gesticulating. It looks like perhaps they're looking for some assistance now. That is a crying shame, because there's a lot of potential in this car. We saw it in the acceleration run, but it just doesn't seem to last too long.
No, I think they've got issues with their starter motor and the consistency of power, which would then would rely on the starter motor, which isn't working either. So, as a result, that's a DNF for the first lap from the University of Leeds. Heartbreak for them. Back to the pits. Get the spanners out and have a tinker. Onto the grass they go as the marshals wheel them away. Up next here on the start line, I haven't got a car as far as I can see. It's obscured by a portaloo.
Ah, standard. No, there doesn't seem to be any cars there at the moment. We may need to look as far back as the gates to see if there's anyone waiting down there.
We've definitely got some teams.
Oh, yeah.
I can't help but wonder, is that Oxford Brooks?
The cameras have just changed, Giles. Let's see if that gives us a bit of a zoom up there. So we've got Team 100 and Team 12. So that's Warwick in the background again. But who's number 100?
It's 100 looks to me to be University College London, because they've got their very notable pink space frame, tubular space frame sprayed acid pink.
Ooh,
I think that might well be University College London. And there's a bit of cheering going on somewhere. If I say UCL, am I going to get a cheer? I get a cheer if I say UCL. Okay, 1, 2, 3, UCL! Excellent stuff. There we are.
Close enough. You're right, Giles. It is. Number 100 is UCL. This would be nice to see how they do. They were at Williams the other day, and actually I was catching up with one of their former drivers at who did this event a couple of years ago, and very, very nearly finished. They ran out of fuel on the last lap. Lawrence Vines, he's gone off to get a job at Williams since then, so it's fantastic to see what he's been able to achieve since graduating and leaving Formula Student.
Oddly enough, Lawrence, Double Denim's boyfriend. I've spent time with Jenny and Lawrence in London. They hosted me a few months ago to take part in some filming, and they are genuinely some of the nicest people you could ever meet.
He's Mr. Double Denim?
He's Mr. Double Denim.
Oh my goodness gracious me, that's
Talk
too
about
much denim for my liking.
Small world, isn't it? Talk about a crossover. So hopefully UCL will be out on track once we have removed the unfortunately demised car of University of Leeds. I say demised, it just needs a resus. It needs a defib. An engineering defib is what Leeds needs.
Nice rhyming.
Completely by mistake, but I'll take it. As Robin and Mike wheel away car 97, we look to car 100, the iconic pink stupidest space frame chassis from UCL.
Have I just spotted UCL guys down to the right of our commentary box?
Yeah, they are down to the right of our commentary box.
There?
They're filming, in fact. They're filming us here in the commentary box. We're waving to them. I don't know whether they can see us.
There we go. They can see us. They're giving us a big wave. I'm liking the pink woven into the hair of, I think, the team lead. That's really cool. It might be on for best dressed, and yet again it would go to UCL, which is, it says a lot about London. Clearly they care about their fashion choices, whereas some of us who maybe live in the south of Wales will just settle on jeans and a t-shirt for a week.
I also approve the pink because it's the same shade of pink as what you find in the JJ Racing esports cars as well. So I approve of this pink, Giles.
Meanwhile, people asking how was our dinner last night. We'll get onto that in a bit. I'm just anticipating UCL heading out on track, and I don't really want to interrupt the magic as away go Uni of Leeds to a smattering of applause, a well-deserved applause for Leeds, because getting through Scrutineering and getting to this point alone is worthy of huge praise, let alone competing and completing any of these endurance events.
Absolutely. There's 8 different challenges as part of Formula Students, so the matter of the fact, if they can get onto the track, that in itself is a miracle.
I'd like to add a 9th challenge.
Go on.
Camping.
Camping, yes.
Camping is inhuman. Why would you choose to do it if you didn't have to? In fact, no. Why have I said that? Because I did choose to camp last year and I was offered a hotel, so...
That's okay, I feel your pain on that. I've still got my bite marks on my legs from going to Le Mans last month.
Oh, see, no. It's a choice between a plastic sheet or central heating and a clean bathroom.
Yes.
Meanwhile...
Pink
on track it is, of course. University College London, car 100. We've seen them back now. They were here 2 years ago. We didn't see them last year, I don't think. Great to see them back here now with their bright pink tubular space frame. And away they go. Nice throaty noise out the back of the UCL car, headed towards that chicane. It's a bit of a approximation for the driver to work out where they can put the power where they can't on this first run, so you're not always anticipating drama right out of the gate. I think Edith Cohen may have raised the bar prematurely, shall we say.
I would say that. I would also say that's possibly a sign of a team that have done some virtual preparation beforehand. But I have to say, most teams would put their drivers with the best sixth sense out for these events.
Oh, hang on a minute, Monty. I do apologise for interrupting, but UCL have stopped in the middle of the chicane complex, and the driver is struggling with the controls, trying to get the car back under power, and it doesn't look to me like they're having much success. Thumbs up to the marshal, though, so potentially maybe the UCL driver knows something we don't. You can see the heat coming out of the back of the exhaust, the haze in shot there if you're watching on the live stream. So there is the car back under power, but it's not looking particularly fast, Monty.
Potentially it's a drive issue. If you can see the heat haze coming off the exhaust, that means there's definitely an idling engine over there, so it is oh, okay, there we are, cone penalty. They seem to be back on the track then, so whatever happened there, we're going to have to find out later, Giles, what happened there, but they're back on the track and going to be finishing off this lap now.
Fingers crossed that was maybe even a driver error. I mean, through no fault of their own, really. They don't know the course as yet. I sincerely hope that they did the track walk. We have encouraged it. It will benefit you. If you haven't done your track walk, then your first lap is going to be a lot slower because you don't know where you're going. Talking of not knowing where they're going, I can't quite tell where they are at this point on the course. There they go, through the final hairpin they go. One more chicane, getting the tail very snappy out the back through there. Whine almost like a lawnmower as University College London posts a time of 1:55.614. A round of applause echoing across Cops Corner. Plenty of support from UCL here at Cops. Say happy birthday to Casey, says Killen Kerry. Meanwhile, yeah, Casey, happy birthday. A lot of people saying wanting me to say happy birthday to Casey. So there we are. Happy birthday, Casey. Meanwhile, UCL going to attempt another lap, or are they going to go in for a bit of maintenance, a bit of TLC? It looks to me like they're going to go in for that TLC as far as I can see, as the next car is prepared to head out on track.
Oh, what a shame. I was hoping to see a bit more pink, but alas, we'll just have to enjoy it later on. Funny you should mention lawnmower, Giles, because just reading through the book there, their motor is a Honda.
Ah. There's precedent there.
There we go. Oh, Warwick.
Warwick are back.
Now, I know I mentioned this earlier, Giles, but I'm going to say it again in case people weren't watching. Look at their paint scheme. Does that not remind you of something from Minecraft?
It very much looks like a creeper. Does look like a creeper. I wonder, I mean, in this day and age, there are a lot of people who grew up on Minecraft now at university, so it may be a nice nod to childhood. Away they go. Nice and... that's the cone well and truly gone. Kicked well out of the way there
by Warwick's second driver on their first run. Looking a bit squiffy through there. And there's another cone gone, or is that the wind picking it off there? I do wonder. I couldn't quite tell whether that... It didn't look to me like the car hit it, but the cone just flew away. I wonder whether that was a gust of wind. It is beginning to pick up here at Copse Corner. We're due for rain anytime now, pretty much, as Warwick head through past that first hairpin into the chicanes. Looking nice and consistent. Warwick, their fastest time set was a 1:12.936. Can driver number 2 improve on that? They're back in the view here of the commentary box. Onto the second chicane they go. Here for sprint at Formula Student UK 2024. Giles and Monty commentating for you until 6 o'clock. So do stay tuned whether you're here at Silverstone or you're watching at home. Through the final slalom they go. It is just a couple of chicanes and a hairpin to do for Warwick now. There was definitely one cone thrown well out the way. I'm not sure about that second cone. We'll get it confirmed as soon as we can. Through the final hairpin they go. One chicane to do, and they'll come across the line with a time of 1:11.861. Very good stuff from Warwick's driver number 1 on their sighting lap.
Yes, that was indeed. Of course, that's going to be a was it 2 seconds for the sprint for each cone, or was it 1 second? I should get the rule book out and double check that one. But there's going to be a time penalty implemented onto that one, guys. I can't dig out my rule book because my phone is doing something else at the moment. Guys, in the live stream, if you could just correct us quickly, is it 1 or 2 seconds for the sprint event? I really should know this by now.
Away go Warwick for their second go with driver number 2. Very zippy. Very, very zippy. Do they sound and look? Driver number 2 clearly a little more confident or a little more heavy with the right foot as they come through that first slalom towards the hairpin at the top of the course. Through they go, looking a little bit slower there, but then again you do have to brake hard for that hairpin because it is near enough 180 degrees, if not more. Round they go through the chicane complex, midway through the course as they head back towards us in the commentary box. I can see their roll hoop. They're coming through now into that second slalom. The time to beat for them, their best, was set by driver number 1, but they will be inhibited by that cone penalty. Can they be consistent again without the cones? It's looking clean at the moment. Through that final, I say that, just as I say it, there's a cone gone on the slalom. Gutting for these guys. Lining up on the start line, meanwhile, is your acceleration winner Staffordshire as Warwick go through that final hairpin, through the final chicane. The line beckons and across the line with a time of 1:09.105. Yes, again, that will be penalised. Meanwhile, we've got to give a shout out to Holly from Staffordshire Uni. Says, hey breeze, and away goes Staffordshire. Sounding glorious. I just love the noise. I love the noise, Monty. Into the first chicane they go. Headed towards that slalom at the top of the course. This is looking really nice. It's the first time Staffordshire have run with an aerodynamics package. They previously had that classic cigar shape of old school Formula Student. Through they go of that slalom onto the hairpin. No such trouble, no such slowing down compared to some of the teams. Staffordshire on that hairpin. Into the chicane complex they go. Car number 2. They were so consistent last year, but they didn't get involved in any drama, and they placed so well as a result of it, and they came second. They were only 20 seconds out from actually winning endurance, just because Modena seem to have Formula 1 drivers behind the wheel, because in spite of a 3-minute black flag, they still managed to finish 20 seconds ahead of Staffordshire. Staffordshire go through the final slalom, looking a little slower through there, lower revs than I was expecting. Maybe they've changed down then. What sort of apex are they going to get on the hairpin? Nicely done from the driver from Staffordshire, but maybe not quite as powerful as I was expecting on the second half of the course. And across the line with a time of 1:05.496.
That's a very nice banker lap there from Staffordshire. I reckon, like Cardiff and like Aberdeen and Coventry, they all reckon they can get a sub 60 before today is out.
They're lining up immediately for their second go here on Copse Corner. Serena says, come on Staffordshire Uni, shout out to Nikita. Standing by for Staffordshire on the line. The time 1:05 to beat. What can they do here? And the revs are up and away they go with a monumentally aggressive start out of the line. Fantastic stuff from Staffordshire, loving the drama of the drive. Through the chicane they go, headed towards that second chicane and a first slalom for them. And then it's the hairpin. This is looking really good, really promising. Can they take it to Edith Cohen? It's a gap of 9 seconds. Can they close it? Through the hairpin they go. Staffordshire winning acceleration. Really well done to this team, who I'm not entirely sure are expecting to be in the position they are in yet again. But if they keep performing like this, keep performing consistently, quietly and well, they could well put themselves in yet another position to finish in the top 3 of FS UK 2024. Through that second slalom they go. Onto the chicane now. Inside of the commentary box, the revs are back up where I would expect them to be, but they just can't get the power down because of the nature of the course. I just can't help but feeling they're a little slower in the second section of the lap, Monty.
It's quite a large car, isn't it? It really does struggle in these tighter, twistier sections, but I mean, it's still hustling and it's still coming along quite quickly to the finish line.
Through the line they go with a time of 101.288, putting them in second place.
That was good to see. It's story time, Giles. As a child, I was always the 99th percentile child, which meant by the time I was 6, I had outgrown all those playpens. You know, the ones where they measure your height? But because I was 6, I still went and did it anyway.
I've got to interrupt you, Monty, because here come Oxford Brookes with something to prove. They were slower through Scrutineering than they would have liked. They were on track to win last year, taking the fight to the Italians of Modena, and it all went wrong towards the end of endurance for them during their second stint with an inverter problem. They are back now. They have completed Skidpad. They didn't make an appearance in acceleration. They came first in acceleration last year, so they'll be determined to make up for that now during sprint as they go through the chicane section here. I'm interested to see the performance characteristics, particularly of the aero. I was having a very in-depth conversation with the aero manager of Oxford Brookes, trying to work out the justification for it, because you'll notice on the side of the car there, they've got the side pod and the floor, so that's the air taken in 2 distinct sections of flow. Characteristic of what you'll see on a Formula 1 car, usually energizing a diffuser, but you'll also notice there is no diffuser on the car. The floor under the side pods is essentially acting as a diffuser. They say it's effective at 30 miles an hour. They crossed the line with a time of 1:04.725.
That's definitely going to be a sub 60 second time before today is out, Giles. That was a really rapid reconnaissance lap.
There's a lot of support for UCR. Meanwhile, Horse Menace asking, can you say happy birthday graduation to Andy Wallace from Newcastle Uni? Their car doesn't drive, sadly. Elsewhere, Casey Wagner says, let's go Oxford Brookes University from the US. Shout out to Casey from your family back home. So Oxford Brookes are lining up now for their second run. They were talking about the minimum radius that their aero is effective at. It's about 13.5 radius, and I'm not entirely convinced that some of these corners are going to massively help it. Through the first chicane they go, the aero really coming into effect during the high-speed corners, like this slalom here. Like this slalom, so watch the performance of the car through here. Watch how it rolls and keeps contact with the ground. Less effective on something like this slow hairpin. But I say slow, they're not taking it particularly slowly, Monty.
No, that's a lot of speed being carried on through there. I think we're getting a good demonstration of a car being sucked down to the track and also being pushed down to the track, because you can see they're almost flinging it in and it's just holding.
It is holding hard, the downforce on this car. Clearly, I've not always been convinced of the effectiveness of aero packages on Formula Student cars simply because of the speeds achieved, but it looks to me like Oxford Brookes have designed an aero package that is indeed effective, somewhat at the speeds you'd expect for a sprint time in Formula Student. As they come through the final hairpin, through the final chicane then, their time was a 1:04. Can they improve on that with a second lap for driver number 1? Across the line they go with a time of 1:01.874. They hold fourth with Coventry, Staffordshire and Edith Cohen ahead of them.
That was not as quick as I was expecting, actually. I mean, it's competitive. That's got them into the sharp end of the field there, but I reckon there's a bit more potential to come from that performance.
Meanwhile, here we have UCLAM, University of Central Lancashire. I love these guys. They nearly got to make a run during acceleration, but unfortunately they weren't able to because they ran out of time. Something went wrong there during that chicane, Monty. Did you spot what it was?
Yeah, it looked like they locked up and just went straight on through the chicane there.
Whoops-a-daisy, that will be a severely limited time as a result of that. But the good news is the power is consistent. They were saying this to me earlier, that they managed to prove that the power system did work after some adjustments on Skidpad, and then they got over to acceleration from Skidpad in 10 minutes.
Fair play.
1 minute too late. Unfortunately,
Yes.
It needed to have been 9 minutes, and as a result, the head marshal closed the acceleration, and that was that for UClan. But they're now here with a point to prove, and may have sent it a little bit too hard into that first chicane. This lap will be penalised, but it looks to me, Monty, a very simple car, lapping very effectively.
It's got a lot of power behind his behind his loud foot there. Sorry, I'm just in awe because he's just kicking it out of every corner at the moment and somehow not spinning it. What do we think this time's going to be?
Across the line they go, do Central Lancashire with a time of 109.595. That puts them in 8th at the moment.
It looks spectacular. Certainly wasn't the fastest way around the track, but that was a very, very spectacular way to go around. Now, if they don't lock up, don't miss any of the corners here. I want to say 104, 105.
If they could just avoid the cones, they could be lapping up there with the likes of Cardiff and Aberdeen in the mid-pack. Away they go. Nice loud starts, twitchy end. There's no downforce on the rear end there because there is no wings, so they're flying through and getting very squirmy through the start. So anytime the power goes down, that looks to me to be a rear powered car. Of course it is. As a result, you're getting the car stepping out, well held by the driver, twitching into that top hairpin, looking really quite fast, but quite a difficult car to control.
This is definitely not their first rodeo at handling a car like this. They know what they're doing.
They really do know what they're doing as they send it through the chicane. Watch how it handles. You can see it really wants to go. It wants to go anywhere but where the driver is sending it. But the driver masterfully handling the controls here behind the wheel of the car from the University of Central Lancashire as they head through the final slalom, headed down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the course. They'll have that and a chicane to do before they cross the line. This could still be on for a 105, I reckon.
Yep, no, I'm still hedging my bets on that. This is spectacular to look at. And here we are coming over the line.
Coming across the line, Central Lancashire lap in with a 102.783. Yes!
Definitely surpassed the expectations there. That was spectacular and impressive from Central Lancashire that time. Nicely done. Nicely done.
After acceleration, they had a point to prove. And as far as I'm concerned, they've proven that.
They have. I can't wait to see what they can do in the second half. Giles, coming back to my story, there was a reason why I was talking about my childhood. So, as a 99th percentile child, I was one of those guys who at 6 years old, you go to the playpen where, you know, they say you have to be this high to go in or no one higher than this child to go in. Obviously, being 6, I would ignore them even though I was taller than that signpost, and I was just crammed into these little places trying to go down the slides and stuff like what kids are supposed to do. Those memories came flooding back looking at half the cars that have been on here today, because especially those aero packages, they're large again this year. They're really having to cram a car into a narrow space now.
A lot of these cars do look like someone's put a Formula 1 car in their back pocket, forgotten to take it out and put it through a cold wash.
Yes.
The track's about 3 meters wide. A lot of these aero packages look to be about 2.5 meters wide. So there's not a lot of clearance going on. Talking of cars with aero packages, here comes a team that nearly won acceleration until their power unit failed somewhat spectacularly, and they're being turned the other way, Monty. That was the Basque Country, and I was expecting them to make a run of it, but they're not.
So was I. I saw their red flashing light go back to green, so perhaps there is another power issue there, and maybe we will see them a little bit later on.
Talking of shout-outs, we haven't talked about shout-outs, but we should talk about shout-outs because there's a romantic shout-out to do. This is very cute. We've got a Formula student wedding on the way. Lucy Lafolic says, shout-out to my fiancé Ben, go UClan.
Ooh. I wonder if that was the one that was driving the car.
I do wonder. That's adorable. So here we go then. We're waiting for a team to make a go of it, and I think it looks to me like Leeds are on the way.
For their next run, I can also see another car being pushed down with a very colourful helmet. Who is number 35, Giles?
Jolly good question, Monty. Do you have the answer?
Bolton!
Bolton! Yes!
Yes!
I've been speaking to Bolton all week. Their team lead has long dyed red hair, and they've got a fantastic car that reminds me of the Subaru Impreza in the WRX back in the 90s and noughties. It looks gorgeous, it's blue, it's got gold alloys, and I cannot wait to see it. Meanwhile, I can also see Yui as well. Talk about some style there. I'm enchanted by the lot of them. I really am. The field this year has been impeccable. It's been a cruel summer for some, but it's been fantastic for others.
No, it's been great to see the variety in the pits again this year. There's so many different design concepts coming, and I'm glad to see more and more of them have got through scrutineering now, so we've got a chance to actually see them show their worth on the track right now, because once Bolton come on track, I was also having a chat with them. They are running something really unique compared to all the other teams. I'll talk a little bit more about that later once they're in shots, because fascinating technology they've got there.
At the moment, we do have a bit of a blank space there on the line. Hopefully we'll be able to fill that with something as soon as we can for you.
Seems to be a big old queue just at the exit of the pits there. I can see 3, maybe 4. Is that a UWE as well, I see?
That is UE, that is Leeds, and that is Bolton, all waiting and ready to go. So there's at least 3 cars there. So they're coming thick and fast now. There seems to have been a glut getting through scrutineering whilst we were busy doing acceleration and skid pad.
Yeah, the momentum's building. I'm sure the inevitable bottleneck will happen in the final half hour, but for now, this is good momentum for us, and it means we've at least got teams to talk about, and well, teams get to show off their car to the greater world.
Excellent stuff.
Which really is the main thing, given that a lot of these students, well, I mean, it's the whole purpose of Formula Student, really, isn't it? It's about giving students an opportunity to get an idea of what's going to happen once they arrive in industry after they've graduated.
Pretty much, if you're doing engineering, it's not going to be plain sailing.
No, it's never plain sailing.
If there's one lesson to take away from Formula Student, it's that. It's never plain sailing.
Yep, exactly that. And as we were saying earlier today, engineering is simply a compromise, which is always fun to see, but you know, there's never really a perfect answer to designing these cars. You could go for one element of a car to be designed perfectly, but that's going to have a knock-on effect on something else. We were talking about Edith Cohen before. They have an engine which perhaps isn't the most powerful. Okay, their compromise came in the acceleration run, but by losing all that weight, because they're running, what, 100 kilos lighter compared to others, look at how nimble and quick they were around this contest.
Precisely. Meanwhile, we've got to give a shout out to Tom Kinstall from Liverpool University. Happy birthday to him. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the University of Leeds to make a go of headed out on track. So we'll bring you the latest as soon as we've got it. Car number 97 there in your shot. Meanwhile, there we are. So hello if you're watching us on the stream. There's myself and Monty. I'm in black. He's in the Hawaiian shirt. And we'll be with you until 6 o'clock, bringing you the latest coverage from Sprint here at Cops Corner. Jess Ball will be with us tomorrow as well for endurance.
She's at Formula E today, lucky so-and-so.
I know. We'll hear all about it, I'm sure. Meanwhile, still waiting for car 97, and they've got a cone in front of them. It looks to me like Yui are being wheeled around Leeds to make a go of it.
Okay.
Yui had to actually go back into scrutineering, Monty, during the lunch break, because the scrutineers weren't happy with their seat belts. They noticed that when the driver was being thrown around during that rather fruity acceleration run, the driver wasn't, by their standards, strapped in correctly, so they've had to redo their seat belts for scrutineering, and they're back now by the looks of things, which is good news, and it looks gorgeous as far as I'm concerned. It's a really good job have they done.
It is the true spirit, as far as I'm concerned, of a Formula Student car. It's handcrafted. It's, bearing in mind, you know, guys, this isn't being produced in factories and manufacturing rigs. This is students building something together, and I do like that handcrafted finish to it.
I always
it adds
love
character,
that.
doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Built, not bought. It's what we approve of here at Formula Student. The thumbs up from the marshals. Here we go then. Yui off, and it's stalled. And luckily, I don't think they've broken the timing beam, Monty. So that's good news for Yui. They're back under their own power. Yui ready to get underway for their first go of Sprint at Formula Student UK 2024. Away they go, headed towards that first chicane.
Struggling with a shift there. I could hear it just cut down to idle as they were trying to downshift there, Giles. So this is definitely going to be a recce lap for them, and just working out the layout, I guess, working out what this car can actually do, because they've basically had to rebuild this car in a very short period of time, haven't they? Converting the whole thing from a hybrid car to just internally combustion. So I get a feeling a lot of the drivers are kind of second-guessing what this car can do at the moment.
Yeah, and with a car like this from UE, which isn't exactly as they intended it with its power system, I'm not surprised that things are a bit tentative behind the wheel of car number 8 from the University of West of England. Looking nice and relaxed, but they should do. If they've got a car which is a bit of a handful, taking it on a bit of a slow, leisurely drive round the track, sighting out the lap, it's the way to go, I think.
Exactly. I mean, you're not going to win anything in your first attempt anyway, so I think the driver's taking the right approach here. They need to understand what the car can do now, really, and if this is their only opportunity of working it out, then take it cautiously this time round, and then we'll see what they can do in their second attempt.
Yeah, about a 130, I reckon, from UE as they cross the line. And
No,
post
better
a
than that.
118.752 for the sighting lap from the University of West of England. Some shout-outs to do shortly. Someone referring to saying, huge shout-out to Monty and his mate. They are incredibly good at their end, feeling like an F1 Silverstone Grand Prix.
Who's that?
I don't know, but I'm your mate.
Who's my mate? I'm trying to find
That's
that.
Varden Sharma saying that there. Elsewhere, we've also got to say Jenny Green saying, come on Staffordshire and Alex, love you from all the family. Deanne Pickens says, shout out to Edith Cohen and Kian Butler. Meanwhile, UE lining up for their second run at Sprint here at Formula Student. The cop stands full of spectators, and away go UE with a far more aggressive start now. They've done the sighting lap and they want to put the power down. I'm still frightened for them. That is a handful of a car there for UE, and the question is, how well can it be handled?
Not very well, looking at that. Just about got around that third cone around the slalom there, Giles, but a lot of power to try and handle there. It kind of kicks in, doesn't it? Just so brutally.
It doesn't. Oh, and there it goes. And we were just saying it's a very difficult car to handle. They were pushing it, and they pushed it too hard through the chicane. That's cones gone everywhere. It's an out of track. There's a slide out of the course for the University of West of England. Car number 8 is our first big off course of the day, of the weekend. We did kind of see it coming.
We got glimpses of this in the acceleration run, and okay, that's good. They managed to at least get it back running, so can at least use the rest of this lap just to kind of understand what else the car can do. But yeah, you're quite right, Giles. This is quite. It was an inevitable instant to happen. The car, as I say, it's a miracle that they've got the car still running, given how much they've had to rebuild the whole thing in such a short period of time. But all the testing that they've done, they're almost having to get to know the car all over again now, and. Given that it's not hybrid anymore, still an impressive amount of power being kicked out of it.
The driver looking down at the controls, looking at the steering wheel going, look what you made me do. Disappointing for UE, I must say. I reckon there's a faster time in there, but it's a difficult beast to tame, and I do wonder whether it may be worth taking a more conservative approach with that car across the weekend, just to finish.
Yes, they certainly need to do something, because they were just shaking it up a bit too much there, weren't they?
Just need to shake it off, really, don't they? Shake it off, go again here at Silverstone. Meanwhile, David Vinitsky says, shout out to Tiger from Oxford Brooks Racing, doing a great job on aerodynamics. It's his birthday. Oh, shout out to Tiger. Shout out to Tiger. I know how much effort has been put into the aero package of that car from Oxford Brooks. Meanwhile, here come a car that myself and Monty are very much looking forward to see. It is Bolton lining up for their first go of Sprint. The marshal having a brief conversation with the driver. Thumbs up all round. Just a question now of when Bolton want to get going here for their first lap of Sprint at Copse Corner.
They're running wets, Giles.
They may have listened to us a bit too liberally. I know we were anticipating rain at 3 o'clock. It's currently 20 past 3 and the rain has yet to appear, but here they go. And it's a very slow lap by the looks of things, because they've just decided to... This feels like it needs the theme from Take Art over the top. Dun, 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 dun.
So I have got a feeling that this could be because of this revolutionary transmission design that they've got on. I've been informed that it's been making some funny noises so far when they were doing the Skidpad test before.
Awesome.
So I think they are more interested in making sure that it can get to the finish line, and that the transmission does not rip itself to shreds.
As long as they know what we're doing, what does it matter if we know what they're doing?
Exactly, who cares?
So let's talk about that revolutionary transmission system, shall we?
Alright, we shall do. So what you're looking at here, guys, is from my understanding and from what the book's telling me, the only internally combustion engine car in the entry this year. Ooh, have they stopped? No, they're still moving. We're okay. Only internally combustion engine car in the entry this year with a belt-based transmission rather than a chain. Now, when they first told me about this, I thought this meant it was like continual variable transmission, you know, a CVT box where we just hear them at the same revs and the transmission would consistently change its ratio to match the revs. No, it's not quite like that. It's actually something completely different. So it is still a sprocket, it's still a sequential gearbox, but rather than having a chain on it, it has got a belt on it. Made out of a combination of fiberglass and rubber. So the tests look really good on it, but they've been finding that when they were doing the skid pad, that it was beginning to slip. So I think they've lost some of the tension in this transmission, which is why we're seeing them crawling around just now, because they're struggling to get the thing to hold on. And if they use too much revs, it's just going to rip the whole thing off. So at this point, I think for them just to be able to post a lap and confirm that they got the car to do its thing is the target for today.
I'm trying to hear it, Monty. I'm trying to hear it, and I'm not getting a lot, and that is looking very slow, even by the standards of this lap. And from what I can hear, just give me a second. It seems to be tipping up the top of the revs and then going back down again. Are they stuck in first gear?
Yeah, that's probably what it is here. They've got to be very, very gingerly.
Bolton cheering as they cross the line. Bolton, would you like to know the time? It is 2 minutes 23.688.
Still faster than the Life F1 car.
Pulling away, or pulling around for another go.
He's ready for another go. Good on them. But I guess now that they've got a banker lap in, at this point, they're just going to go for it, maybe. And, well, if the car dies, the car dies. And if it can cope, then we'll get a sub 2 minute lap from them. Either way, I have to say, very nice helmet job.
Does look very nice. Almost up there with your jersey helmet, Monty.
Oh, yeah, as well as that. It's nearly as bright as my shirt as well today.
Meanwhile, Tech 130 says, shout out to Tristan and the ECU team from the family back in Perth. Let's go 54 seconds. I think they want to get rid of 2 more seconds off that lap time. Their best is a 56.1. Tech 130 looking then for a 54. Meanwhile, the revs go up for Bolton as they approach the line to take another stab at sprint here at Formula Student UK 2024, a team both myself and Monty have a lot of time and respect for, doing both very well in Formula Student and the Sim Racing Series concurrently. The question is, can they get a consistent time? And they cross the time barrier immediately, and yet again, it's a snail's pace from Bolton. It's the only phrase I can use, and I say that with the deepest respect.
I can say with the deepest respect as well, I can hear a transmission grinding away there, so I don't think there's going to be another impressive lap from them. It's going to be a case of just trying to nurse it around, get another lap posted in, and try and drop from that 2 minute 23, which they've just done before. As I say, very, very revolutionary design.
It's a little bit faster through the chicane, through the slalom there, I think, Monty, but I do worry for them, because a transmission issue is not an easy fix.
It's not an easy fix. I think it would be game over for them, frankly, if they don't make it. But
the problem that you've got is that if they do decide to just try it, you're going to have a team here who will inevitably qualify in last for the endurance, but the gap from them to the next team, which was University College London, is 30 seconds. And I can't help but think that Bolton are going to spend more time being overtaken than they are going to be driving if they do endurance tomorrow at this rate.
I mean, you're right, but the other way we can look at it, if we're going to look at it from a holistic approach of Formula Students, is they're still faster than Leeds and 70 other universities at the moment, so they're going to score more points than them as it stands.
Yes, very true indeed. I do love the livery on that car. The blue and gold just works so well. Why aren't there more blue and gold cars here at Formula Student?
Because not many people have taste, Giles, that's why.
Meanwhile, they're getting close to finishing their lap, and it feels quicker than it was earlier, I can't lie.
It does, it does. Perhaps we'll get a sub 220 this time around. But yeah, there's definitely some grinding noise going on there. Good grief, a 148, Giles. They're faster than the UCL.
They are faster than UCL.
Nicely done, Bolton. That's a top 10 finish so far.
Congratulations to the University of Bolton, who sounded like they were carrying a machine shop around in the back of their car there. Meanwhile, University of Aberdeen lining up for another go at sprint.
Fastest time for Aberdeen at the moment is a 1:05.121. Can they improve? We're going to find out now. Here they start their third run.
Away they go then. Foot down on the floor. Notice a fairly liberal lack of aero apart from the diffuser as they go through that first chicane onto the second and approaching the first slalom at the top of the course on the way to that hairpin here at the top of Cops Corner. Live from Silverstone as they go round there, and it looks to me like they've slowed down significantly compared to that start. You were looking at the engine tone, Monty. What were you reckoning out of that?
I could hear a misshift there. It sounded like that they had a box full of neutrals and were struggling to engage some gears as they were heading towards the hairpin there. So I'm wondering if I'm hoping it's not a transmission issue and it was just the driver slipping off the clutch or something like that, but certainly the momentum hasn't gone at the start of that lap.
It's far more difficult than you can possibly imagine. Trust me, I've tried. Here go Aberdeen then onto the final slalom. I think this is run number 3 for Aberdeen. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
There we are. As they head towards the final hairpin at the bottom of the course. What sort of line are they going to go with? A really nice one. I like that. Very good stuff. As they go through the final chicane towards the line. I don't know whether this will be their fastest time, but I think then this is the scouting lap for driver number 2, so it's not going to make a massive
1:14.143 for them that time, so yeah, about 10 seconds off the fastest we've seen from them so far, but they're turning around, they're coming straight back to do their 4th and final run. This will be very interesting to see if they can beat that 1:04 now.
Here we go then.
5, beg your pardon, 1:05.
University of Aberdeen lining up for their 4th and final run here at Sprint, and 10 seconds is the drop that they need to get within their fastest time. Not quite sure whether that start invites that immediately, but then again we have seen cars that look slow and are fast. Cardiff and Hughes' time looking quite quick on the timing board compared to what it looked like on track. Through that second chicane and onto the slalom go the University of Aberdeen. Transmission problems, or was it just a slip, Monty? Your opinion?
Yeah, there's definitely
cones gone there, and I can't tell whether that was one clipped and then the wind, but there was 2 cones gone at the top of the hairpin there for Aberdeen. The marshals will know far better than we do here in the box as to the exact cause of that.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a transmission issue going on there. I can hear it slipping on the revs as they're trying to go around, particularly as they're trying to downshift. It's just almost going straight back into neutral before engaging the next gear.
Maybe. I see your point. Once you signpost it, I can hear what you're on about. Yes. Meanwhile, Madhir Kumar says, shout out to my brother Iresh from the ECU team from Perth, let's go. And Toby says, has Kingston University gone yet? I'm not sure whether Kingston has even got through scrutineering yet, let alone gone yet. As across the line go Aberdeen. Can they get within their 1:05, their best time?
Oh, wasn't that
Nearly.
far off? 1:05.5 with a box full of misshifts. That was a really good effort from their driver there.
Both drivers very consistent then, only 4/10 separating them. Meanwhile, Neil Williams says it's coming home to Staffordshire Uni. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, lining up is University College London. UCL, can we get a cheer, please?
Ooh, pink.
You can do better than that. UCL, can we get a cheer, please? There we go.
Nice.
The pink of UCL, car 100, taken to the track. Up to 2nd or 3rd, immediately out of the gate there into the chicane. This track doesn't necessarily require gear changes, Monty.
I think that may have been a cone there, Giles. That is a cone there. There's a marshal putting up their hand, so yeah, that's a shame. It's a couple of seconds penalty straight away. I still haven't worked out if it's 1 second or 2 seconds. Guys, on the stream, could someone just message and confirm if it's a 1 or 2 second penalty for sprint?
It's 2 seconds for endurance.
I've got a feeling it's only 1 for the sprints, but because my phone's doing the live stream at the moment, I can't dig out my rule book. Silly me.
Here we go then. UCL on track for another attempt. Their fastest time at the moment was a 1:55.614. They are currently 11th in the standings. Only Leeds is slower than them because Leeds didn't finish their lap. So can they improve on their position at the moment for sprint? Maybe they don't want to. They don't. If they'd rather run with the slower cars, it may well be that they're quite comfortable at the back.
I mean, there is some tactical comments to be had there. Oh, what's this time? It's a 1:10.623, Giles.
Wow, that's a significant improvement, and that puts University College London into 9th.
Absolutely. Just going back to my previous point, though, as much as I think some teams, well, as much as I would like to think that teams would do some tactics, when it comes at the expense of earning some hard-earned points here, I feel like they're just going to go for broke here. Whatever happens, and they'll worry about tomorrow, so be it type thing.
Staffordshire are on the line, ready to have another crack of the whip. Elsewhere, shout-outs to do. Robert Buddle says, shout out to the boys and girls on OBR, and especially Matt Buddle. Well done for all your work on Formula Student in your first year. Ted Dodd says, shout out to Callum from Oxford Brooks Racing up the splash. And anything randomly taped says it's a 2-second penalty for a cone hit and a 10-second penalty for off-track or cone missed in the slalom. So that must be 2 seconds across the board, Monty.
All right, okay, nice. Thank you very much for confirming that.
Meanwhile, I must say, talking of Edith Cohen, if they're going to make their second attempt with their second driver here at Sprint, if their faculty liaison would like to join us in the commentary box, because their faculty liaison is the commentator for Formula Student Australia.
Really?
Yes. So there's an invitation here in the commentary box. If you'd like to join us from Edith Cohen and you want to join us in the box here, we'd love to have you. Got a spare microphone waiting. Meanwhile, there's a car out on track now as I have to question what exactly is going on. It's a water delivery. It's a water delivery here at Copse Corner, because bear in mind, although it's overcast, it's still muggy. So it's a water delivery going out on track at the moment, as you can see there in the Polestar with the high vis in the boot, well open, delivering water to all the marshals that need it. He's got his hand out ready with the water there. Talking of water, if we could get some water in the commentary box, that'd be lovely. I'm beginning to run out here. I know Monty's got plenty, but I unfortunately am running dry. So we're just having a quick pause as the marshals and dynamics volunteers get refueled with water. We'll be able to bring you the second attempt from Staffordshire, their driver number 2, ready to go as and when the track is cleared, as the water is delivered to the various points that the marshals stand out on track.
Yes, that's the largest Formula Student car I think I've ever seen go around the track, Giles. And oh look, it comes with DRS and human legs out the back of it as well. This is fascinating. I love what students can design nowadays, don't you?
Absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, Nihal Patel says, shout out to Peter from UCL, and ABC DYB says Kevin Maher's Barmy Army. I've got no idea who Kevin is, but I mean, if this isn't balmy, I don't know quite what is. Loving this. Only at Formula Student. Meanwhile, if you're a team and you'd like your sticker displayed here in the commentary box to sit alongside Formula Student memes and Aberdeen Racing, then all you have to do is come and find us here in the comms box. I've been reliably delivered some water. Thank you very much to the team at High-Vis, who not only take care of myself and Monty in the box, but also make sure that you can see what you're seeing and hearing right now. If it wasn't for them, this wouldn't look and sound nearly as slick as it does. So thank you very much to them.
They've got a car number, Giles, 999, the water delivery car.
Excellent stuff. Loving this.
I hope we got a transponder on that. Can't wait to see what time they got. It's no, it's jokes aside, guys. Honestly, it's been nice to see what we've had so far. So I'm just having a quick check at the timing. So that is 11 teams so far on the track. So in reverse order is Bolton in 11th with a 1:48.826. UE, University of West England, are 10th on a 1:18.752. London UCL 1:10.623. Warwick a 1:09.105. Aberdeen in 7th on a 1:05.121. Cardiff in 6th on a 1:03.382. University of Central Lancashire 1:02.783. Then it starts to get nice and close between 2nd to 4th. So Oxford Brooks in 4th, 1:01.874. Coventry in 3rd on a 1:01.379. Staffordshire on a 1:01.288, but still 5 seconds ahead of that lot. Edith Cohen rounding out at the very top, and are yet to do their other 2 runs, so goodness knows how much faster they can go, Giles.
In the comments there's a prediction of at least 2 seconds, so we could even potentially, maybe, if we're lucky, see a sub 50 time.
Oh, I don't know about sub 50.
Could be good to see, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, on the comments we've got DB Perry saying, we're watching from the USA. Shout out to Garrett at OBR. Meanwhile, Rosalind Winston says, big up water delivery. Indeed, big up the water delivery. Marion Kent says, big shout out for Charlie Ashton, first year Oxford Brooks, grandma watching. Love it. All the family here. We've got people of all ages, from very, very, very little ones to people that have got plenty of time and experience here on planet Earth. Meanwhile, talking of things on planet Earth. I'm quite believe this is on planet Earth, just hanging out the back of a Polestar, going around the endurance track, handing out water to everyone. We'll be back with you, bringing you the latest updates as more cars head out on track. So far, as Monty has said, we've had 11 teams complete laps here at Sprint. This will determine the running order tomorrow in endurance. And of course, there will be some teams that don't get through until they get round on track tomorrow. They may not get through scrutineering until tomorrow morning, so it will be open season to begin with before the timed events start, and those who qualified in position will go.
The big question now, Giles, is when is the rain going to turn up? Because it's looking a bit brighter now, but when I look behind me, when we look down south, that's looking a bit ominous.
Isn't it just the way with Silverstone? Meanwhile, Louis Meller says, "We love you, Giles, yet you ignore us. You're welcome to Exeter Pits anytime." I knew you were trouble when you walked in, Louis. There's no bad blood between us. I got all the time in the world for Exeter. Lovely people. We went for dinner with some of them yesterday. It was great. Meanwhile, across the line comes the water delivery truck. Will they come up on the timing screen? I don't know. I don't think so, because I don't think they've got a transponder.
Oh, what a shame.
So that is a shame, but there it is. The water has been delivered on your screens now. The fastest laps, as we've been talking about. Edith Cohen there with 56.58. Staffordshire Union there in third with 101. And Phoenix Racing from Coventry there with 101 as well. So the fastest 2 laps have both been set by Edith Cohen.
Show off. And to be fair, they are the only car so far which has gone under 1 minute.
Meanwhile, Paul Parker says, "Shout out for Oxford Brookes driver 2, Logan." And Matthew Holford says, "Best of luck, Staffordshire Uni." And this is the important bit. "Don't worry, Martin, I'm feeding the cats." Has University of Surrey made it through scrutineering yet? Asks Esther Parry. No, I don't think it has. PK03 says, "Oh, that's a bit tight." Well, I must say, well driven around the course, because that's a full road-sized vehicle there going around a circuit that's intended for very small Formula cars. So well driven there. Meanwhile, I can see Staffordshire lining up, as with Oxford Brookes behind them. So we've got at least 2 cars ready to go here for another go of Sprint, Monty.
Yep, nope, looking forward to this one. It should be good to see what we can do. Sun's gone in, but it's still dry, so the track's going to be a little bit cooler, but there's definitely a lot of pace in there. It may not be as sticky because of the temperature's gone down, but there is now rubber on the track. It is very much rubbered in. We've seen a couple of the teams do some nice acceleration runs already off the line and make their presence known. One thing I had noted actually, Giles, whilst looking at the streams of the run so far, at the second hairpin as the cars are rejoining from the exit road onto the main track itself, I think there's a bit of a bump there, and that's why we're seeing so many of the cars getting it almost sideways as they come into the corner and flicking it in.
Right.
There seems to be some kind of bump or just something there which is unsettling the cars, because it's happened to almost every single one I've seen now.
Keep an eye out for that. Another thing to keep an eye out for is Oxford Brookes Racing. I'm reliably informed by Rosalind Winston. OBR Hill is getting ready to cheer. You won't miss us. Meanwhile, Sahil Shah says, "Shout out to Peter Sapp from UCL." Plenty of love in the comments. Do please keep your messages coming in here to the commentary box. We're waiting for Staffordshire to make another go of it. Staffordshire currently in second position here at Sprint. This is provisional. This is without penalties added, but they've got a time there of 1:01.288. Can they get that magic sub 60 second time? We'll find out very, very shortly. Give us a wave if you're over on Cops Corner. I'm tempted to try and start a bit of a Mexican wave. We've been trying to do that across the weekend with middling success.
It kind of depends on the enthusiasm of people, I guess. The rain seems to bring out everyone. Don't know why. It's at that point everyone's like, I just don't care now. Let's just go crazy. But for now, we're all dry, so that means we're all sensible, Giles. I see a car on the start line. It is number 2. It is Staffordshire. It's time for attempt 3.
Here we go. Can we get magic sub 60 time from Staffordshire? Away they go. A bit of a slow start, but they're immediately making up for it, and away they go into the first chicane. Headed towards that second chicane and the first slalom of the course. Looking really good is car number 2. It's the driver number 2 and their first attempt. Getting tongue-tied there. Try again, Giles. Right, this is Staffordshire. Car number 2, driver number 2, their first attempt at the course here at Sprint for Formula Student UK 2024, live on YouTube, live on the big screens, and live here at Cops Corner. So make sure you are watching. Comment who you're watching for, who are you cheering on, who are you supporting, and where are you watching from. Trying to get that magic sub 60 time are Staffordshire. Their best time is a 1:01.288, only beaten by Edith Cohen from Australia with a time of 56.1. That's looking pretty damn good to me. Staffordshire, this is a sighting lap, remember, a wonderful way round the hairpin there. That's how you do the hairpin, through the final chicane and across the line. They're cheering. It is sub 60. It is 59.847 for the team from Staffordshire as they line up again for their final run at sprint. They are 3.7 seconds into Edith Cohen's time. That's all that's separating them. Talking of Edith Cohen, we've been joined in the box by their faculty advisor, the commentator for Formula Student Australia. Thank you for coming all the way to join us, Kevin.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. I think I was feeling quite relaxed until that lap. That was pretty quick.
Suddenly all to play for. 3.7 seconds between your team, Kevin, and this team, Staffordshire. They're lining up on the line for their final run. Driver number 2, get the revs away. That's a bit of a better start, jumping off the line of Staffordshire. Through the first chicane they go, really sending it. It was a sighting lap earlier. What can Staffordshire do now? The Aussies are sweating, and I don't blame them. Through the slalom they go, headed towards the hairpin. All eyes on car number 2 from Staffordshire. The first time they have run with aero at Formula Student UK. They came second last year. They're currently second in sprint this year. All that separates them in the top spot is Edith Cohen with a time of 56.1 dead. That is the time they have to beat. Can they do it? Back into view here in the commentary box as they go past through the chicanes, headed towards the final slalom. Kevin, what are you thinking right now?
Oh, I was a bit worried that unfortunately he's hit a couple of cones there. Oh, that car's very, very fast. I think that's looking like one of the cars that's going to be hard to beat in endurance.
They have had some significant success in endurance. Across the line they go.
56.651. Had they not hit those cones, guys, had they not hit those cones,
absolutely,
very, very good effort.
That would have been absolutely impeccable. Really great effort from Staffordshire, irrespective of the cone penalties. Congratulations to them. Meanwhile, here's a team with something to prove. It is Oxford Brookes. The cheer goes up from Copse Corner. You know when Oxford Brookes are about because things get loud. The engine doesn't, the team do. Through the chicane they go, headed towards the first slalom now. Their time to beat, yet again, still from Edith Cohen, a 56.1. Car 92, 4 in-hub electric motors for the team from Oxford Brookes. They came so close to glory here at Silverstone last year until an inverter problem spelt the end of their run. Plenty of love and support from around the world for this team. People watching from the United States as well. And what can they do here then? Looking to me like this could be on for a fairly competitive time. Their first time was 1.0874. So can they get sub 60 as well? I'm damn near sure of it. Edith Cohen will have something to say about it. They must be lined up as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's definitely looking a little bit faster now. Track looks a bit rubbered in. This looks like a good lap though. I think this looks like it'll be under 60.
102.938. That last section of the track looking very quick indeed, but not enough to get below 60 seconds. Oxford Brookes lining up then for their 4th and final attempt. Can they get that magic sub 60 time? We've seen it done twice by Edith Cohen and Staffordshire. Admittedly, Staffordshire got some cones, but when it looks that good, who cares? Okay, they do because they'll be penalised for it. But anyway, what can Oxford Brookes do? Let's find out. Bit of a conversation between the drivers and the marshals. Thumbs up all round, just waiting for the driver to settle in, and away they go then. All hinges on this lap for their qualification position. Does it for Oxford Brookes, looking really great there. I've been speaking to the team behind the aero, and they have got a design that has got that car firmly planted through the high-speed corners. It's just not as effective through the slow corners like this one here at the hairpin. Getting well out there. Oh, nearly gone. I'm not sure whether they lost any cones, but well held by the driver through there as the rear right stepped right out underneath the driver through that hairpin. Like I was saying, not a lot of grip provided by the aero on those slow speed corners.
Yeah, well, that's certainly this tight section. This is where the narrower car has probably got a little bit on them, but in that big sweeper area, Oxford Brookes was flying through there. It's a beautiful looking car from Oxford Brookes. Great to see them getting on track. They only just got out to that skid pad, but they're making a a good show of it now.
Making a great impression are Oxford Brook. Something to prove after last year. Across the line they go with a time of 1:03.518. That looked faster.
It really did. I think it's that slower sections. It really moves well, but it does have to take a wider line through there. But I think that looks like a very, very stable car. So I'm not expecting that they'll have any problems keeping it between the cones in endurance. So definitely going to be another car to watch.
Definitely not. Meanwhile, here are UE Bristol. Away they go then. A car that went completely off course earlier, slid out with cones everywhere. A difficult beast to handle. Is a car that was designed to be a hybrid but is no longer a hybrid as a result of rules and technicalities. Through the slalom they go. The driver, number 2, getting their eye in. I would recommend holding off in this car because it is a beast. Kevin, you've got a fair bit of experience with this sort of thing. How would you handle a beast like the UE car?
Oh, well, I think it's a lot of fun going sideways, but all the cars we used to drive were 4-cylinder motors with no aero. They were a lot of fun, but probably not as quick as once you add the wings to them. So I think you'd handle a car like this with a smile.
Not content with being particularly conservative, they are still putting on the power. Are UE, car number 8, their best time of 118.752. I'm sorry.
Oh, and around that hairpin there, that's exactly what you've got to do with these bigger cars, is just launch it, make sure you light up those rear wheels and flick it around. This driver did that beautifully.
Across the line then, and UE's time is best time is a 1:05.654 now, right in the mix with the middle players here at Formula Student UK. Joining us live from Copse Corner, they've immediately lined up for their 4th and final time. Giles, Cosgrove and Kevin from Australia, from down under in the commentary box. FS UK and FS Australia combined to bring you sprint for FS UK 2024. Thumbs up from the marshals. Under the starters' orders now, away go UE for their 4th and final attempt. A bit more power there for driver number 2. We know what happens when you put the power on for a car like this from UE. This is going to be either spectacularly fast or simply spectacular. Time will tell. Stand by and stay with us as we go into the first hairpin. Looking nice and planted through there, I must say. Stepping out just a little bit, right on the edge. This is where it all went wrong previously for UE. No problems thus far here. Looking very good through the chicane. That's more like it. This could be a very quick time then from the University of the West of England. Coming past the commentary box now, through the chicane, headed towards the second slalom. No problems so far. Can they keep it clean and tidy? Can they stay on the track is the question. It's looking like they could do, but I don't want to tempt fate for them. Into the final section they go. Here comes the final hairpin. Flowing it through there, like you said, Kevin. And across the line, they're headed towards it now. They're moments away. Across the line, what is the time for UE? And that is a 1:02.336 for the University of the West of England.
That was an excellently driven lap. That's a really good example of exactly how much a driver can wring out of a car. There was the back end coming around just on the hairpins on the exit, just to make sure they finished the turn, but as soon as that throttle was planted, it was pointing in a straight line.
Meanwhile, from something very fast and exuberant to something quite calm and maybe not so fast. Bolton with issues, still intent on competing. I don't blame them. They've got this far through scrutineering. How far can they get through the dynamic events? As they head towards the first slalom through that second chicane, their best time was a 1:48.826. So we could be here a while. Now might be a good time to introduce you properly, Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Giles. This is it's great to be here. Certainly, I'm quite nervous. Normally, we do our commentating in the summer, and not like the winter that we're in over here.
This isn't winter. This is supposed to be summer.
This is your summer?
This is our attempt at summer, put it that way.
Okay, well, I was very confused because it had the sort of wet stuff coming out of the sky.
Yeah, I know you guys aren't used to that, but it tends to happen a lot around here.
So I've heard that at Silverstone, it's such a big complex, it can be raining in some parts of Silverstone, but not raining in others.
It looks to us like it's been raining at the other end of the course whilst we've been competing here in sprint. In fact, Bolton are running with wet tyres, anticipating rain that has yet to arrive. Bolton's car has also yet to arrive at the finish line as yet. but he'll get there by the looks of things.
Yes, I know. I've been speaking to a number of teams here, and of course the very first thing you want to do at a competition is get through scrutineering and get on track. It's a really big challenge to get to that point. It's really quite amazing that year in, year out, you have these groups of students building cars from scratch. And it's great to see so many really nice cars from the UK.
Unfortunately, Bolton have stopped out on track. The driver signalling to the marshals. And I think they're asking for a push, which is a real shame for Bolton. I was hoping they would manage to get across the line. It would have been a leisurely time, but nonetheless they would have got across the line. 2 laps completed, the third underway. Driver number 2 behind the wheel for Bolton, having a conversation with the marshals. Trying to fix it out on the dash is the driver from Bolton. One of the marshals looking at the rear of the car. I can't quite see any haze coming off the back of the car, so it looks to me like maybe the engine is completely gone. I can't hear anything from here. Can you, Kevin?
No, I think at this stage it looks like that's not going to restart. Hopefully it's not anything that is a damage to the motor. Most likely with these cars, the most difficult things to make sure are reliable are the electrical systems. So I would say maybe a lost connection or something like that. Doesn't look like there was any puffs of smoke or fluid there, so hopefully it'll just be a quick fix in the pits.
Bolton, if you can hear us, get your toolkit. You're going to need it as the marshals rally around the Bolton car. Plenty of hand signals and gestures being made by the driver from Bolton. Asking, where's my team? Each team is allowed Dynamics volunteers. They'll be given a pink high-vis, but as yet we've yet to see them arrive, and they're being taken care of by the Motorsport UK marshals. A big thank you to them. You can see them on your screens there. You can see them at Cops Corner in orange. They make this event possible, and we are thoroughly grateful to them here at Formula Student.
And this is one of the reasons that teams want to get out and have an early run, because you never know how this 3-hour session's going to go. Everything could be going nice and smoothly, and then car gets caught out, has to be dealt with, and if you haven't got an early run, you might not get a run in at all.
Precisely. We've had it before where there's been an oil leak on the track, and that has certainly delayed things. Talking of delays, I was expecting your team to be arriving fairly soon for a second go of things.
Yeah, well, I think until Staffordshire came out, I thought we were going to leave it as late as possible, and thinking that time was reasonably secure. Kean Butler drove the first couple of laps for the team, and I think we had him as officially our number 2 driver, but I think he wasn't concerned about that. He wasn't interested in doing a banking time, and that's some of the best we've seen him drive. It was great to see him out there. So we thought we had maybe a bit more of a buffer, but...
Is that the thinking behind Edith Cohen's car? Because it's limited on straight line speed because of that small engine, but because of that small engine is so inherently light, and you can produce a time like that right out of the gate.
Well, normally the tracks in Australia are even a little bit tighter than this track, so you really do need to have a car that rotates very rapidly in Australia, and having a narrow car with maybe a little less downforce but lightweight, low yaw inertia really helps you. It certainly helped the team last year in Melbourne, and it looks like it's helping them here. There are sections of the track though where the lower power and the lower amount of downforce does hurt you, so in the long straights and the more sweeping sections, but some of the tighter stuff right in front of the commentary box on the other side, that's really where the car comes alive.
It does indeed. Meanwhile, the car that is no longer alive currently is Bolton, being wheeled away there by the Dynamics volunteers. Currently collecting the car. The Bolton driver riling up the crowd. Excellent stuff for the driver from Bolton, giving a wave to the spectators on the grass verge here at Cops Corner. If you're just joining us now on the commentary stream, it's Giles, Monty and Kevin here in the commentary box. A combination of FS UK and FS Australia commentators bringing you live coverage of Sprint here at Formula Student UK 2024. The results of this will inform who starts when and where for Endurance tomorrow, and Endurance will inform who wins overall. So how do cars at FS UK compare to cars at FS Australia, Kevin?
Well, I think we see about the same level of variety in Australia as you see in the UK. So you do have teams that maybe struggle a little bit more, but you definitely have a similarity in a lot of teams approaching the design project a bit differently. And I love seeing that. As somebody going through the pits, I always want to see different solutions, and I think the UK and Australia definitely share that. Certainly in Australia, there's some teams that historically have done incredibly well. I know well, I wouldn't say colleagues, I guess. I wouldn't say enemies, but maybe main competitors in Monash are currently over in Europe doing a campaign there. They had 5th in the Netherlands and looking forward to quite a long time in Europe. But very, very different concepts. So they're a larger, big aero car with 4 in-wheel electric motors, and of course we're a much smaller car with a single cylinder. And seeing these different concepts fight it out, I think that's something that we're seeing here, but we also see in Australia.
Excellent. I really do love the variety that we get across the board at Formula Student around the world, and I'm very much in favour of having IC compete with EV, because the drawbacks of IC are well beaten by EV, but EV has its own drawbacks that IC can compete well with. So I love seeing that variety. Meanwhile, over on the comments, shout out to my boyfriend Jesper driving for a line. Love you and good luck. Elsewhere, there's a lot of comments coming in, and I'm not convinced all of them are real. But for now, until we get more cars out on track for you, let's go to an interview that Cheryl got with Oxford Brookes earlier in the week.
So I'm here with Dash, Claire and Prescott at Oxford Brookes. So tell me a little bit about yourselves.
Yep, my name is Dash Gilbert. I'm from South Africa and I'm a first year in the team. It's my first year being involved and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I study motorsport engineering as a bachelor's degree, and yeah, I'm looking to work in Formula One in the future.
I'm Claire. I'm a master's student in events management at Brookes, and I am our head of operations and logistics this year, and I'm American.
Hi, I'm Prescott Campbell. I'm the team leader for Oxford Brookes Racing. I come from Los Angeles, California. I'm a third-year motorsport engineering student, and I'm currently doing a summer placement at Williams Formula One team.
So tell me a little bit about your objectives this year.
Sure. So with the car, a lot of it is fault fixing from last year. So last year the car was not perfect by any means. So we're focused on making sure we solve all the issues with it to make sure we have a reliable car that was also higher in performance. And we look for performance primarily in the controls models of the car. So our car is all-wheel drive electric, which means we can control the power that goes to each wheel. So we can do kind of complicated things like torque vectoring to allow the car to rotate faster and in different ways, traction control assists as well, and managing the energy system throughout.
And what challenges have you faced this year? I heard you had a little mishap yesterday where someone stepped on the front wing and broke it.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, we were on the way to Scrutineering and wasn't looking behind me, stepped on the front wing. Thankfully, we have a very, very skilled composites members able to repair the wing really quickly, didn't lose any time in Scrutineering as a result.
Any other challenges?
The challenges that come in with Formula Student is just coming in with the necessary knowledge to, contribute well within the team. And I think Oxford Brookes Racing is the leading team in bringing on first years and, inducting them into the team, making sure they have people they can talk to, have people they can learn from, especially master students. And from the start of the year till now, I've learned so much. And that's just from working with master students on aero tasks, because I am an aero member. It's really, really helpful, and it sets you up really well for the rest of your career.
And Claire, what about the parts that are outside of the engineering part? So I believe that you deal with not the engineering side, but all of the behind the scenes stuff as well.
Yeah, behind the scenes, exactly. My bachelor's degree is actually in stage management, so all of the literal behind the scenes stuff. And yeah, I handle most of the stuff for the team that is non-engineering. And I think it's really cool to also be able to kind of educate young engineers on all the other stuff that goes into just being able to make a car. We work through our car launch, which is kind of our big event every year. So I really enjoy that as an events management student, and I know that I think that I sound like a broken record whenever I talk about the parallels of managing managing events and managing motorsport. But when we think about it, this is just a huge event. Motorsport wouldn't really be anything without the events managers volunteers to get the food here and the tents here and the cars here and the people in with their tickets and the health and safety managers and all of that stuff. So I hope that something I've been able to do this year is also show people everything that it takes beyond engineering in Formula Student.
Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it, and I wish you all the best of luck with all of the competition.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great stuff there from Cheryl. Thank you very much. You can see us now live here in the commentary box on Cop's Corner. It's Giles here, Monty here, and Kevin as well, bringing you live coverage of Formula Student UK 2024 with you until 6 o'clock. I can hear an engine. I felt like I could hear an engine for a second there, but I can't actually see a car. We're waiting for more cars to join us out on track. That looks to me to be Coventry waiting to make a final go of it. They are currently in 3rd position behind Staffordshire and Edith Cohen.
Oh, look, I just want to say, Giles, I've been massively impressed with your commentary.
Oh, that's very kind of
over
you.
this. It's been really good, and I'm surprised that you haven't had any challenges. I know when I get on the commentating in Australia, they're always saying, you know, can you give us as many quotes from a movie? And last year it was Days of Thunder, an absolute classic.
That's a good one.
And so we made sure that we had, we're just sitting here eating ice cream and Rubbins Racing and all of the great lines. You know, there hasn't been any sneaky challenges for you?
Oh, there might have been. If you're watching, you can see whether you can spot what we've been trying to do throughout today, and we'll be doing tomorrow. We'll be revising tonight, won't we, Monty?
Yes. See how many more of them we can throw in for tomorrow as well.
Oh, absolutely. With the rate that you've been commentating, you'd have to be pretty swift to pick them up.
Well, exactly. Meanwhile, over in the comments, we've got Owen John asking, have Birmingham Uni been? If so, what's the result? But we haven't seen Birmingham Uni as yet. Meanwhile, IPWC Property and Workplace Consultant, there's a shout out for you. Go Bolton, good looking car. And George Pierce says, go ECU, with plenty of party emojis there as well. So there's been a lot of support for the team from down under, from Australia. That's where Kevin's come from. He's faculty advisor to ECU and is also one of the commentators at Formula Student Australia. So we fancied a bit of a crossover here in the commentary box with a bit of a lull. It seemed appropriate.
Absolutely. Getting some insight for what it's like down under, but then again, I guess this is down under for you as well. So I guess from your point of view, what have been the main differences in the contest? What can we pick up from Australasia which you'd like to see us to start doing? Can't do anything about the weather, by the way, but apart from that.
Oh, well, look, I think we absolutely love coming here. I don't think there's anything we've experienced here where we think you could really make it any better. We've been fairly committed to coming over here. We've been here in 2014, 16 and 18, and if it wasn't for the big cough, we would have been here in 2020. We're so happy to be back, and hopefully it starts another run of regular competitions here. It's an absolutely fantastic competition. The quality of the judges, the volunteers, and everyone involved is just amazing.
We're going to have to get one of the UK teams out to Australia.
Absolutely.
Any volunteers? We weren't even looking at each other when we did that, but there we are. Any volunteers to go to Australia? I can recommend it. Byron Bay is absolutely spot on. Learn to surf. Music festivals on there all the time. It's like Glastonbury as a town permanently. Meanwhile, over in the comments, Jaden Green says, come on, Staffordshire. Helga M says, shout out for University of Strathclyde's awesome drivers, Murray and Brooke. And James Ganderton says, some more support from ECU here. Awesome car, awesome students. What time is it in Australia? That's monumental to be up at this time, because they're about 8 or 9 hours
and the rest
behind or ahead? Ahead.
Yeah, it's about 11 p.m. there. I know I've got my family watching this. They're all into it. Some of the kids will probably go on to bed.
Commitment, guys. Absolute commitment. Thank you very much for this, and hopefully we can bring you a bit more on-track action shortly to reward your
commitment.
Yes, and perseverance.
Coventry with their rear wheels up in the air. Not quite sure why they're not making a go of it currently, but as soon as they do, you'll be the first to hear about it.
This is one of the other lightweight cars in the entry, well, according to the entry book anyway. They're around about 180, 190 kilograms, so they're under that 200 club as well. And to be fair, they do look like quite a quick and nimble car. They were handling it well in the first couple of attempts, weren't they? They really were. It's a good-looking car, and Coventry often do bring a really well put-together car. And Well, remember last year they had the aerodynamics, took the front wing off and went even quicker.
Yeah, exactly. Bless their hearts. They didn't have a great deal of luck last year, did Coventry. They have sometimes been the subject of bad luck. Previously, there was a bit of a coming together with Staffordshire a long time ago these days. In fact, they might not even be in the memory of most students. It was back in 2021. Meanwhile, you can see we've got a view of the rear end of the Coventry car. They've just cut to that for you now, so you'll be able to see it as well. And you can see the rear-mounted engine, and the car has been lifted up onto a stand off of its rear wheels. I wonder exactly why that is. I haven't got exactly an answer, but there must be a reason for it.
I'm just wondering if they're doing a bit of a heat cycle in the engine. I imagine, just make sure everything's working fine. It's the two biggest things with engines. Well, like with a normal car, you never want to go flat out when everything is cold. You need the metals to heat up, you need your water temperatures to come up properly, otherwise that's how you start causing part failures. But also just, well, like we were talking about earlier with engine mapping as well, an engine will run very, very differently when it's cold compared to when it's hot, and if they've purposely committed to an engine map in a specific way, they want the conditions to be as per what they want the engine to be, because otherwise, as we've seen with other teams so far today, the engine warms up and it can't idle anymore. They can't even get it to start anymore. And that, I think, will be one of the biggest challenges tomorrow after the pit stops have been made in the endurance challenge.
Yes.
How can they get those cars started up again?
That restart is always a problem for a number of teams, and certainly it's had me on the edge of my seat for Cardiff previously when I was doing Formula Student as an undergrad. Meanwhile, there is Coventry going through what Kevin and Monty reckon is that heat cycle. The driver sat quite comfortably, rocking an old-school Stig helmet from the first years of Top Gear, for those that remember. He who went off the end of the aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, we've had 12 teams through here at Sprint so far. Only Leeds have DNF'd, with the rest posting times. Some faster than others. The fastest, Edith Cohen with a 56.1. The slowest, Bolton with a 148.826. Bolton having some problems somewhere. Meanwhile, Coventry are now on their wheels, with their driver being strapped in by one of their Dynamics team members. So we're moments away from Coventry heading out on track, currently in third with a 1:01.379. The question, of course, can they get that sub-60 time, that magic sub-60 that all the teams will be so very desperate for? A number of teams have vanished. Bolton's gone away, having been wheeled away. Leeds has not returned. Cardiff have not returned, and we saw them stop immediately after their second lap, which doesn't fill me with confidence. Meanwhile, a team that are looking far more confident are Coventry as they line up for another go. Well, worried at all?
This will be the shootout now, and I know Coventry are very confident about their driver. We're sharing a garage with them. And there's actually a jar of mayo on this.
There's a jar of mayo on this. Excellent stuff.
So you'd have to talk to the, I think it's one of the aero designers. He's really into mayonnaise. Much to the disappointment of one of their Italian team members, who thinks that mayonnaise shouldn't be part of a carbonara.
Oh, let's not get into what's in and what's not in a carbonara. Let's get into what's on track right now. It's Coventry as they head towards the first slalom. Through they go, looking very planted. No aero to contend with, although then again a fairly wide wheelbase, I must say, as they go through that first slalom, headed towards the top hairpin on the course. Car number 87, named after one of the team members' mothers. It's a tradition over at Coventry. This one is Jackie, and it's also competing in that Stuart blue, characteristic of Jackie Stewart.
Oh, we slowed down, Giles. We've slowed down.
That's in fact stopped, have Coventry, and
that looked like an incredibly quick start to that lap.
It was a great start. It was very promising, but I've just taken my headphones off, guys, and I can't hear anything.
No, it sounds like a dead engine at the moment. Hopefully they can get it restarted again and keep on going. That's, they're waving
to the marshals. I think that's the driver. Oh, he's having a word. They're having a word, the driver to the marshal. They've touched the car. They're trying to get something sorted. Is this the reason why the car was propped up for so long on its rear wheels, heat cycling, do we think?
I mean, there could be 1,000 different situations going on here. It's always hard to guess, but they definitely had done it for a prolonged period for a reason. Maybe we'll find out what that is later on when I go for
Away
those,
they go
but they're
now.
back on going.
And back on and on the power very quickly, straight out of the gate. That's more like it, Coventry. This is a very fast car. Not sure what's happened there, but you can now hear it coming through past the commentary box into the high-speed section of the track, into that third and final slalom, towards the final hairpin. A couple of chicanes to do as well for Coventry. This won't be representative of the best time that this car is capable of, but watch it through the hairpin. No power really lost there on that final hairpin. Found the final chicane and across the line with a time that really just, you might as well just throw it in the bin at that point. 152.022. It's really not representative of the team at all. As you were saying, Kevin, a jar of mayo riding on this, and then there's a debate over what is and what isn't in the carbonara. I'll tell you what is a good idea, though, as far as I'm concerned: black pepper and mayo.
Well, obviously the big debate is whether you put cream in it or not.
I put cream in a carbonara.
But that was a really good run, and I think that driver recovering that and actually making sure that they got a good look at that second half of the lap. You know what? I think what I saw, it looks like they'll be up for a sub 60 second if he gets back out.
Yep, no, you gave that one a good try. You wanted to make the most of that reconnaissance lap for sure. And yeah, if the car can hold up, sub 60 for sure. By the way, guys, I must say, even though I have no Italian blood in me at all, just listening to you two has brought out a serious mamma mia in me listening to this conversation of mayonnaise and cream.
I'm not going to put mayonnaise in the carbonara, but I will put cream in the carbonara.
It's got eggs, it's got pecorino, and it's got bacon. If it's got anything else in there, you're wrong. End of.
Well, my fellow faculty advisor is actually Italian-Australian and made the team tiramisu while they were over here.
Ooh, now we're talking.
So I'll definitely be copying some of that from him. I'll make the hand gesture here, but you can't see that on the commentary.
Perfection, perfecto.
Coventry have stopped then. You can just see the wheel edging out behind the tyre wall there. Meanwhile, they've cut to us here on the commentary box. Now you can do the hand gestures. There we are.
I won't say what we normally say when we do the hand gesture, though.
Probably not a good idea. Let's not talk about words that go with hand gestures, otherwise we run the risk of being shut down. Meanwhile, over on the comments, Jaden Green with his come on Staffordshire. 11 p.m. in Perth, says Tech 130. Come on, Mick, says Hugo Seguin. Coventry, come on, says Midnight Flame. Yay, Taran, says Alipi. And there's some unreasonable comments there that we won't be reading out and is just uncalled for and unnecessary. Let's have a nice atmosphere, both here at FSUK and on the commentary comments as well.
Oh, have our friends returned again, have they?
No, someone's decided to set up an account with a name and just been rude. Anyway, meanwhile, I'm sure there's some admin that can get rid of that. Elsewhere on track, Coventry are being wheeled away, seemingly, after that mid-run stoppage. They're going to go and tinker with the car and try and work out what's wrong. They don't have much to worry about in terms of their position. They've lapped very well. They've got a 1:01.379 as things stand without cones added. That puts them in at third. So I wouldn't be massively worried about the immediate for Coventry. It's the long term that concerns me, and endurance tomorrow for them. We've seen it happen before where they've qualified well for sprint and then they've had to go away with technical difficulties and never actually got to run in endurance until... Did they actually run in endurance last year? Very late in the game, wasn't it, Monty?
Yeah, they did manage to get back out in the end. I can't remember if that was part of the... Oh, what do they call it over here? When they've DNF but they can come back to the experience afterwards. Basically run out of sync. I can't remember what it's called, but it will come back to me in a minute. The one thing, though, I do think Coventry will be aware of, and if they do get a chance to come out for one more time, is just about the points that they will be allocated for the sprints run at the moment. Because it's not just simply a case of being in third and, okay, you get X amount of points. As I was saying earlier, it is a percentage based off what the fastest time is. And so, yes, whilst they are third in the standings, they are still 5 seconds off the fastest time. So that means they're still going to lose a big chunk of points. And if there is an opportunity to get one final crack out and get a sub 60 second in there, that would actually up their point score for this event.
It really would. So there are points on offer here that Coventry might well miss out on. Elsewhere in the comments, someone's guessed our little running joke, but we're not going to tell you what it is until the end of play tomorrow. Elsewhere, Lycan Dragon, it's Dean from Cardiff, he says, hi Giles, shout out for me and my family. I'm a former student and still supporting you from home. Go Cardiff. Talking of Cardiff, Matthew Lloyd says, have some hope that Cardiff will get back out, cheering from Canada. Doofus180 says, we love you Giles, can you shout out Karishma, Harry and Ben from Surtees EEC from Surrey. CMT Generic says, a shout out to ECU from Curran Motorsport Team. You guys are absolutely killing it. I hope that's a name familiar to you, Kevin.
Yeah, it's Curtin Motorsport. They're actually one of our main competitors locally, and the first West Australian team to finish in endurance with an EV, which they did last year at Formula SAE Australia.
Fantastic stuff. Love the cross-continental support. Meanwhile, Lucy Crompton asking thoughts on Perez at Red Bull. I wouldn't like to comment, to be honest, because we'd love to have Red Bull back as a sponsor next year. So you can discuss that in the comments, but we shall keep stum. Elsewhere, Salford are going out on track for the first time ever.
Fantastic.
In a bit. That's Coventry back by the looks of things to me. So Coventry have returned, but we should be expecting to see Salford on track for the first time ever, says Ben. So that's great news.
Congratulations that they managed to pass Scrutineering, because they were really appealing through it really well as well. I know they've always struggled to get all 6 stickers, so the fact they've been able to do that should be good. Right, guys, yes or no, are we going to see a sub 60?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. This driver was definitely that next level from the first driver. I can't see this not being a sub 60 time.
The only thing that stands between them and that potential sub 60 then are these gremlins that seem to have suddenly appeared in the Coventry car. We haven't seen it so far this weekend. It's only reared its ugly head at this point. It was around here that things went wrong for Coventry, in a similar place, oddly enough, to when Yui went off track. So maybe this area of the track is just a little bit cursed, perhaps. And Coventry looking like they've got no problems here as they come back into view of the commentary box. They're slipping and sliding just a little bit. Clearly the power is there on this car. Well handled by the driver, as Kevin's been saying. Through the slalom they go with effortless ease as they head towards the final hairpin at the bottom of the course. Plenty of spectators watching from the cop stands as they go round that final hairpin, through the final chicane and onto the last straight, across the line, and the time is a 56.530.
Now that is close.
I think it might be squeaky bum time down under.
Oh, it certainly is. I think I think we're quite glad that he doesn't have another run. But ECU lined up to see what they can do, and I think this was very much playing a bit of a Max Verstappen style game, just putting a good lap in and waiting to see what happens, and wondering how fast they'd have to push it on this final one. There is a danger in the autocross. If you push a little hard, you do run the risk of damaging the car, and you absolutely need to finish endurance in an event like this to have a good finish.
Oh, absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see how far they push it here. But Tristan here put the fastest time in Australia for the IC class, and it was second fastest overall in December. So I don't know that he'll want to be beaten by his teammate.
Are we on then for a sub 50 time?
No, not a sub 50. No, I don't think there's that in it. It would be interesting to see something in the 55s, but I don't think we'll see anything that quick.
Here we go then. Edith Cohen getting ready to defend their lead in sprint for Formula Student UK 2024. They've come all the way from near Perth, and now their faculty leader is sat next to us in the commentary box looking out on Copse Corner. They lead by 0.43 seconds over Coventry, with Staffordshire in third, although I don't think that Staffordshire sub 60 time will stand given the cone penalties. We'll be able to keep you updated as soon as possible. Who was Edith Cohen? I've been wondering that.
Oh, well, you are saying it wrong. It's Edith Cowan.
Cowan, right. There we go. That would help.
First female member of Parliament in Australia. And
right.
An interesting thing is Edith Cowan University is the only university in Australia that's named after a woman.
Excellent stuff. And you've got a woman team lead this year as well.
Oh, we certainly did. At the moment, Ashley, and she has a twin sister, Morgan. They both work in sort of the electrical sections, and they're both very, very capable.
When you say twin sister, you really do mean twin sister. I was speaking to Ashley in the week, and then I was speaking to her sister, and I double took at one point and realised that they are absolutely identical in every way, and it really threw me, and I thought I had a heat stroke for a moment.
Oh, well, we were very lucky to have them in our university. They actually joined us from Curtin. So they started their university degree in Curtin and came over to ECU and have been great members of the team for a few years now.
Wonderful stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to see the results of their labours out on track very shortly as ECU line up for their second attempt with Tristan behind the wheel. Behind them is another team, Monty, and I can't quite identify who that is. It's car number 61.
I wonder if that is... Oh, wait, we've got a tablet here, haven't we?
We do have a tablet here. We better identify the team for you shortly. What approach is Tristan going to take? You know him as a driver. Are we going to see a fairly chilled out, exciting lap to begin with, or is it going to be full send right from the off?
Oh, well, he does have a really good affinity with this car. He's quite quick in it. I don't think he knows how to drive slow. It'll really depend on what the team is deciding to do, whether they just want to conserve a little bit. But it will be very hard to beat the lap time that Kian put down very early on in this session.
Excellent stuff, and I can't wait to see that. I really can't. And we were saying earlier, I think it might well be.
I believe that is Salford, Giles, who have joined onto the back of that one. I reckon there's a little bit more left in the track. It has rubbered down. We have had quite a number of cars since, because you were one of the first ones out on track actually, so it was still a very green circuit then, so hopefully that would just help with the acceleration out of especially the tight corners here, just to get that extra grip and launch off quicker.
Got so many comments to get through, so before ECU and Tristan head out on track, I'm just going to try and get through as many as I possibly can. So, as we were saying earlier, Salford have got through Scrutineering. They're lined up there behind ECU. They're looking to head out on track for the first time ever at Formula Student UK. People asking for a shout out for Oxford Brookes as ever. Meanwhile, Darren G hoping to see Trinity College Dublin out on track for the first time ever. They just passed Scrutineering today. Been spending a lot of time with Trinity College Dublin. A lot of love for them. More on them later when we see them here at Sprint, hopefully. Meanwhile, come on OBR, sub 60 run next. It's Karma, says Robert Buddle. Meanwhile, Dean says Coventry living up to their names as Phoenixes, bottled with power gremlins, but then rose up to post a banger. Meanwhile, asking for shout-outs for NUST from Pakistan. Best of luck, boy, says Abdul. Where are Trinity? I hear their lead driver enjoys the occasional pint of bubbly, says Osin. I am wondering the same thing. Where are Trinity? Meanwhile, Mick the Boomhauser Morgan up soon, says Finn. Elsewhere, the race bay says enjoying our time filming here at Silverstone. Looking forward to meeting some of the students and seeing their cars up close tomorrow. Elsewhere, let's go Tristan, says Thomas Warren. Hey, do you know how you can meanwhile, we've got plenty of comments coming in as well. Mick Morgan gives Lewis Hamilton driving lessons every Tuesday afternoon. I don't know who this Mick Morgan is, but we should be expecting something fairly significant for him. Meanwhile, here come Edith Cowan lining up for their second attempt with Tristan behind the wheel. Over to you, Kevin.
Oh, well, it'll be very interesting to see what he does here. I know that he's very competitive. Really enjoys spending time in the car. He's a bit of a mistaken launch, but didn't pass the timing line before it went off. Car's looking pretty stable. The front wing has a little bit of a triangle cut out of it, which you can see, which is intended to make it so that you can go a lot closer to the cones without clipping them. Yeah, this definitely looks like a nice stable run from Tristan. We have seen that he can push it a little bit harder than this, so I think he's going to sight this lap and then see if he can take it to Kian in the second lap, I guess.
We've noticed throughout ECU's performance there's a few backfires, as you'd expect from a dirt bike engine, not posing any problems at all, I see.
No, it's actually a bit of an issue. We normally run a 98 fuel in Australia, and of course the move in Formula S UK is to move to a sustainable fuel. So we are running ethanol in this that we wouldn't normally run. So there has been an engine retune, and that's a 58.1. So that's about on where Kian's first lap was, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
It was indeed, yeah. So a great reconnaissance lap there. Can't wait to see what they can do in the second run here.
Yeah, there has been basically a bit of fuel mapping, and in that higher RPM region, there's maybe a little bit too much fuel in it. We've been dragging it out throughout the weekend.
Are they going to make that turn? Yes, they are. So turning circle on that is tight as anything.
A lot of work in the steering geometry of these cars. They're designed to be very light to steer and to handle. We've definitely found that balance of You know, do you look for a lot more feedback in the steering, or are you aiming to have a fairly light steering? And we definitely go on the side of a lighter steering system.
Here we go then, Tristan lining up for ECU's fourth and final run. Their best time, a 56.1. How much closer to 50 seconds can Tristan get? Up go the revs and away they go for the fourth and final time, and that is an immensely rapid start, backfiring there through the first chicane, onto the second one almost immediately, and into that first slalom. Go the team from Australia, current leaders in sprints at Formula Student UK 2024. They've come from all the way near Perth, and now they're here at Silverstone on the final lap for them for sprint. Through the hairpin they go, defending their top position. Into the chicane sequence they go. That is looking a lot quicker and still very planted indeed. It is so light, it dances through the corners. Really great stuff as they come back into the sight of the commentary box. Through the second slalom they go. Onto the chicane now. Can they get under 56.1 as set by driver number 1 from ECU? Through that final slalom onto the chicane. Here comes the hairpin. Watch for this one. Watch for the entrance. Watch for the exit. What can they do? Through they go. Really tight turning circle there. No power loss. Through the final chicane. Here comes the line, crossing the line. 54.857.
Oh, wow. Wow, amazing lap there by Tristan. It looks like he wasn't saving anything at all. I wouldn't have believed he would have gone under the 55. That's phenomenal.
Fantastic effort.
I think
That
that's
was
the fastest
amazing.
time I've ever seen at Formula Student.
Yep. No, it's not often I ever see a 54 either. That was like watching poetry in motion. That lap there, thoroughly deserved.
Meanwhile, another big moment, this time for the University of Salford. They're over the moon. It's the first time their car has ever appeared on track at Formula Student UK, and they are over the moon with this, and so they should be. Car number 61 into that second chicane. You've got your headphones off. That tends to mean you're listening to the engine tone, Monty. Your thoughts, please.
I think I'm hearing a struggle of gear change going on with Salford at the moment there. They don't seem to be too quick down the straights. I'm wondering if they're struggling to get it from first to second gear, because there's definitely some kind of mischief going on there. We'll hear as they come back closer to the commentary box later, but for a first ever attempt around here, it's so far a clean run.
It is a clean run, and it's actually fairly quick. It looks to me like they'll put themselves right in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, Monty's playing our engine whisperer. Kevin, your thoughts?
Oh, this looks like a very well-sorted car. I'm absolutely surprised this is the first time a team like this has been out for the first time, because this looks like a team that's been doing this for a long time.
They do look properly solid and very well put together. Been working through the day to get through scrutineering and out on track here at FS UK. Round the hairpin they go. Through the final chicane. Here comes the line for their first ever lap at FS UK. And that is a 112.887. They're over the moon with that. No cones and the lap completed. Congratulations to the University of Salford.
Oh, I think bigger than that, the way the driver handled that there, it was very, very stable. Very controlled. I'd expect that driver's easily going under 110 if they can get another clean lap.
Absolutely. No, that was great to see, actually, and a huge achievement for them to get that first lap in. They have been so well prepared all weekend. They mean business, and I'm really glad to see that this is coming to fruition for them now. Especially for one of their drivers, Mr. Jonathan Wheater, he's been a dedicated member of their team for the last couple of years. We've known him in the Sim Racing series for the last couple of years, Giles. And Salford have always been competitive virtually, so it's great to see them on the track. Jonathan is one of the drivers in real life, so what is for his final year as a student, to me this is nice to see that he gets to kind of sign off with wins in the esports series, gets to drive a Formula Student car, and then go and enjoy his industry afterwards.
Not a lot more you could ask for, is there really, with the Formula Student journey? Talking of journeys, just trying to line up that final little journey round the corner for Salford. There we go.
J-turn. Nicely done.
I was massively impressed with just how well that turned in. It was actually quite an agile car. So I think definitely the engine looks like it could give a little bit more. But the handling, though, I think they've got a really good balance on that.
And away they go for their second lap to Salford. Bear in mind, more often than not in some of these cases, this is the first time these cars have ever been driven. Some teams don't get a chance to test because they're still building the car right the way up until the week of Formula Student, and as a result, Sometimes these sprint runs, these runs during the dynamic events on the Saturday are the first time the car's ever been run at all, let alone in anger. Through that first hairpin they go, looking nice and solid, well planted. I must say, the nose cone of some of these cars, that cigar shape, sticking well out from the front axle. I do often wonder how it will handle through the slalom specifically, but I've not seen any problems for Salford so far. Really nice looking car here from the team, their first time out on track at FS UK. Your thoughts on the engine tone, Monty?
It sounds a little bit healthier this time. There still seems to be a gear shifting issue there, but to be fair, they're working around it quite nicely and carrying a lot of speed into each of the corners. I'm anticipating to see a time improvement here and hopefully under a 110.
There's not a lot of power lost through that tight hairpin, not a lot of slowing down needed for them as they cross the line with a time of 1:07.684. That puts them in 9th provisionally without any penalties added. A massive congratulations to the University of Salford. What a way to start your first on-track Formula Student UK campaign.
Oh, absolutely, and I think an extra encouraging thing for the students, if that ends up being reliable for the endurance, having that sort of balance and ease getting around corners is probably more beneficial than getting the performance out of the engine, which can really, if you're mainly getting it on the straights and you're losing performance in the corners, that's a lot worse than what they've done there. So I'd expect in endurance, once they settle in and get a good run going, they should put in a good time.
Oh, fully agree, because with something that drivable over a 22-kilometre period, you know, that helps you from saving to smack into cones lap after lap after lap. You can get into a rhythm nice and quickly there, and as we say, just getting to the finish line, you don't always have to be the fastest. Just get into that rhythm, and you're going to pick up big points.
Jenny, if I was in Salford's campsite tonight, I would be going off to finish within the top 10. The first time you've ever been out on track at FSUK, finishing in the top 10 at sprint is absolutely impeccable. Talking of another team who are heading out on track for the first time, they're lined up there. They've come all the way from Dublin, Trinity College Dublin, a 3-year-old team, and they have managed to get through scrutineering today, and I can see them lining up there on the start line, ready to go. Interesting story about Trinity College Dublin. One of their team members, Ava, apparently this is fairly common knowledge if you're part of Trinity College Dublin, but it's now common knowledge if you're at Formula Student UK. Ava's boyfriend's cousin's brother is the Prince of Monaco. So as a result, Ava went to the Monaco Grand Prix and was able to watch it from the Grand Hotel, and then had dinner with Charles Leclerc and Jackie Stewart. As you do.
Show off. I'm slightly jealous.
We're expecting our invites in the Coventry box for Monaco next year, Ava. So if you want to go to Monaco, Ava's your girl. Meanwhile, Trinity College Dublin, their first attempt at Formula Student UK is moments away. You can see them there on your screens if you're watching on the stream, if you're watching from Cops. It is the red and black car to your right. Meanwhile, over on the stream, Techno130 says, yes, 54, that's my boy. Well done, Team Team ECU. Meanwhile, there's plenty of love for Mick Morgan, who I imagine is behind the wheel for Trinity College Dublin. Someone's even opened up a new YouTube account called Lewis Hamilton and said, Mick Morgan is so much better than me and teaches me everything. So there's plenty of love for Mick Morgan. Meanwhile, there's a Doyler asking, when the junction's empty, give her plenty, Trinity. So a lot of eyes on Trinity College Dublin now, moments away for their very first time out on track. Their Dynamics members having a look at the side of the car. Quite why they're looking at that, I don't know, but it looks to me like they're preparing to wheel the car into position, or are they wheeling it away? I would have thought they'd be bringing themselves to the line under their own power rather than using the push rod to push the car to the track. All the drama now, all eyes on Trinity College Dublin. Of course, if you watched or read Normal People, you'll be more than familiar with what is equivalent to Oxbridge in Ireland is Trinity College Dublin. Can they take all that precedent, all that culture and history and apply it here for their first go at Formula Student UK? A 3-year-old team, absolutely spectacular, and a very well-run team. Fantastic members, all committed. They've had issues with their front suspension, and they weren't getting enough clearance relative to the rules. They found they had the wrong springs. They sent their suspension team on a 2-hour drive to a retailer to get new shocks, and then the 2 hours back. That is massive commitment. Big up to the guys involved in the Trinity College Formula Student team. Well done to them. 3-year-old team to be doing this irrespective of how far they get in terms of the dynamic events, it's something to be massively proud of. Is that one of the dynamics? Yes, that's one of the dynamics volunteers here at Formula Student, having a conversation with the driver from Trinity College Dublin. So I imagine we're not particularly far away from seeing the car run in anger for the first time ever. It might be one of the first times this car's been run at all. I just hope that they actually do get out on track. I'm just a little anxious myself.
It's certainly a story for new teams today, isn't it? That's Bolton, Salford, now Trinity College. I'm really looking forward to this, see if we can get any other new faces out.
There's a car lined up behind them as well, car 146, that looks to me.
Ooh.
And that would be UClan. UClan are back.
Nice. Now, they had a spectacular run before, didn't they? That was really nice to see them hustle the car around. Didn't have the most grip in the world, but they knew how to kind of full-wheel drift it and flick it into every corner and maximise the car's potential there. It'll be interesting to see if they can improve on that 102, though.
Yes, absolutely. There's not a lot separating a lot of the top 10 teams, to be completely honest.
No, not at all. From, well, you've almost got 2 groups now, because you've got Coventry and Staffordshire on their 56s. Granted, Staffordshire are going to have their own penalties on there. And then, what's that, from Brooks to
Really,
Cardiff?
I'd say Aberdeen, in fact, really.
Aberdeen, yeah. There's only a couple of seconds, really, between the rest of the top 10. So, no, that is a lot of places which can be gained just from going another second quicker, really.
If you were a first-time driver, Kevin, or you had a team with first-time drivers and first-time cars ever getting out at a Formula Student event, as a faculty advisor, what would you be telling them?
Oh, well, I'd say just take it easy and enjoy the moment. It's very difficult for students when they get out. They feel a lot of pressure. I know the first time I went out and drove the UWA car a long time ago, it feels like you have the weight of the team on your shoulders. But really, the team usually is right behind the drivers and happy that the person they put in the car is the right person for the job. And so I think it's just a time to relax into it, enjoy the experience, and it's not often in your life you get to do something like this.
It is a real privilege to get behind the wheel of a Formula Student car, regardless of how absolutely atrocious you might well be, potentially speaking from experience there. But I don't envy any of the drivers taking part in this, given, like you say, Kevin, the pressure of the entire team rests on a handful of shoulders, and if it goes wrong whilst you're driving, irrespective of whether it's your fault, and invariably it isn't, but you are going to feel that, and just the risk of that alone, I have immense respect for anyone taking on that challenge.
Well, I think we have a bit of a saying in our team, is that you either succeed or fail as a team. We succeed or fail together. There's no point pointing fingers at people. If you look at a driver and a driver makes mistakes, then the team could have helped that by getting the car out early and giving more training.
Well, talking of getting a car out, it's been a while coming, but I'm thrilled to say Trinity College Dublin join us on the line of sprint for Formula Student UK 2024. A 3-year-old team from Trinity College Dublin, Formula Trinity, are about to take to the track for the first time here at FSUK. I've got to say, I'm thrilled to see this.
I did have a look at this car, and it's a very well built car. I think they've done a good job. They've turned it out well.
It looks sleek and low slung. I was talking to them, and the design inspiration was quite literally a bullet. They've designed it to look like a bullet, and Trinity,
mission accomplished, I'd say.
You've done it. Congratulations. A bright red bullet with some stickers on the side. Great stuff for the team that's only in its 3rd year running, and already they're here. There are teams that have got far more precedent, and they have yet to get out on track. So massive congratulations to everyone who's come all the way from Dublin, everyone involved in this, under the Marshal's orders, all thumbs up, ready to go. Are Trinity College Dublin, can they put the foot down? Plenty of love on the stream for them. It's a bit of a slow start, but then again, it's your first time ever competing on track for Formula Student. You would take it, and a cheer erupts around Copse Corner, as it would do. A sighting lap for the driver from Dublin.
And you're asking what it feels like to be the first-time driver. When you drive one of these for the first time, they always feel fast. No matter how fast you're going, it always feels fast. We would normally put drivers in for their first time in a car. They'd hop out and think, usually come up to you and say, well, how was that? Expecting to hear, well, you're as fast as the quickest guy in the team. And usually a little bit disappointed by their time. But it is a fast experience. These cars will do 0 to 100 in under 5 seconds, no matter what engine you have in them. And that's pretty quick.
You might get in one of these cars and think you're going like a bat out of hell, and then it turns out that Morning Mood would be more appropriate music than Meatloaf. Put it that way. Meanwhile, Trinity College Dublin out on track for the first time. Formula Trinity with none other than, from what I can gather from the comments, Mick Morgan behind the wheel. Plenty of love on the stream for him. This seems to be the Formula Trinity driver. A nice, easy sighting lap. Just finding where the power can be put down and where you want to lift. A bit slow through there. I think you could probably take it a bit harsher through there. Through the final chicane and across the line go Formula Trinity for their first ever lap at Formula Student with a time of 1:32.538. That car is capable of far more, and once the driver builds up their confidence, I'm in no doubt we'll see it.
Well, after the first run, you've always got to say time's on the board.
Absolutely. In 12th position it puts them. And we've had 14 cars out on track, only one of which has DNF'd, so a fantastic effort there by Trinity.
I think you can't really overstate how big an achievement it is to have a group of students build a car and get it out here. To get through scrutineering, the safety standards that the competition holds are there for a reason. They're there to protect students, but they are very strict. And so to get through all of that scrutineering, pass all of the tests required, and get a car out here, and just go and do your first lap in Formula Student UK for a team. What an achievement that is.
That is absolutely huge, especially to do so in only 3 years of the team existing, with no precedent, no history, no understanding of the event and what it requires. To build that up and get a car on track in 3 years is a huge testament, and I can't wait to see what they can do next year. Can't wait to see them back next year already.
Yep, no, I'm really looking forward to this, and you know, Kevin's got a really good point there, because I mean we're looking at a timing sheet with 14 cars on there, which means that 14 teams have achieved something that the other 80 haven't been able to achieve thus far, and so huge achievement just to get out on here. Here comes run 2.
You say that, Monty. There we go, back on the power, great noise coming out the back of the Formula Trinity car.
Doesn't look like they broke the timing beam there, so
no,
that time they did.
I don't know whether they did, Monty. I can see one of the timing sites there, so I'm not convinced whether they have broken the timing beam. What I am convinced of is the driver is looking inherently at the driver is looking deeply at the dashboard there. Something's not quite right, and they're having to fiddle about with the controls and get it into the right position. And the team giving them a round of applause as they go past does Formula Trinity. I reckon that's going to be a faster time, but there seems to be a concern from the driver looking at the dash off the line and unable to get it to start as they'd want it. 2 false starts for Trinity College Dublin there.
And I think that's where, when you've driven for a while, you get a little bit of confidence. And the easiest way to get away with these cars from the line is to have a lot more revs and be fairly quick on the clutch. And if you spin your wheels a little bit off the start line, but you're moving, after that you're fine. So I never really tried to take off too easy, much to the dismay of people watching and worried about the car braking. But that definitely comes with experience.
Well, this is what I was interested to see. Cars with these long cigar noses coming through the slalom, because in my thought you must have to turn a bit earlier, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the performance that drastically. Just maybe a little earlier on the turn, but nothing to worry about. Through go Trinity College Dublin on the final hairpin. Monty, your thoughts on this lap?
I think it's a bit better than the previous one. Hopefully it should be something under the 130s this time. You're quite right, they didn't break the timing beam on either of those 2 attempts. What's that going to be? 129.121, so yep, another 3-second improvement. Well done to Trinity College Dublin there. That is their first 2 attempts done. Let's see what they can do in the other 2 parts. You also raise a good point there, guys, because I think a lot of viewers who come onto Formula Student and they look at the pictures and they see racing helmet, they see mini Formula 1 car, and so they instantly expect to be seeing Formula 1 drivers. We have to remind people these are all amateur drivers. You're not allowed to get professional drivers in. It's got to be active team members of their Formula Student team, which most of them happen to be just teenagers or young adults. They're not professional racing drivers in any way. They can drive a car and that's about it, really. So we shouldn't be expecting them to drive like Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton either.
Definitely not. I know I'm certainly not capable of anywhere close, and that's why I talk about it. The old adage from a certain legend in this side of things: those that can do, and those that can't talk about it. Unless you're Kevin, who seems to do both quite well by the sounds of things. But anyway, here come the University of Central Lancashire, car 146, and away they go. That lovely noise coming out the back of that U-Clan car, really love that. Twitching at the rear end, well held by the driver, who's actually, no, maybe not. Well held by the driver until the point that they collected some cones and then stopped. And trying to get back underway. They've got cones wedged under their front right wheel, and that looks to me like that's going to be a real difficulty for the team. Are they going to be allowed to continue? Or there's another cone gone. This driver collecting cones like it's Pokemon. Got to catch them all, and away they go. That green cone dropped off the front right, and now underway again, twitching really quite drastically. At the rear end is the U-Clan car, slowing down, trying to get back on the power. They seem to have switched it down to try and regain control, and they're trying to find that gear change again. Through the slalom chicane they go, and it looks to me like they're struggling for power, chaps.
Yeah, I think this looks like a shifting issue. Power's coming back on occasionally, so it looks like not getting it into gear very easily there.
Yeah, I was slipping in and out of gear there. I'm just wondering, do they do longest travelled cone in the sprints, or is that just for the endurance?
Longest travelled cone was won by Aaron Farmer last year in the sprint qualifying. They picked it up during sprint, wedged onto the end plate of the Cardiff car. So they are winning with a shout of furthest travelled cone. Currently that is the furthest travelled cone that we've seen, so U-Clan could be walking away with a bit of silverware.
Or coneware.
Or coneware, true. Final hairpin to go, final chicane to go for the University of Central Lancashire. Slowing down there.
Yep, very unhappy gearbox there. Seems to be dropping out from first into neutral all the time.
And they're slowly crawling, trying to get it started. You can see that characteristic jolt as the driver tries to get it into gear. They found something there, and back on the power are the University of Central Lancashire car. 146 comes across the line with a time of 1:45.915, which is 43 seconds slower than their fastest. So clearly these transmission issues are holding them back somewhat.
Well, yeah, I'd say that's around that first to second and second to first. That is a longer shift, usually on a bike gearbox. And so if you are going to have shifting issues, it's usually coming out of first or going into first. And that definitely looked like the main issues were on the exit of both of the hairpins. So that would have been coming out of first, pushing into second.
But they're going to persevere and go straight into their fourth run, so obviously the driver feels like this isn't anything they can fix and just bear and grin with it.
It's an interesting choice. I'd have been tempted to head back to the pits myself. There's still an hour and 10 minutes of the event to go. The revs go up for car 146, and away go U-Clan with a solid start, trying to keep the revs up so they don't have to change down. Oh, well held through that chicane. I don't think any cones went, but the tail certainly did. Going very sideways through there. This is going to be an interesting one as they slow right down for this chicane and head through the slalom. They've just got to keep it in gear and keep off the rear end stepping out. They're going to have to slow down a lot for this hairpin in that case if they don't want to step the rear out, but the driver controlling it very nicely indeed through the chicane. You can see the whole car twitching like it's having a fit almost.
They do seem to be having a downshifting issue as well, so as they were going to that first chicane there, I could hear like a box full of neutrals, and I think that's what threw off the balance of the car, and they completely locked up there. So unhappy gearbox going on here. They're persevering, handling it very, very well. Haven't hit any cones yet, but it is definitely hampering their pace compared to the first two runs we saw earlier.
It's an interesting one because a lot of these internal combustion cars will run on motorbike engines that integrate the gearbox into them. So you don't necessarily see teams building their own gearboxes. Potentially you can have, I don't know. I wouldn't imagine they would do, because if you've got it there on the engine unit, it's there, it's been designed to do that job. So I'm surprised to see transmission issues unless they've been fiddling about with the gear ratio. Some do. I know for a fact that a lot of the teams do take out the first gear and start the engine in what the engine thinks is second, but they don't need the revs there. Meanwhile, Central Lancashire posts a time of 1:25, but that is still 23 seconds slower than their best of 1:02. I think that might be the end of UCLAN's runs in sprint.
I think that might actually just be shifting a little too early. So with if it does run a chain drive, if you're shifting in that high RPM, you can compression lock that back end very easily, which makes the rear end very twisty. And there's that temptation as you're going to the braking zone to do everything really quickly, rather than just wait a little bit and make that shift as you're sort of starting the turn a little bit more. I'd say that looks like it could be the case. I didn't look like elsewhere that it was just a rear brake bias issue. So that might be more driver than car on that entry, but only that team will know.
Plenty to discuss back at the pits then for UCLAN. But they currently hold 6th position in sprint, having had 14 teams run. Only one as a DNF, Leeds, who we've yet to see reappear, but they're not the only team without problems. Bolton lapping very slowly with a 1:48.826, and they were wheeled away when they attempted their third run. Cardiff also wheeled away, having completed 2 runs and then stopped on the line. Well, after the line, I should say, and they've yet to make a reappearance with a driver myself and Monty are fairly familiar with, Aaron Farmer, who has yet to make a go of it. So problems for a few teams here. Fingers crossed they get them fixed, but this is the way Formula Student goes. Things can be going so well until they're not. It turns on a dime.
Well, I think that UCLAN lap was very interesting. It almost felt like there was 2 laps going on there. There were some sections that were really good and some that were a bit messy. So it was almost like there were 2 drivers in there.
Well, you can get a good look then at the Dynamics volunteers who help us out here at FSUK. They come back every year. Big thank you to them for spending their time and their weekend here at Silverstone. But for now, we're going to cut to a VT and we'll bring you back action as soon as we have it.
So I'm here with Angel of Staffordshire Uni Racing. So tell me a little bit about yourself.
So I am this year's team leader for the 2024 season. I do automotive and motorsport engineering. In fact, I graduate, well, supposed to graduate today, but I'm here.
Oh,
yeah, thank you.
So how long have you been with the team?
So this is my 3rd year on the team, my final year on the team as well. So it's a bit sad, but it's very exciting just to see the development throughout the years that I have been with Staffordshire Uni Racing.
Yeah, so what are your objectives this year?
As always, taking the car to track, successful, like generally quite successful in the statics and the dynamics altogether and overall. Hoping that, you know, just as a team, we're all just happy to be here in Silverstone and just being together and just seeing the car out on track.
Have you encountered any particular challenges this year, like any issues?
I think the biggest issue would have been when we've broken a tripod during testing. So that was quite a rush for us to get that fixed and get that back onto testing. And then a couple of weeks ago, we've actually had 2 engines failed on us. So luckily we were able to get some testing before that, and then the engine failed, and then we had to find a really quick replaced engine literally last week. Yeah, so luckily we were able to do that, so we're very, very happy that we're still able to get here in one piece.
Oh, that's amazing. So you've overcome a lot.
Yes, very much a lot with the whole team and the hours that we've all put in. We've been in the workshop every day, 5-6 days a week even, till about 2 o'clock in the morning, just to make sure that we've got the car ready to go.
That is real commitment.
Yeah.
So how important do you think it is for people to do Formula Student, and how does it help your career?
I think the main thing with Formula Student is just being able to learn what you get from the degree in general, and then you are able to apply it into real life, such as building a car from scratch. So me and a few other final year students, we've done a final year project on certain aspects of the car in this. So this has helped us with our development of our studies, as well as being able to just get hands-on with the car, being able to build something that you have designed from concept, which makes you a bit more proud of yourself, I guess.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time today, and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back if you're listening to us here on the stream or if you're watching from Cops Corner. Thank you very much to Cheryl for that really insightful interview with Staffordshire and their first driver. Talking of drivers, there's a notable absence of drivers here at Cops. We'll hopefully be able to bring you some more action as soon as we can. 1 hour and 5 minutes, according to my watch, of this event left. So if you've got your car through scrutineering, now would be the time to get it on track. Looking at you, Exeter. You've been badgering me to talk about you. I can't really talk about you when you're not on track. So might I suggest tarmac, wheels in contact, go.
Yeah, so it'd be nice to see a green car on the track, wouldn't it?
Talking of green cars, there's Leeds. So they're tinkering with the Leeds car. It's the only car to DNF in FS UK Sprint so far. They're tinkering away with it, and hopefully they might be able to make something happen.
Well, I just want to see some cars here to avoid you two talking about Duplo again.
Well, that would be ideal. We have been scraping the barrel for conversation topics after a while. We've seen some great team merch over the course of the week so far. Plenty of teams out there. GCU looking absolutely impeccable in their blue. Cardiff have started wearing sports jackets reminiscent of the Mercedes Formula 1 team. I am surprised to see that Exeter have just gone with the T-shirts. I was expecting branded gilets for the team I lovingly refer to as Team Minty. So I was expecting gilets from Exeter.
Exeter are the most unique team as far as I'm concerned when it comes to just their branding, because they like to do something a little bit different. They always like to do something unique. I always remember back in 2015 when I was a student, we were sharing a garage with Exeter, and you know, it's setup day. We're all there, we're building the cars, getting them ready for scrutineering, and then, you know, in typical student fashion, you're having a mad rush. Then suddenly, in the garage beside us, come the team with their gilets, and suddenly, out from the back of their van comes all these woven baskets, and they just kind of stopped everything and had a picnic in the middle of the garage. And they're going like, guys, you've got a car to build, you've got to get this through scrutineering. They're like, no! Tiffin's now, car build later. And that to me is just synonymous of Exeter, because it was like yesterday they invited us for a roast dinner. That's not what students do. We go to Mackey's. You don't go off for a roast dinner.
We were genuinely going to go to Mackey's, and then we ended up going for a roast instead with some of Exeter. Meanwhile, a line racing car 142. I can see some team members there tinkering with that car. Also giving us a wave are members of Leeds car number 97, with some of the team members messing about on camera. We're quite grateful for it, so thank you very much. You can see it on the big screens at Cops Corner or on YouTube. Some embraces taking place there. You know, a lot of love going on between the team members there. No bad blood. And of course, a line. We did see them earlier on in acceleration until we didn't. They made one run and then managed to conk out at the top of the acceleration course. We didn't see them again. Hopefully they've been tinkering away and will be through onto the track shortly. Meanwhile, there is the queue at scrutineering. Cars still being scrutineered left, right and centre here at Cops Corner. That's what you need to do in order to get out on track, and so we can talk about you. That is the scrutineering bay. That is make or break for a lot of teams' dreams. Put it this way, I've been involved in Formula Student since 2018, and when I first went to scrutineering, I had hair like Brian May. Now look at me. It's what scrutineering does to a man.
I'll tell you what other car we haven't seen on the track so far for the sprints, Giles. They were one of the finalists in the acceleration run.
Who would that be?
University of Basque Country. We've almost forgotten about them, haven't we?
Good point.
Where
Good
are
point.
they?
Well,
we saw them queue up and then they went off again, and we haven't seen them again since.
I completely forgot that we had seen them briefly. So yes, where is the team from Spain who had been looking so dominant until that power shortage midway through their key acceleration run?
Yes. Hope to see them back on the track again, because they were rapid.
They were
really
rapid. They were very rapid indeed. On the screens now, top left there are your fastest times. Your top 4 times from the fastest laps, and Edith Cowan University Racing a 0.54.857. That is the time to beat. I can't help but think in the next hour, I don't see it happening. I imagine you would rather it didn't happen, Kevin, to be honest.
I certainly wouldn't rather it happen, but I don't think there's I don't see somebody beating that today.
Don't forget, of course, if you want the results of the various static events, I believe design tends to come out around 5 o'clock on the Saturday. And it is about 1 minute to 5. So if you want the results of all the various static competitions, then you need to head over to the Formula Student Instagram page or the Twitter page. I am not calling it X.
Just did.
And we've got them here. We've got them here. And the University of the Basque Country, I believe, has topped design.
Finals.
They are finalists in design alongside the two teams from the University of the Basque Country have both topped design, followed by Oxford Brookes, University of Strathclyde, and you'll be very pleased about this, Kevin, Edith Cowan University.
Oh, we hope to certainly reverse that order when it gets to the design finals and hopefully see Edith Cowan at the top of that. But it is so hard to do well in that event. The judging team are absolute experts in their area, and they really do grill the students. And I know that they want to make it a really good learning experience for the students, and they've been very friendly. I think our students have certainly enjoyed the experience, and going in and having your hard work, usually over about 18 months or so, being judged at that sort of level can be a really intimidating process, but I think the judges have made that quite enjoyable for them.
It's a very good point you make there as well, Kevin, because these are all industry professionals by their own right. And the one thing I always see students do year in, year out is when they get a funny question from the judges, they try and make up an answer on the spot as if this is the first time these guys have ever heard about it.
Don't do it. Just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Or if you know it's not a good design, don't try and poo-poo it as a good design. Explain to them why you think where you could have made it go better, because you can still earn points that way, because you're at least demonstrating to the judges you understand the design, you understand the product, you are demonstrating engineering knowledge. Don't try and pull the wool over the judges' eyes, because, well, they were once a student themselves, so they probably tried that tactic. But also, they've just got so many years' experience. Turn this into a constructive conversation so you can actually learn from it as well and come back even stronger next year.
Mistakes happen and you learn from mistakes. Look at me last year. I was designing the front uprights for the Cardiff car. I misdid the geometry, and as a result, if you turn the car through more than 15 degrees, the steering arm clashed with the uprights, so you couldn't use them. So they've evolved the design this year and then also put in what they've dubbed the Cosgrove notch. So there we are. I've got something on the car named after me. I'll take it, even if it is after a bit of a mispractice, shall we say. Meanwhile, Align Racing lining up by the looks of things to make a go of sprint here at Copse Corner for Formula Student UK 2024. Giles, Monty and Kevin joining you from the commentary box until 6 o'clock. Another hour to go here for sprint. This will determine the running order of endurance tomorrow. Those that don't qualify will be thrown in together at the beginning of the event tomorrow morning. You just got a chance your luck that you're on the track with cars of a similar pace. If not, you may not be posting a decent time in endurance. That is the sacrifice you have to make if you don't do sprint. And I imagine there are a number of teams desperate to get through Scrutineering. There are two cars there, in fact, 97 and, of course, Align as well. 97 being Leeds. So Leeds are back and hopefully better than ever. They've been away. They were the only team so far to DNF. Their media team member taking photos of the car. The social media game of FS has really been upped in the past few years, and it's culminated this year, at least in the UK. I imagine it's rather similar in Australia, with Drive to Survive style documentaries inspired by the Netflix series, with Southbank Racing producing an absolutely impeccable one that nearly brought me to tears watching them struggle to get through Scrutineering last year. Hearing our voices in the background, Monty, we're there talking about those on track, completely oblivious to the heartache that's going on just round the corner, and I know how hard it is to get through Scrutineering. So Southbank, if you're listening, this is the bit to put in the documentary. Big up. Meanwhile, you've also got Exeter. They've got their documentary, and Cardiff has also produced a documentary as well. A lot of teams working really hard on their social media to produce stuff that is incredibly professional and very slick. So we're just out of a job at this point.
Yeah, the Southbank one's very interesting. We've been watching that from Western Australia, and in fact it was highly motivational to the students while they were doing the cost report. And we're actually sharing a garage with Southbank, and a couple of our team members, Brock and Antec, were over the moon and almost a bit starstruck, sort of feeling like they know some of the Southbank members without actually having met them. And just seeing, I think every team that has gone through struggles and had failed endurances or struggles in Scrutineering can really feel that sort of visceral pain that you feel when you are going through that. So to share a garage with them has been absolutely fantastic, and they've been working incredibly hard. Their car is it looks pretty good this year, and hopefully they do get through the Scrutineering. But love seeing that real human connection, and it's worth remembering that while we want to see these really fast lap times and see the cars going out, each student that is able to start this project and get to the end has really done something very special.
Without a shadow of a doubt, it's what we always say. If you get to Silverstone alone, you've done well. If you get through Scrutineering, you've done amazingly. And anything after that is just a cherry on top.
Absolutely.
So there it is, a line and Leeds, two teams that have had gremlins in their vehicles. Hopefully they've managed to clear them up, and we'll be seeing them out on track here at Sprint. As we have it, your top 10 minus penalties. We really must clarify this. This is without penalties, totally provisional. We know some of these teams will have penalties. In at 10, it's Warwick with a 109. Salford in at 9 with a 107. Aberdeen at 8 with a 105.515. Cardiff in 7th with a 103.382. UCLan in 6th with a 125.737. I should say a 102.783, sorry. Meanwhile, University of West of England with a 102.336. Oxford Brookes with a 101.874. Meanwhile, now we get into the sub-60s, but Staffordshire will be penalised. We know there were cones caught for them. They're in 3rd at the moment with a 56.651. That will change. Meanwhile, Coventry are there in 2nd with a 56.530. And as we've been talking about, Tristan behind the wheel of Edith Cowan from Australia. They've done impeccably well with a 54.857. The gauntlet, as they say, has been laid down.
Well, I'm very interested to see what will happen in endurance. Usually we see in endurance that the EVs can't really hold the same sort of power throughout the whole run, where the ICs are able to pretty much run consistently. They don't need to conserve power. They might be trying to conserve fuel, but definitely don't need to worry about holding back. So it'll be interesting to see whether Oxford Brookes can really mix it up with those top IC teams, and who will have the best endurance run out of those.
It'll be interesting to us that recall last year whether Oxford Brookes can even finish endurance at all. Meanwhile, we've got the characteristic siren going off, and a line are underway, headed towards the start line for their run at Sprint. We have seen them already today, but they only appeared once before technical problems spelt the end of their acceleration runs as they worked themselves up to the line. An interesting choice, I must say, in the design of the Align car, in the sense that they've got a dramatically large rear wing, but no other aero, and I can't help but feel that surely that would unbalance the car.
Yeah, I can't seem to maybe it was a scrutineering issue, and they thought we'll put the car through without a front wing.
I can't see where a front wing would attach, but if you're from a line and you can let us know, we'd love to hear from you. Through the chicane they go, that characteristic whiz of the electric motor, almost like a whisk going through a herd of bees. Meanwhile, here comes a line to a stop. That is disappointing, and we're underway again. Our Align Racing. Bear in mind, if you're watching, whether you're at COPS or on the stream, you've got to keep an eye out on the roll bar above the driver's head. It's flashing red. That's what we want to see. If it goes to green, it means the car is in limp home mode and is safe to touch, which is not what you want when the car is being driven in anger. As it goes through the chicane and into the slalom now, for a car that's only running with a rear wing, I don't know about you chaps, it's not looking particularly unbalanced to me. It looks like it is handling well enough.
Yeah, I've got to admit I'm quite surprised by this. It's going quite quick. Apart from that stop there, this would have been a really good lap time. It does look very balanced. It's turning in very well.
Here we go then, across the line for a line, oddly enough, and the time there is a 1:09.668, and we know for a fact they can improve on that because there was that stoppage. So ADGA have set a time that puts them just outside the top 10, knocking on the door of it, and I reckon that's well within their grasp.
Yeah, I don't know how much time they lost in that, but I would have thought it was more than 5 seconds that they were held up there. So we could be looking at a team that is capable of getting under that 1 minute mark.
Excellent stuff then. Understarters orders are aligned, thumbs up. They can start as and when they want. When they cross the beam, that white line on your screens there, they cross the timing beam and away they go with a far more rapid start. The driver has clearly got their eye in, and they are absolutely sending it through the course for their second go. Are Align Racing, all that stands between them and what looks to be a very good lap time are the cones and potential technical gremlins. We've seen it twice before in the Align car. Can they keep improving? I should imagine they might be able to. This is looking really good for a car that is a very unique design, as we've been talking about, and there it's gone. Again, it has gone away from them, Hazaga, and they're pulling away now, but that is at least 2 seconds, maybe even 3 for the team, and that is going to be gutting for what looks to be a rapid car once it's under power, but the power unit seems to be inconsistent in the back there. Is that flashing red even when it stops, or does it go to green? I can't tell from here.
Well, the turn-in on this is absolutely incredible for no front wing, and usually when you're trying to set something up to have a turn-in on these, front downforce is really important if you have an aero package, but it doesn't seem to be holding them back at all.
Not in the slightest, as they come across the line, and they've gone one better, in fact 2 better, up to the 9th position with a 107.528, no cones, and a time inhibited yet again by an inconsistent power unit. Are we potentially going to see something similar to what we saw last year with Strathclyde, where they get round but just with inconsistent power?
Well, I wouldn't say Strathclyde had inconsistent power last year. Their issue was that they kept on knocking off the switch every time they turned because they put it too closely to the steering wheel. Be interesting to see if that's what happened to Align here, or if it is an actual powertrain issue itself. Time will tell. We'll have a nose and see if we can find out the information. But that's frustrating because I agree with Kevin. That is potentially a sub 60-second potential from that car.
Talking of potential, a team with a lot of it, Leeds are lining up for another go. DNF on their first attempt. Can they get a time on the board?
First through scrutiny.
Leeds was one of the teams, one of the first UK teams to travel overseas at the end of the 90s. And I've got to say that the University of Leeds was a big inspiration to me as a student, and certainly our team, because they really took it to the world. And we're actually staying at University of Hertfordshire, where Howard Ash, one of the previous members of Leeds, is a faculty advisor at Hertfordshire, and they've been incredibly welcoming to us. So I've got a real soft spot for the University of Leeds.
Excellent. And we all do here as well. They were first to get through scrutineering today with a car that is classic of FS design, but a power unit that appears to seemingly have performance anxiety, perhaps would be the way to say it, as the Chief Marshal beckons over the team to wheel away the car. We heard it running and then it stopped, and it has yet to regain power, and the Chief Marshal here at Sprint has beckoned to the team to wheel it away. So close but no cigar yet again for the team from the University of Leeds. Gutting for them. They're running away again. What have they forgotten, I wonder? Some parts are on the floor. They're going to collect something. Are the dynamic volunteers, the dynamic members of the team from the University of Leeds. The driver having a conversation with one of the marshals, shaking his head, potentially unsure as to why that power is so inconsistent.
They're getting the jump leads.
Potentially then a battery issue. In fact, I think it was a starter motor battery issue that they were talking to me about this morning after acceleration. So potentially we should be able to get a time out of this car. Just needs a bit of a jump by the looks of it. We had this morning as well. They had to be brought out, if you recall.
Yep, nope, the volunteers don't want that at all. Sending them back. Don't do a jump start here, please. Send them back to the hotspot, and they can give it a shot there instead. Hopefully we can see this car out. There's a lot of good potential in this.
They were struggling at the skid pad. I was sitting over there and they were having issues getting it started or getting it running. I was wondering whether it was a battery issue. Some of the things that can happen, you don't usually carry a big battery on these, and if you do have charging issues, so rectifier issues, that can often mean your battery dies quite quickly. And the startup on these vehicles is very hard on the batteries. You don't get many starts before you are not able to get it turned over.
Trinity College Dublin back again for another run in the background of the shot there, as University of Leeds are wheeled away. Are they going to be wheeled into a hot area for a hot restart, or are they just going to be wheeled away entirely? We'll find out as soon as you do. You can see it on your screens there. Comments coming in. Where could we watch FSAI car live competition? If you're here at FS UK, you can watch it live. We won't be broadcasting it, I'm afraid, but we will have the results tonight in the award ceremony, which will be broadcast on YouTube live from the pavilion here at Silverstone. So the cones have been put away in front of Leeds, so I imagine they're going to be going away and working on that car there. Meanwhile, here comes Trinity College Dublin for another go, and there's another car behind them, and I believe that is UCL behind them. So
the UCL's at Salford.
It's car 100, so it's UCL.
Oh, I beg your pardon, it is pink. Yes, pink.
Well, as you mentioned, there's a number of teams there at around the between 105 and 110, and I think UCL look like they're here to shake it up and see what they can do.
Rock and roll. Here we go then, and it looks to me like car 100 is got its arse in the air. We've seen that before, Coventry doing something similar before they suffered some power gremlins, so potentially UCL trying to hot cycle the car. Do please keep your comments coming in. We would love to hear from you. Dare Keo saying, go for it, Trinity. And someone has attempted to pretend to be me on the stream as well. I'm going with Giles Cosgrove instead. Saying shout out to Sergio Perez for yet again crashing out in Q1 over in the Formula 1 taking place today.
I can confirm that Giles didn't say that, and certainly doesn't wish any ill will on any of the drivers in the F1 grid.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I certainly don't. I couldn't do it, and I've got immense respect for anyone on the Formula 1 grid. Meanwhile, I'm rather pleased to say that Cardiff seem to have made a reappearance after a couple of hours. Not quite sure what's been going on there, but meanwhile, here we go then for another run. This time it is Formula Trinity with their second driver behind the wheel. They'll be very excited for that. Someone's asking, is that a Massey Ferguson sticker on the intake? I do love a Massey Ferguson. I do love a Massey Ferguson. I'm commentating at the West Somerset Steam Rally in a couple of weeks, and we get excellent tractors over there, including plenty of Massey Fergusons. My grandfather owned one at one point, bright orange, oddly enough. Meanwhile, crossing the line and away they go then. It is Trinity College Dublin, Formula Trinity off for their third lap ever at Formula Student UK. Driver number 2 behind the wheel, getting their sights in, getting to grips with the car and the track, where to put the power down. A nice gentle go round is probably what's needed and is what they're doing. I don't blame them at all.
Well, usually the autocross is a great time to get the drivers sighted in for the endurance. It's fairly common for the two drivers that will be driving endurance to be the two drivers doing autocross. And so this is absolutely fantastic if that's what they're doing in this case. So we'd expect them to go a lot faster if they're getting this car out in endurance.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's a faster time in there. The fastest time set by Trinity is a 1:29.121. The thing is, these cars aren't to be driven in the same way that you drive a normal road car. You're not supposed to try and stay totally fuel efficient. You're not supposed to try and stay comfortably within the road, so maxing it out, I think, as far as I can make out. I've never really been much of a sports car driver, but I appreciate both of you have far more experience than I do, so maybe you can explain the sort of driving that you should be doing to get the best performance out of cars like these.
Well, a lot of 100% throttle, really. When you're tuning the engines on these, you need to make sure that they can idle and start and produce power at 100, and everything else in between is just a bonus.
Excellent stuff down through the final chicane. Headed towards the timing beam to close out that lap for Trinity College Dublin, across the line with a time of 1:32.953, only 3 seconds away from their fastest time. So driver number 2 getting their eye in, a smattering of applause around Copse Corner. The final lap to come then for Trinity College Dublin, a team who have done excellently across the week. Really impressed by this. A team that I've got a lot of time and respect for. And they go again for one final time, keeping the revs up, making sure it doesn't stall. Those hot restarts aren't always the easiest thing on a Formula Student car.
I think they're just still there anyway, so never mind. But no, I am impressed with this effort. I really am impressed with this effort. For their first ever time, they're keeping it clean. they're getting the running time. For all we know, this could be their first time running the car as well today, like no practice beforehand. So I respect anyone that actually resists the temptation to
send it.
Yeah, to send it, because as tempting as it is, if you crash, you lose valuable data, and that is a lot for a team like this to learn from. And you're right, we're going to see them probably drive much faster in the endurance tomorrow, but it's as important for the drivers just now to get comfortable with the car.
It really is. Meanwhile, someone in the comments here, Charlene Morgan, saying, drive like you left the immersion on. And John Keogh saying, we've never driven the car. Exactly. This is the first time ever the Trinity College Dublin car is being driven full stop, let alone at FSUK. It's never been driven, hence why it may seem conservative, but they don't know how this car behaves, how it performs. This is quite literally live testing with a live audience. Talk about performance anxiety.
Oh, absolutely, but the best way to do it is just roll up your sleeves and crack on with it, which is exactly what they're doing here, and they're making sure that they have a car which is still in one piece for tomorrow. And that's where the big points are.
What I'm not hearing here is I'm not hearing any gear shifts from the car, so I'm not sure if that's just me, and I'm wondering whether what we're seeing with the slow launches is that they've maybe put this car in one gear and maybe a higher gear, just to make sure that it gets through everything.
It's a very, very long gear what they're in, because I haven't heard them max out either. Granted, it doesn't sound like they're doing 100% throttle that much, but it's got a long long range, beg your pardon, in this gear. So maybe we'll see another gear get used tomorrow, but yeah, it is a very good point.
Across the line with their final time of the day, and that is a 1:22.799, their fastest time ever. And only the fourth time the Trinity College Dublin car has ever been driven. An excellent effort by the team from Ireland. Very well done.
Oh, that was fantastic, and you could see that there's a lot more to come out of that car. And I'm not surprised they've made it through the scrutineering. I went and had a look at this car, and you can see the attention to detail that they've placed on a lot of the components. I think they've really made sure that everything was well put together, that they've got a good fit and finish on a lot of the components. So that's the sort of thing that makes getting through scrutineering possible.
Meanwhile, Darren G says, well done, rightfully so. And Anelia Tower says, ESPE, you are the best. We support you, little brother. I am proud of you. Loving the love. A whole lot of love on the chat. Much appreciated. And here comes Car 100. UCL are back. And yet again, making a nice load of noise. Equivalent to the car are the team watching from the verge at Cops Corner.
I see more people with pink hair.
We can see the pink hair, we can see the pink car. Here it comes then, full send from UCL. Immediately out of the gate, not even waiting to try and get the eye in. The UCL car thrown straight into attack mode, it feels like, as they go through the chicane and into that first slalom, looking very twitchy into that exit of the chicane, and through the slalom looking a little less adventurous. Maybe the driver's confidence knocked by that step out from the car. Well handled, I must say, but potentially for a sighting lap might have been a little bit too aggressive off the line. They seem to have backed off a little bit now as they go through the chicane complex at the top of the course, headed back towards us here in the commentary box. Looking really fairly nice through here, the classic UCL shape, that hunchback on the front end. As they go past us here in the box through the fast, high-speed section of the track, you can see them building up momentum as they go through the final slalom, headed towards the hairpin at the bottom end of the course, closest to the stands here at Cops Corner. The time, as UCL have posted it, as much as 1:10.623. That's the fastest they've done. What can they do? Can they go better here? Here they come through the final chicane and across the line with a time of 1:07.6. That is their fastest time. Well done to them right out of the gate for driver number 2 from UCL.
Straight into the top 10 as well that time as well.
Excellent stuff from the University College London. A London boy behind the wheel.
You can definitely see the intent right from the start of that lap. They launched very quickly into it. I don't think this driver will be mucking around in the second attempt either.
Shamelia Foward says, all the best, UCL. Margaret McCarthy says, well done, Team Trinity. The final run now for University College London. 1:07.6 is their best time. puts them right in the top 10, surrounded by teams of a fairly equal pacing. Not a lot separating Adgar, UCL and Salford, tenths of a second between them. In fact, hundredths of a second between UCL and Salford. So all to play for now. Can we get a faster lap out of the UCL driver? As Kevin was saying, a full send immediately for them without even a sighting lap. And it tends to be the second lap is quicker. There was a bit of a twitch, so they know where the limit of the car's responsiveness is, and immediately they go away. Here we go then. What can they do? The timing is on, and away they go through that first chicane, keeping it nice and consistent, looking to keep it on the power without throwing it outside the circuit. As we saw from Yui earlier, through the chicane they go. Up towards the hairpin at the top of the course. No such drama that we saw earlier. Round the hairpin, fairly still on the power, looking very good. UCL headed back down towards the chicane complex at the top of the course. We can hear them from here in the commentary box. They're headed back towards us. That pink space frame, very noticeable against the grey of the tarmac, looking really tight through those chicanes. Really nice stuff. Through that second slalom they go. This is a really planted car. Even though it's got that slightly higher ride height than you'd expect potentially for a Formula car, this is looking very impressive and could potentially get them sub at least 105. This should set them right well within the top 10 in their final run. They head towards the final hairpin now. Through they go, tight on the entrance there, wide on the exit, getting a bit of kick out the back, well handled through the final chicane. The finish line approaches, across the line they go, and the time is 104.832, puts them into 8th.
Yeah, that was an incredible run. It looked like there was a little bit of a bounce there. I don't know whether that was on the pitch or just as it's hitting a bump. So, that car didn't look like it was losing any grip when it was doing that bounce.
Very, very poised, wasn't it? Just having a look. I'm wondering if it is a high ride height or if it's just because they've got a higher nose on there, because the side pods look like they're almost touching the ground there, but their nose design, it's not flat really. It kind of raises up in a kind of toucan beak.
They're not
style.
the only one to run that design. UCL run a similar design.
That is UCL.
Not UCL, sorry. I meant Strathclyde. Strathclyde run a similar design. And I think it's something to do with the rules in FS Germany. They don't like you. They want a consistent line over the front end rather than having it come up. So that's potentially one reason. But there's both UCL and Strathclyde I've seen with that rather noticeable hunchback on the front end.
Well, definitely getting that front nose up so you can often put your lower suspension member underneath, get a little bit of length on that, and tends to work fairly well with maybe mounting the steering rack below the chassis as well, or right at the floor of the chassis. So it is common to see the noses up a little bit higher, but that is definitely on the higher side of cars that would even do that. But it doesn't seem to have held them back at all.
It's a comfortable position to be in, I would argue. 8th position there for the University College London with a time of 1:04. Their first car for 2 years. Haven't seen them out on track since 2022, I believe. Meanwhile, coming to you now is Cardiff being wheeled around Leeds as the team still work on the Leeds car. I got to ask then, what is taking Cardiff so long? It is under its own power again, but I do wonder why the car suddenly stopped having crossed the line on their second lap. It doesn't fill me with confidence. Cardiff, a team that either see great success or complete failure. There is no in between with Cardiff. Car number 6, named Sia. We were discussing it this morning or this afternoon. It all blurs into one after a while, but there are titanium panels on the side impact structure there. The revs go up and away goes Aaron Farmer, I believe, behind the wheel of CR20, and it's characteristic of Cardiff, not even stopping for a sighting lap, immediately getting on the power, and through they go.
This is a beautiful looking car. You can see straight off the line into that first turn without even a worry. It's a very well set up vehicle, and they'd be looking to establish themselves below 60 seconds here.
I'd love to see a sub-60 time from Cardiff. The team have put an immense amount of effort. Grace and Nick and Kota all working on the wings, and Hugh has done an immense job completely, almost revolutionising the front suspension on that car. Real hats off to Hugh for the effort and the design and the talent that he's brought to that. As Cardiff go through, headed towards the final hairpin, then in they go, back on the power, almost getting a cone, but getting it right out of there just when they needed to. Through the final chicane and across the line with a time of 1:01.603.
That was a great lap from Cardiff, and I think the next lap it will be under 60 seconds, barring anything going wrong.
The last part of your sentence there is key, Kevin, from my experience.
You seem to be very invested in Cardiff. There's a connection, I take it.
There is a connection with Cardiff, yes. It's been a bit easier to do this year. For the past 2 years I've been commentating. I've also been an active member of Cardiff Racing. I've now gone on to do a post-grad with Cardiff, but I'm based outside of the city, so I don't see as much of the team as I'd like to. Been supporting them from afar, bit of a fanboy nowadays. And yes, did my undergrad at Cardiff with the team. Looking amazing off the line there. Goes Aaron straight into the first chicane without any issues at all. You can see the car rolling very nicely, keeping the wheels planted on the tarmac. You can see it from the rear wing and the way it tilts, almost like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and yet the car stays nice and firm. Through the top hairpin they go. Headed towards the chicane complex at the top end of the course. Was that a cone gone there? I sincerely hope not. I couldn't tell, but it seemed to me the right end of the wing bounced up. Something happened. Meanwhile, they go through the chicanes with ease and through the slalom. The second slalom now as they come back into view here at the commentary box along the back end of the circuit. Nice and fast through there. The final slalom to go and a couple of chicanes, as well as, of course, that tight hairpin that does slow the cars down ever so slightly, but this is looking really promising now for the team from Wales. CR20 being sent through its paces, and one chicane to go before they cross the line. Can they get sub 60? Here we go then, the time for Cardiff, and it's 57.793.
Oh, that's an amazing time. Hopefully that wasn't a cone that you saw over there, but the driver there using every last bit of the track. That was beautifully driven.
We have seen Aaron win awards for his driving previously, and the car has come to a stop and the power's gone. I hope it was switched off and there isn't a continual power problem, but the team seem thrilled with that as Morgan comes to collect the car along with Nick and Hugh.
Well, what's particularly interesting there is 3 of the 4 teams that have gone under 60 seconds are sharing a garage.
That is notable. That is Cardiff, Coventry and Edith Cohen are all in the same garage, so clearly it's the place to be.
Well, it's one of the I think it's the furthest garage or close to the furthest garage from here, so I figure the teams must be thinking if they've got to walk all that way, they might as well make it worth it.
Definitely. It is you don't need a gym membership, you just need to do Formula Student. The stress and exercise combined will be enough to... The pounds will just drop away. Meanwhile, the team still working on the University of Leeds. Oh no, they're wheeling the way the University of Leeds car. And car number 61 or 81, is that 61, is being brought towards us as far as I can tell. There's a queue, in fact, building up here. I think a line are back again for another go of it.
Well, I think what really impressed me about that Cardiff car on the exit of the hairpins, you often see the higher powered vehicles kicking the back end out and then pointing it straight, but there was none of that from Cardiff. They were able to put the power on very early coming out of that hairpin, showing that it's really composed, it's pointing the right direction, it's rotated, it's done the full 180 degrees before it's exited. They haven't had to do that last little kick. That's going to be a nice car to drive.
It's the first time in a while they've run a front anti-roll bar, and from what I can gather, the driver feedback is saying it's made all the difference, and the car can seemingly turn on a dime now very rapidly, which makes all the difference for those slaloms. Coming up next is a line racing, and we finally have a onboard camera. I can see here in the gallery, they've cut to it now. Thank you very much to those in the gallery, I appreciate that. You've got an onboard camera for the first time in a while here. We had it last year. Interesting enough, the only 2 teams that said no to having the onboard camera were the 2 teams that we thought were in with a shout of winning, Modena and Oxford Brookes, both of them unwilling to give each other an inch. The rivalry was that intense, 200 grams for a GoPro, and neither were willing to have that on the car. We now have an onboard camera fitted, ready to go for a line racing. I've just got to ask now then, can they get a consistent lap in? We've seen them incredibly quick, especially with that rather interesting setup of no front wing and a massive rear wing. They go very quickly, but the power just doesn't seem to be consistent from that electric motor at the back.
Do you just switch it off for now?
No, I think one of the things that stops, I guess, our team putting a camera on is maybe not the worry of the weight. The weight is quite insignificant, but it is another component. And it's a component that if something goes wrong with, it comes loose, then that can create an issue. So maybe it was more of that for Modena and Oxford Brookes last year, or maybe it is, as you say, they want to keep those trade secrets and make sure that they protect whatever competitive advantage they feel they have.
Quite possibly a combination of the two, as a line are reversed out of their parking spot and potentially lined up to have a go out on track. Really do stick around with us if you're on the stream. You're going to get an absolutely impeccable view that shows you how fast it feels driving in one of these cars, because it really does feel very, very quick. I think they're going to bring a car around a line first up, though. I think coming through here, is that Salford making their second run? Yes, it is. Salford being lined up for their second go first ahead of a line. The Salford car number 61, as we've been saying here in the box, looking really very nice for the first time that the team has ever run at FS UK. It's Giles, Monty and Kevin with you here in the commentary box, with you until 6 o'clock. 25 minutes to go. Don't forget you can also tune in live tonight for the awards of the Saturday events, and of course the sim racing as well, which concluded on Tuesday.
Apparently we're up to 16 cars now which have fully completed scrutineering, so there is a chance we may see a couple of extra turn up before this sprint session is done. I'm just having a quick look through the list to see if I can find out who they are.
Is it them? Is it the Giles? Is it Team Minty?
Oh. Can you remember what number they are?
I can't, but I'm sure the comments will be able to remind us which number Exeter are. Over in the comments.
No, it's not. Number 99, X Racing. They have only got one sticker at the moment, according to this, so this is tragic. I was hoping to see them on the track.
As was I. I was under the impression they had far more stickers, because I was expecting that they had to just clear noise and brake. I know they've been having trouble with their noisy exhaust. They were planning on fixing that at lunchtime, the last I saw them. Meanwhile, here comes the Uni of Salford. A couple of comments coming in. Matthew Lloyd saying, great job, Cardiff. Caramel Crispy saying, fat camera ruins aero, why bother? Because it looks good. Meanwhile, University of Salford send a cone flying out of the gate, off the start line, and through they go into the first chicane. You can add 2 seconds onto whatever's posted here by Salford, as this driver, number 2 for the team, seems a little more aggressive, and they get their eye in with a bit of a faster pace. Hopefully that cone has not caused any damage to the car. I shouldn't imagine so. You can hear it there echoing around Copse Corner, sounding very nice. The team from Salford. In they go to the chicane complex at the top of the course.
I actually really like this car. This is one of the cars I think would be quite interesting to work on.
Oh, that's a lot of cones gone. Something's not gone wrong. Sorry to interrupt you, Kevin, but something's gone quite badly there, and there are cones trapped underneath the car, in fact, possibly, and cones going left, right, and centre. Have they got a steering problem, perhaps?
No, I think one of the things that really I like about this car is it looks like it's got a lot of potential. I think some just good testing and race car engineering practices on this. You'll get speed for days out of this car.
The design principles on it really do impress me. It's a nice, basic, fundamental chassis which you can build up on and evolve it year after year.
Meanwhile, they cross the line, and it is a time of 1:19.540, but there were at least 5 cones that I saw gone there, so that's a 10-second time penalty for the team from Salford as they line up for their 4th and final run. Hopefully a clean run here from driver number 2. Thumbs up from the marshal is all that they need to get underway.
Oh, it starts very easily.
It does. That is a massive bonus for the team. That's a massive testament to the team there. Plenty of revs off the line. Hopefully no cones this time. And away they go. Through into the first chicane now. Can they keep this clean? There is a really good time in this car with plenty of pace if they can just keep it out the way of the cones. Through the slalom they go. I do think that might be one cone gone from their second start as Mike picks up and holds it up there. So yes, that's another cone gone and 2 seconds to be added to this time already. There are plenty of cones gone there from their earlier pass. Hopefully they can keep it clean through here this time. Looks like they can, being a little more ginger, rightfully so through here. Nice and clean, and that will pay dividends in the end with penalties. Through the second slalom they go. Only one more slalom, a couple of chicanes and the hairpin to complete before they finish this lap. Their best is a 1:19, but that will, their best in fact, sorry, is a 1:07, but that will have plenty of penalties added to it. 10 seconds by my counting here in the commentary box, and that's completely unofficial. Through the final chicane they go, getting the tail out there as they exit the hairpin, and not long now before we know what this time is going to be from Salford across the line with a time of 1:10.016. They're very happy with that. There'll be a cone added in there, but remember their fastest time is still that 1:07.684, so they have done very well, have Salford, for their first appearance on track.
Absolutely well done, Salford. It's great to see them get it over the finish line, and all they've got left now is the endurance, and if they can finish that, they're on for some big points then, hopefully. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm just looking, we've got 15 teams on there, and if there's 16 that have scrutineered, then who are we? Oh, I know exactly who we're missing. University of Basque Country.
Yes, they seem to have had a real issue then, clearly.
Absolutely, which is a shame because they were so quick in the acceleration test. We were really hoping to see something big from them here, so hopefully they can make it out onto the track.
I've got a brand new entry for you, Monty. Car number 35. I know Bolt in the back, sorry, that's not a brand new entry, we've seen them already, but Bolt in the back and a line are being wheeled out of the way, so something's going on with the line and Bolton have returned. Meanwhile, the Basque Country, having done rather well in acceleration, have not shown up for sprint.
Yep, there's one more team which is one step away from completing scrutineering at the moment. From what I can see on here, only one who needs to complete braking, and we may be able to see them before this event is done. That is Bath.
I would really love to see Bath. I would really love to see Bath. After the cancellation of their combustion team, they've gone fully electric. Team Bath Racing Electric. They've got 20 minutes to get here for sprint at Bath. If you can hear us, we've got our fingers crossed for you here in the commentary box, so keep at it. Meanwhile, Bolton are back. Not in black, but in blue.
I'd be intrigued to see if this can make it around with a bit more effort put into it this time. I know that is a very, very fragile transmission system that they've got there.
Just a bit.
I did miss the reason why they stopped out in their third attempt. I don't suppose you guys saw?
We didn't quite catch it. I don't know about you, Kevin, but it's a bit of a mystery as to what happened to Bolton earlier, as far as we're concerned. Hopefully we won't see any issues for their final attempt. Meanwhile, big up Bath, says Simeon RF. There's a copy pasta doing the rounds on the comment stream as well. only took until 6 o'clock, but there we are. Well, 22:06, but we've got 18 minutes left to run, according to my watch here on Cop's Corner for Sprint of Formula Student UK 2024. Currently in the lead and unlikely to be toppled, as far as I reckon, for the time of 54.857. Clean as we saw it. These are provisional results, but we didn't see any cones go. Tristan behind the wheel of ECU's car, looking very good up front there. In second there, it's Coventry with a 56.530. In third, Staffordshire with a time that will have cones added to it. It was 56.651. That won't stand. In fourth, provisionally at the moment, 57.793. It's Cardiff. But I did see the right wing, the rear wing, the right side of it just flicked up, I felt like, and I don't know whether they've ridden over something. So, got to keep an eye out on that one.
I think the team from Basque, I saw them in Skidpad. We were sitting there. They were very good on Skidpad. Unfortunately, hit a cone. Otherwise, I think they would have finished second in the Skidpad, which was a real shame. So I think that's a car that can accelerate really well and turn really well. It is a car that could potentially be right up at the top if they can get out here.
Seemingly there's a power issue there because they got into the top 6 of the acceleration.
And then it cut out halfway down their run, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm really stunned by what happened there. And I hope, beyond hope, that they're able to get it going. They've got 20 minutes-ish, looking more towards 15 now before the event closes. The marshals will be rigorous with the closure of this event. We've seen it before on acceleration. Bang on the dot, that was over with UClan revving up on the line Chief Marshal crossed his arms. It was all over. Really gutting for the team from Lancashire, but that's the way the cookie crumbled. Meanwhile, over in the comments, we've got Holly Richardson saying, "Come on, Sheffield," and Alejandro Alonso says it's a shame that 48 couldn't prove his speed in the sprint. The cost finals didn't help too, apparently. Simeon RF, big up Bath, he says.
Don't forget those at the circuit today. There's 2 finals of the static events happening straight after the sprints today. So we have the FS class cost and manufacturing final from 1800 to 1900 hours at Pavilion. And then straight afterwards, staying at the Pavilion, will be the engineering design final as well from 7 until 8 p.m. Once those 2 finals are done, then it's straight into the awards ceremony. That is also being live streamed as well. And, well, yours truly will be handing out one of the awards today for the sim racing stuff earlier in the week, sir. But and of course, we're going to see many other trophies handed out as well for all the events which have happened yesterday and today. Concept class, static events.
Acceleration.
Yes, acceleration. Well, I don't know if they do the acceleration. Will they do acceleration?
I think they've done it in the past on the Saturday night.
I think we may get acceleration and Skidpad in there. There may be a chance. And if that's the case, then surely the sprints would also be put in as well today.
Quite possibly. We've got 20 minutes left of sprint. 15 minutes, I stand corrected, left of sprint before the event closure. I would say, Kevin, what's been your favourite moment? But I imagine it's probably been your own team's rather blistering lap time.
Well, I think actually, I mean, as much as Tristan has this fastest lap, and it was a really, really good lap, I think the conditions that he had were about as good as we've seen on here. I think the positive moment would have been the lap that Kian put in at the very beginning. I think having that pressure relieved to know that you can come here and go fast, that was really an amazing moment for the team. But look, if we go into the other cars, there's been so many. I think the laps from Coventry were really impressive, and Staffordshire, that car was driven right at the limit. And I absolutely love, no matter what the car is, if it's driven at the limit, it's always good to watch.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, the limit seems to be the furthest thing from Bolton's mind at the moment. Just getting it going and getting it moving seems to be the order of the day. We're not quite sure what's going on with Bolton, but we know they're a team that we have a great amount of respect for and time for here in the commentary box. Stalled there and haven't crossed the timing beam, thank goodness. But the question remains, Monty, what on earth is going on there? I've thrown to Monty, and bless his heart, he's having a drink. I do apologise, I didn't even spot what you were doing there.
Sorry, Giles, I was taking a nice big swig of water there. So it sounds like it's cutting out. Honestly, at this point, it's just going to be a case of whether it's their transmission or if it's the engine on that side. It's running. We see it's trundling along. I think it's the fairest way of describing their lap so far. They're getting there. And to be fair, that's all they really wanted to do. They've done no testing with this car. They've got a very, very experimental transmission system in comparison to everyone else. I have not seen a belt drive system for a sequential box. When they were saying belt drive, I was expecting it to mean variable transmission, but no, they just replaced the chain with a belt, which was supposed to help with reliability, but that could be a bit questionable based on what we've seen today. But do you know what? They've tried something completely unique and different, and that, as far as I'm concerned, is the spirit of Formula Student, because we have an open rule book.
We do have an open rule book. We also have a blank space where Bolton should have been, because they're being wheeled away. And I can't help but think, chaps, that with 13 minutes, 12 minutes left to run, it could well be we end up talking about Duplo.
Unless, of course, the University of Basque Country can make a cameo appearance, as they are literally the only team who have not appeared yet.
Or TBRE. Could Bath get through scrutineering in time and head out on track? Have you got an update on the Magic iPad?
The Magic iPad is stating they're still waiting for that final sticker, which is, please, come on, get it done, get it done.
Well, Bolton here coming up to the line again.
Oh, here we go then. Wasn't expecting this, but I'm very thrilled to see it. Bolton with car number 35. Excellent livery, excellent team. Can they get an excellent lap time in? We'll find out. Here we go then. Under Marshal's orders, waiting for the go-ahead from the Dynamics volunteer to the Chief Marshal, who will then let the driver start under their own conditions. The driver can choose when to go, when they like. They don't have to start off of a light It's just a question of when they're prepared to go, when the car is ready and they are comfortable. Here we go then, the marshal giving the order. Here we go. The revs go up, and it seems a little faster than we have done, but that is at the top end of its revs. There's a gear change there, possibly. And, oh, that's not a nice transmission there. That sounds like a machine shop in the back of that car, I can't lie. That is an angry transmission.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see if they can get around the lap. It does look like they're struggling to engage drive at the moment, but they are going still. So whilst they continue on with this, I'll tell you what though, something Bolton can be proud of. Out of the top 5 fastest egress times that we've had so far in Scrutineering, their name has appeared 3 times in 5th, 2nd and 1st. Their 5th fastest egress time was 3.2 seconds. Their 2nd fastest egress time was 2.674 seconds, and they currently hold the record today with, this weekend, let's say, 2.639 seconds to get...
2.6?
seconds. That's a bit faster than your attempt.
By about 4 seconds.
Exactly.
Struth.
One advantage of having a nice spacious cockpit like they have, you can literally just jump out. So well done, Bolton, for a start getting through Scrutineering, getting your car onto the track, but also for how handy you have been for getting out of this car in an emergency.
Well, the drivers might be good at getting out of the car, but I think this driver's quite happy in the car. Probably enjoying this moment quite a lot.
Kept going, have Bolton up through the gears a bit. There are some gear changes going on. The noise coming from the gear changes, not necessarily what the driver will want to hear, nor the team, but there's some pace suddenly erupting here from the driver from Bolton. There's some fairly substantial speed going on compared to what we've usually seen from Bolton. That's back to what we're normally expecting, but again, that's the hairpin. But there's a faster time in this car if they can just fix the seeming transmission problems as they cross the line then. What is the time going to be? It's their 4th and final attempt for Bolton. That's a 1:59.044. There was a burst of speed towards the end of the course, I must say.
And a load of revs and not much drive with it, but do you know what? Well done, Bolton. They've made it to the finish.
Oh, absolutely, and unless they can get on top of those transmission issues, this might be the last time we see them.
They've done remarkably well.
They've been very honest with me, actually. They are not expecting to finish endurance tomorrow, but they're going to have a try at it. They are going to see what they can repair on the transmission tonight. I'm just very pleased to see them out on the track in the sprints, because I think that for them was the target. Anything else from this point is a bonus. So well done to Bolton. Just to let you guys know, there are 2 teams now waiting just to complete breaks, and then they'll be fully scrutinised and able to join in on the fun. So we're still waiting on Bath, but Kingston Racing is also waiting to do their brake test as well. So maybe, just maybe, we could have 18 cars in the endurance tomorrow.
Well, that'd be fantastic for Kingston. They're right next to us in the pits.
They had a bit of trouble earlier this week, didn't they?
Yeah, they have. It's I don't really know all of the details, but I've seen them working furiously trying to get this car done.
Brake test went a bit Pete Tong for Kingston, bless their hearts, and they've been working through the night to get the car back into working order, and hats off to them for doing so. I
don't think they even know how to spell the words give up.
No, definitely not. So they decided what happened is under hard braking, one of the wishbones shattered on the front left outboard suspension and then sent the wheel not completely off, but it wasn't in a good way. I actually went and saw the car, and that is carbon fibre quite literally snapped. Such was the force that was put through those suspension members. They've decided to completely reconfigure their entire suspension system, because if it can happen on one, it can happen on them all. So they're replacing all of the tubes, all of those members of the suspension system across the entire car. They've been replacing across the weekend, and that is just huge, especially to come so close to completing Scrutineering and then to fall at the final hurdle for brake, and for it to go so spectacularly wrong, and to, rather than give up, as you were saying, Kevin, to just keep going is massively impressive.
I couldn't even imagine doing that sort of repair to a car in a competition. It's a real credit to them that they've managed to get through brake tests, or they're waiting to go through brake tests.
A lot of the teams have been working through the night, working into the small hours, and driving to and from their campuses back home to get parts that they need, some 2-hour, 4-hour drives there and then back. So the commitment has been massive. Here are the teams trying to get through scrutineering now that you can see on your screens. Al's wife has asked if we could sing her a song if we run out of things to talk about. Al's wife, I'm not going to spoil your day with my completely undulcet tones. Apparently Cardiff suffering potentially from battery issues, I've been informed, so that isn't the first time. I don't think that's happened to Cardiff. Hopefully they can get on top of that. They did post a really nice time of a 57.793, and I didn't see any cones go. There was just that jump at the back, and I don't know what happened there. Maybe they just caught something. Elsewhere in the comments, well done Bolton, you didn't give up, says Alison B. And you've got yourself a fan, Kevin. Caramel Crispy says, I like Kevin's unbiased commentary.
Well, absolutely. I think in Australia I'm well known as being incredibly biased with my commentary. We go and compete in Victoria, and I'm a proud West Australian. Yes, biased commentary is my expertise, I'm afraid.
I'm so glad it's not just me.
I would like to join in the foray. Unfortunately, Hertfordshire aren't on the track, otherwise I'd be just as bad as you on this one, Giles.
Where are Hertfordshire? Because they've got a car here and they have been progressing rather well.
They have got a car here. They've had a few issues in scrutineering with their battery, I believe it was. I am probably going to get corrected by this by one of their staff members, Samadi, when he sees me later, no doubt. But I'm just having a quick look. So they are number 27. And why has the tablet decided it wants to go nice and dark? You've got nice and dark because you're about to run out of battery. Right, okay, time for the last bits of information then.
Update from South Bank Racing about an hour and a half ago. I apologise I missed this. But South Bank Racing got in touch to say, hi, we have passed technical scrut but are having some issues in noise.
Oh, well done, South Bank. 3 technical scrut. That is absolutely phenomenal for them.
We've also got to give a shout out to Karishma at Surtees for working so hard on the team. She's done an absolutely impeccable job working her arse off for the Surrey Electric Group. They're trying their best to get through scrutineering, so a massive shout out to Karishma, who's been doing a sterling job for everyone over at Surtees. We're here at Cops Corner. You can see the checkered flag waving in the breeze here, and it's almost time to wave the checkered flag on sprint. 4 minutes left of the event before we call time. So if you want to get through and get qualified for endurance in the sprint event and get those points for this event as well, then I suggest you get your car to the start line ASAP Rocky.
Well, absolutely. I think here at the start-finish line in this commentary box, when they started mentioning about singing a song, I thought, oh no, I was looking how I could get out, and I felt that I'm in a trap. I can't get out.
The door is closed.
Because I love Formula Student. There you go, the world's worst Elvis impersonation.
That wasn't too bad, I don't think. I've heard worse, but then again, that tends to have alcohol involved, and we're not drinking in the commentary box beyond water. Anyway, do keep your comments coming in for the last 4 minutes before we say goodbye until the awards evening tonight. Well done to everyone who's got on track, and well done to everyone who's progressing through scrutineering. We've got all day tomorrow. We can do endurance. There will be opportunities at the beginning and end for teams who don't qualify today in sprint to have a crack at it. So stick around and make sure you join us tomorrow if you're watching from wherever you are. If you're on the cop stands, hello. There's 3 people there in black hoodies. There's someone there in a bucket hat and in red. Meanwhile, there is another team there that has got some sort of headgear on, some white on his shoulders. Someone's got their legs up, I think. I think that's their knees that I can see. And there's some people waving. Finally, there we go. Some people waving on the far left as far as it's their right, my left. They're waving. Thank you very much for that indeed. Don't forget you can try and get involved in our inaugural and completely unofficial Best Dressed competition.
Absolutely. So far, I'm the winner on that one at the moment. You've seen all the pictures about me, and I bet they're all going to go to sleep tonight thinking of how they can beat me. I bet you think about me, guys.
Well, Monty, I don't think you've won the competition. I think you've got 1st, 2nd and 3rd place.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Well, how have we got to this point? To be fair, we got 2 minutes to go.
This is better than Duplo. This is better than Duplo, Sue.
This is better than Duplo. So there it is. There's the gauntlet that has been laid down to you. If you are a Formula student, spectator or team member, and you fancy entering our completely unofficial and pointless competition because you don't win anything beyond our clout, then you can enter our Best Dressed competition tomorrow. Show up in something that looks cool or is funky or is funny given the weather conditions, and chances are will enjoy it. Anyway, we are drawing to a close here at Sprint, and your top 5 are Oxford Brookes with a 101.874. Cardiff in 4th with a 57.793. Staffordshire with a time that will get added to 56.651 in 3rd, but this is without cone penalties. Those will be added on later. This order will change as a result. Coventry in 2nd with a 56.530, and with an absolutely astonishing time. They came from down under, and one of them is with us in the commentary box. ECU with a time of 54.857. I've been Giles Cosgrove. He's been James Montgomery, and I don't know your surname, Kevin.
Oh, it's Kevin Hayward. It's a good English name.
That is a good English name. Kevin Hayward, James Montgomery and Giles Cosgrove have been your commentators this afternoon. Thank you ever so much for joining us. As always, thank you to the Motorsport UK Marshals, who do an impeccable job, and of course our Dynamics volunteers in purple, the Purple Army, who make sure that all of our on-track action can be taking place. Thank you to Highvis for keeping us sounding slick and professional here in the commentary box and bringing you the stream here at home. And thank you to you for watching and keeping us entertained with your comments, your thoughts, your insights, and your cheers if you're watching here live at Cops Corner. We'll be back tomorrow for Endurance, so make sure you're there for that. And of course tonight, live on the Formula Student YouTube channel, you can watch the awards ceremony. But for now, I've been Giles, he's been Monty, he's been Kevin, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you ever so much, and good night.
I have to say, most teams would put their drivers best